Welcome to the Fantasy Audiobook. Awakening Daily Information Panel, Become a True Immortal. Chapter 1, 9 Realms Divine Continent, Da Kang Country. Qingnuji is one of the 12 major jijis in Yanyan County, located on the bank of Hejiang River. Winter solstice season. The cold wind was as sharp as a knife, and it hurt my face. The east end of Qingnu Market is 3 miles away. Li Laosai, wearing a cap and a brocade robe with a big belly and 2 servants, patrolled the fields. That old beast Li Laosai is finally here. Qin Wang wore a black hat covering most of his face, a gray cotton coat, his hands in his cuffs, hiding in the tall thatch on one side of the earth bank, like a little old man, looking at Li Laosai 100 feet away with a chill in his eyes. Lean less. Qin Wang withdrew his gaze, and a light blue border appeared in front of him. It was frosted and translucent, 3 feet in size, and resembled an open page of a book. There were small white regular characters on both sides of the page. Page on the left. Today's information. 1. You met Qingnuji landlord Li Laosai from a distance yesterday and obtained relevant information. Li Laosai learned that you were not dead. In order to eliminate the roots, Li Laosai was discussing with the housekeeper how to sell you to Dogwanren Wenru Township, become a prostitute and make another fortune. 2. You met Yaxing Yan Po yesterday and received relevant information. Your sister Qin Shuimei voluntarily sold herself to the Chen family as a laundry slave in exchange for 600 yuan for you to live in during the winter. The middleman Yan Po earned 3 taels of silver. 3. You met Li Yun, a member of the Goldfish Gang, yesterday and obtained relevant information. Li Yun had an argument with a fisherman early this morning and was stabbed to death by a fisherman with a harpoon. 4. You met Li Yunhai yesterday and obtained relevant information. Li Yunhai and his mother-in-law are having a cold war. The reason is that Li Yunhai gave you a small bag of brown rice and a fish yesterday. 5. You watched the sky yesterday and obtained relevant information. There will be heavy rainstorms in parts of Yanyan County in the near future. 6. Yesterday you passed by the Qingnuji Tavern and overheard people talking about the Da Kang Kingdom. You obtained relevant information. The Empress Dowager who was listening behind the curtain in the central imperial city 108,000 miles away finally took over the power. 7. You saw Qingnuji vendor Zhao Kun yesterday and received relevant information. Zhao Kun will die of illness after the 137th day. 8. You met fisherman Li Ergo yesterday and received relevant information. Li Ergo will break his left leg while fishing tomorrow. 9. Yesterday you met Chen Pu, the housekeeper of Qingnuji landlord Li Laosai, and obtained relevant information. Chen Pu's favorite son is actually the flesh and blood of his concubine and Li Laosai. 10. You followed Qingnuji landlord Li Laosai yesterday and obtained relevant information. This morning, Li Laosai will go to Qingnuji to inspect his fields, step on the nails you buried, and drop a money bag. Note: daily information is refreshed at midnight every day. Page on the right. Qin Wang. Lifespan: 1767. Skill: cooking, basic. Progress: 788 800ths. Effectiveness: cooking, steaming, deep frying, roasting, marinating, and mixing. Diligence can make up for your weakness. You can become proficient in it in 2 to 3 months. This old beast Li Laosai is so insidious. Let's see if you die this time. Qin Wang gritted his teeth. He was originally a college graduate from Earth. He worked for 5 years and finally became a delivery boy. Carrying a 30-year mortgage, he fainted on the road and woke up again, becoming Qin Wang, the young man with the same name in the Qing Niuji. The predecessor's mother was kidnapped by Zhang Shen, and her father died of illness 6 months ago, leaving behind a huge debt. Only 3 acres of land and 3 tile-roofed houses were taken away by the landlord Li Laosai to pay off the debt. The remaining 2 siblings lived in a broken house east of Qingnuji. Living on thatched grass, life is without a solution. When her sister Qin Shuimei saw that she could no longer survive, she voluntarily sold herself as a laundry slave to the Chen family, a wealthy family in Yanyan County, in exchange for 600 yuan, just to help her younger brother Qin Wang survive the winter. A month and a half after Qin Shuimei went to the Chen family to work as a laundry slave, Qin Wang accidentally awakened the daily intelligence system, which could refresh the information every day. As long as he came into contact with someone yesterday, it was possible to obtain secret information about that person. It takes 10 days to activate the system. Qin Wang learned about it through daily intelligence. The Qin family's 3 acres of land and 3 tile-roofed houses were forced to pay debts to Li Laosai. The death of his father and son, and the difficult lives of his siblings were all thanks to Li Laosai. And Li Laosai pressed hard and even wanted to sell Qin Wang to the county town to work as a prostitute to make a fortune. He was extremely vicious. If his sister Qin Shuimei hadn't sold herself as a laundry slave in exchange for 600 yuan, he would have starved to death before the system could be activated. Yesterday, Qin Wang updated the information and learned that Li Laosai would go to Qingnuji to inspect his fields and pass by the main road of the field ridge. He went to the main road of the ridge at midnight last night to bury 10 rusty nails that had been soaked in a manure tank for a day. In this world where people eat people, only by having strong strength can we live better. It would be great if I could get an introduction to martial arts. Qin Wang knew that he had a proficiency level in liver skills. Currently, he only had basic skills in cooking. What he needed most was martial arts. But if you are poor in literature and rich in martial arts, you can't learn at all if you don't have money. There are 3 major martial arts schools in Yanyan County. Entering the martial arts gym requires 10 taels of silver as the entry fee. Moreover, the Dakang Baojia system is strict and prohibits the movement of people. There are also restrictions on going to the county seat. The Li chief needs to write a certification letter as a guide, otherwise he will be arrested. After activating the system, Qin Wang used the intelligence to earn 3 taels of silver, which was not enough to go to the martial arts gym to learn martial arts. He had to use the intelligence system to get more silver and become stronger before he could kill Li Laosai. Information number 10 shows that Li Laosai will step on an iron nail at the edge of the field behind Qingnu Market and drop his money bag. It would be great if he can pick it up. Qin Wang looked at Li Laosai and thought secretly in his heart. Since this time, Qin Wang observed that the information refreshed by the system every day was very accurate. Chenpu, has the land that Qin Sanwai's family used to pay off debts been rented out? On the ridge of the field, Li Laosai put his hands behind his back, and his land became his own as far as he could see, and he felt very satisfied. Sir, you are such a noble person who forgets things. Qin Sanwai's land was rented out on the day the debt was paid off. Chenpu bent over and looked flattering. Oh, look at my memory. Next year's harvest will definitely be good. Maybe we can consider raising the land rent by half. Li Laosai nodded and looked satisfied. At the end of every year, the fields in his hands were rented by tenants and poor farmers in advance. The supply was almost in short supply. Even if it increased by 0.5%, there was no fear of no one renting it. What I said makes sense. Without you to farm the fields, those mud-legged people will starve to death. Last year, the rent of the fish stall was raised by 20%. Master, you only raised half of the rent. In comparison, it shows your kindness and generosity, sir. Chenpu took a picture of the horse, which greatly benefited Li Laosai. He scanned his fields and walked up to a field bank that was more than 10 feet high with great satisfaction. Ah, my feet. Suddenly, Li Laosai screamed, retracted his feet as if he had stepped on live coals, and sat down on the ground, only to scream again. Ah, my ass. Who can kill 1,000 swords and drop a nail here? Li Laosai tilted his body, and his fat body rolled down the field ridge. He wiped blood on his hand, and suddenly let out a scream like a slaughtering pig, which made those who heard it worried. Master, are you okay? Why are there nails? Oh my God. Chenpu and another strong servant were frightened and alerted to the nails under their feet. They went down to the field to help Li Laosai, only to find that a nail had been inserted into the old man's right foot. It had pierced the sole of the shoe and penetrated into the sole of the foot, dripping with blood. Moreover, there is also a rusty iron nail inserted into the master's buttocks, and a small piece of wood is placed on the nail head. The wood piece should be buried in the soil to fix the nail, and it is still covered with soil. Blood gushed out and dyed Li Laosai's brocade robe red. Chenpu and his sturdy servant were all panicked when they saw the blood all over the ground. Ah, send him off quickly. I'm going to Baikao Hall to find Mr. Bai. Ouch, it hurts. At this moment, Li Laosai couldn't sit or stand up. He was lying on his side on the ground and howling in pain. Hurry, hurry, carry the master to Baikao Hall. Chen Pu gave instructions to the stalwart servant beside him, and the two of them took Li Laosai away with straps on their backs. Not far from them, lying in the dry grass, was a palm-sized money bag with the color of dry grass. It was difficult to find it without looking carefully. This old killer has been tricked. How cool. HMPH. This is just an appetizer, but you're plotting against me. How can you stop until I kill you? Qin Wang hid in the thatch on the bank of the earth and watched the servants of the Li family carrying Li Laosai to Baikao Hall in the market. He immediately walked quickly to the place where Li Laosai was stabbed. Not long after, Qin Wang came to the place where the nails were buried, and when he looked around, he saw a khaki-colored money bag in a large mass of withered grass. The mouth of the bag was tied with a string, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Found it. Qin Wang picked up the money bag, stuffed it into his arms, put away the remaining 8 nails, and headed towards the woods in the opposite direction. This is behind the market. Li Laosai calmed down and realized that the money bag was lost, so he would definitely investigate who appeared on the nail-burying field. Although Qin Wang wore a black hat that covered half of his face and a bloated cotton coat, he couldn't tell what he looked like. But it's still not safe enough. It's best to take a big turn home without arousing suspicion. Behind Qingnuji is a hilly area. This place is about 8 miles away from Qingnujiji. It is a cemetery and few people come here. Most of the people in Qingnuji were buried here after their deaths. It was surrounded by maple trees 3 or 4 feet high. The ground was covered with rotten leaves, exuding the smell of decay. Qin Wang saw that there was no one around, so he sat under a thick maple tree. He took out his money bag with anticipation, tore open the rope, and found that it was full of broken silver. He counted it, and his eyes suddenly lit up. 18 taels of silver. It's great. In addition to the 3 taels I originally had, the total is 21 taels of silver. I have the entrance fee to the martial arts gym. Qin Wang immediately carefully put the broken silver into his arms, then buried Li Laosai's money bag in a hidden way, and after cleaning up the traces, he got up and continued to go back. Lijiazhuang is located in the southwest of Qingnuji. It covers an area of 6 or 7 acres, has 4 courtyards, and is surrounded by walls more than 10 feet high. The courtyard is very large, with rockeries, lotus ponds, pavilions, and various landscape trees. It is very quiet and elegant. There are more than 20 servants and servants in Lijiazhuang, as well as 4 nurses. The second time you enter the courtyard, you will find a classical-style wing. Ouch! Whoever kills 1,000 cuts puts nails on the field ridge and it hurts me to death. Li Laosai was lying on the couch, groaning and cursing the person who buried the nails. He was covered with 2 layers of quilts, with only one head exposed. The doors and windows were open for ventilation, and a pot of charcoal fire was placed in the middle of the room. Beside his bed, 3 maids were waiting nervously. After the doctor from Baikaotang pulled out the nails and bandaged him, he prescribed some Chinese medicine and told him not to go out when he came back and just keep warm. Master, I took 3 people and searched around the field ridge several times but couldn't find your wallet. At this time, the butler Chen Pu walked into the room and said respectfully. However, I asked several residents near the field ridge. During the period after you were injured, 5 people passed by the field ridge. 3 of them were tenants of Qingnuji, and the other 2 didn't know who they were. Keep looking. Find these 5 people and question them. The money bag must be found. Li Laosai glared and scolded. That's 18 taels of silver, which can almost buy 3 maids and servants. To lose it like this is to cut off his flesh. Yes, sir. Chen Pu responded respectfully, turned around and left. Why are you so unlucky? Ouch. Li Laosai looked at Chen Pu's back with a depressed look in his eyes. His feet and buttocks were pierced by nails and money was thrown away. Now he only felt that his chest was congested. Master, Yan Po is looking for you. She is in the front hall. At this time, a maid in green walked in and said respectfully. Yan Po, you all go out and let her in. Li Laosai remembered the agreement he made with Yan Po. Over the years, he also made a lot of money relying on Yan Po as a channel. Yanyan County. One of the 4 major families, the Chen family, laundry room. This is a courtyard near the back of the Chen family's mansion. The courtyard is about 100 feet in diameter. It is full of bamboo poles for drying clothes. Most of the bamboo poles have clothes of various colors hanging on them. 10 girls in coarse linen clothes are beating the big wood in front of them. Dirty clothes in the basin. In the wooden basin next to them, there were piles of clothes, sticks and soap locusts that had been squeezed out of the water. Sister Shui Mei, were you sold here because you have a large family? At this time, one of the skinny girls looked at the girl beside her who was immersed in laundry and asked. I came involuntarily. Qin Shuimei glanced at Xiaozi who was speaking, with worry in her eyes. She had been out for nearly 2 months, and she didn't know how her brother was doing. 600 yuan was enough for the winter, but would he take care of himself? Without his land, what will he do in the future? Voluntary. Why? Xiaozi's eyes showed confusion. She sold her to the Chen family because her parents couldn't feed their 3 children. Otherwise, who would want to be a lowly laundry slave? Well, if I sell myself, my brother can live. Qin Shuimei said, without stopping her hands, she whispered. Xiaozi, don't talk while you are working. If you fail to complete the task, you will have no food, and you will have to be whipped. In addition, pay special attention to expensive clothes. If they are washed, the consequences will be serious. Chen's family has a large family, and they change out a lot of clothes every day. In addition to laundry, the 10 laundry slaves have other tasks every day. They have almost no time to spare, and they have to jog all the way to the toilet. Failure to complete the task will result in starvation and whipping. This is pretty light, especially the clothes of the young master, young lady and his wife. You have to be careful when washing them. Not only will you be beaten if they are damaged, you will also have to pay compensation. She heard that 2 laundry slaves were beaten alive because they ruined one of the eldest lady's clothes. Die. She and Xiaozi just filled this gap. Oh, got it. Xiaozi's expression tightened. She didn't dare to say anything anymore, and just immersed herself in her work. She has been here for 3 days, and she can only talk to Qin Shuimei, while the other laundry sisters are silent. 3 hours later, Qin Wang returned to his home located at the east end of Qingnuji, 20 feet behind the end of the street. There are 2 dilapidated thatched houses with mottled earth walls. The dilapidated mattresses in the houses can be seen through the cracks in the walls. On the left side of the door, there is a pair of dilapidated soil dustpans, and on the right side there is a wooden handle. He took out the key and opened the door. There was air leakage from the cracks in the walls inside the house, and there were pits on the floor, but they were cleaned very well. Against the wall is an old wooden table with a corner missing and a leg missing. It is balanced with a few adobe bricks as a cushion. There are 2 stools, stacked up with adobe bricks next to it. An iron pot was set up on several adobe bricks, which served as a cooking stove. With such a stove, the whole house is filled with smoke when cooking, which makes me choke to tears, but there is nothing I can do. Originally, Qin Wang's family had 3 large tile-roofed houses located in Qingnuji Street. Because of his father Qin Sanwai's medical treatment, Li Laosai owed money and paid off the debt. Make some fish soup and drink it tonight to replenish your health. Qin Wang touched his washboard-like chest, put the carp Li Yunhai gave him into the pot, and lit the fire to cook. Just kosher salt and no other seasonings. Although I just picked up Li Laosai's 18 taels of silver, plus the 3 taels he earned using the intelligence system in the past 10 days, there are a total of 21 taels of silver, but he can only spend it secretly. A frail young man who does not work would spend money lavishly. It will inevitably attract the covetous attention of Li Laosai and interested people. Qin Wang looked at the boiling fish soup in the pot, scooped up a little with a spatula and tasted the taste. It was still bland, and there was nothing he could do about it. This body was too thin because it had been in a state of hunger for a long time, and it belonged to the family. Just the kind with a pale face. It is necessary to supplement nutrition. Just keep strong. With a good body, everything will fall into place. After Qin Wang finished eating, he felt warm all over. He lay on the bed against the wall, wrapped tightly in the quilt, thinking secretly. The entry fee for joining the martial arts school is enough. I have to go to the village chief's house tomorrow and ask him to help get a seal as a guide. If you want to live better in this world where people eat people, you must become stronger. In Dakang country, the Baojia system is strict. If ordinary people want to leave the market where they live and go to the county town, They need a road guide, otherwise they will be arrested as refugees by officers and soldiers. As for the excuse to get a sealed letter and go to the county seat, he had already thought of it. My sister Qin Shuimei was in the Chen family, one of the 4 major families in the county, and she said she was going to see her sister. Time flies. Qin Wang suddenly heard a reminder in his mind. Today's information has been refreshed. Today's information. 1. Yesterday you planted rusty nails to assassinate Li Laosai, the landlord of Qingnuji Li Chunli, and obtained relevant information. Li Laosai will suffer from a tetanus attack in 5 days and die in 10 days. 2. You passed by Sister Jen's bun shop yesterday and got relevant information. In order to turn around the business of the bun shop, Lu Zhen launched a buy 10, get 1 free offer. 3. You met Li Laosai yesterday and obtained relevant information. Yan Po is looking for Li Laosai's secret dealer. He will come to your door this morning. In the name of introducing you to the county town to find errands, he will sell you to a high official in Wenwen Township for prostitution. Children make money. 4. You met Li Laosai yesterday and obtained relevant information. There are 850 taels of silver ingots buried under the bedroom of Li Laosai's house. 5. You saw the tomb of his father Qin Sanwai yesterday and obtained relevant information. Qin Sanwai hated the river god most in his life and hated worshipping the river god. 6. You passed by Qingnu Fish Market yesterday and received relevant information that the water level in Hejiang River will rise sharply. 7. You passed by Qingniuji Bayakao Hall yesterday and obtained relevant information. The white man of Bayakao Hall lamented his lack of physical strength and wanted to find a disciple to pass on the mantle. 8. You met Li Ligang of Lijiazhuang Nursing Home yesterday and obtained relevant information. Li Laosai's favorite youngest son is actually Li Ligang's flesh and blood. 9. You met Li Laosai yesterday and obtained relevant information. Li Laosai's son Li Tianyi felt that practicing martial arts was too hard, so he secretly went to Haoshan Bamboo Forest to play yesterday afternoon and obtained the martial arts Teizu Chengquan hand that Li Laosai obtained through his connections. The manuscript was lost next to a large millstone, and Li Tianyi was thinking about how to explain it to his father. 10. You passed by the Qingnu Grain Collection store yesterday and obtained relevant information. Since Emperor Decangyan first came to power, the king of Jin raised troops in the name of Qingjun's side, and grain was hoarded in various parts of the south, resulting in high grain prices in the future. Note: daily information is refreshed at midnight every day. The information has been updated. Li Laosai's tetanus broke out 5 days later. He died 10 days later. This old guy has to be tortured for 5 days before he dies. That's great. It's not in vain that I soak the rusty iron nails in the pig manure tank overnight. After seeing the first piece of information, Qin Wang's eyes showed satisfaction. Tetanus was nothing in the previous life. But in this world, once you are injured by a sharp object contaminated with soil and feces, the probability of death from tetanus is as high as 80%. Qin Wang is no match for Li Laosai. Based on the intelligence system, he came up with this method and finally gave Li Laosai the end he deserved. Po Yan and this old guy Li Laosai conspired together to sell me. This old guy only has a few days to live, and he's still jumping around like this and so vicious. Also, this old witch, we can't let go. Qin Wang looked at the second and third pieces of information with chills in his eyes. He didn't expect that. This Li Laosai is about to die, and he still wants to deceive himself into selling him in the county seat. He is really vicious. Can't forgive. This old thing, Yan Po, wants to take away her money before she kills her, so as to satisfy her hatred. There are 850 taels of silver ingots buried under the bedroom of Li Laosai's family. Qin Wang looked at the fourth piece of information and shook his head. Li Laosai knew that he had done all kinds of bad things. He hired 4 guards and raised 4 ferocious dogs. He couldn't enter the Li family compound on his own, so he had to wait until he had the chance to do so in the future. Zhang Shen. Qin Wang looked at the fifth piece of information with a thoughtful look in his eyes. In his memory, his mother was kidnapped by Zhang Shen, so Qin Sanwai hated Zhang Shen the most. Want to find a disciple to inherit the mantle of Bai Sao Tang? You might as well give it a try. Qin Wang looked at the seventh piece of information with a thoughtful look on his face. Becoming a disciple of Bai Langzhong is indeed helpful to me. My body is too thin, so I can use medicine to regulate my body. Moreover, medicine and martial arts are not separated. In the future, when practicing martial arts, you also need to understand medicine. The most important thing is, becoming a disciple of Bai Langzhong, the source of his own money can also be justified. You know, being a doctor is the most profitable. If he becomes a doctor, it will be a matter of course for him to have money. Li Laosai's favorite youngest son is the son of Li Ligang, the nursing home. Is he a cuckold? You really deserve it. This old guy has done all kinds of bad things. Qin Wang looked at the 8th message with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Perhaps he could find time to spread the word and instigate it to hasten the separation of Li Laosai and his wife. Ha, Tezu Chengquan. Qin Wang looked at the 9th message with surprise in his eyes. 9. You met Li Laosai yesterday and obtained relevant information. Li Laosai's son Li Tianyi felt that practicing martial arts was too hard, so he secretly went to Haoshan Bamboo Forest to play yesterday afternoon and obtained the martial arts Tezu Chengquan hand that Li Laosai obtained through his connections. The manuscript was lost next to a large millstone, and Li Tianyi was thinking about how to explain it to his father. What happened yesterday afternoon? In other words, this manuscript is still in the bamboo forest. No, I'm going to look for him in the bamboo forest behind Li Laosai's house now. Even though it was early in the morning, Qin Wang couldn't sleep anymore. He didn't expect that today's information would actually contain surprises. He was worried that he didn't have any martial arts skills, so he felt sleepy and found a pillow. With the Tezu Chengquan, there is no need to go to the county in such a hurry. Let's get started with this martial arts first. If you have no strength, you will end up being bullied and plotted by others. Qin Wang knew that behind the courtyard of Li Laosai's family, there was a bamboo forest with a radius of 5 miles. There were bamboos in it that were more than 3 feet tall. Children who herded cows usually went there to hide and seek. If they didn't pick them up at night, they might be picked up by someone. Picked it up. Li Laosai's house is located in the southwest of Qingnuji. Qin Wang's house is located at the east end of Qingnuji. To go to the bamboo forest, you need to pass through Qingnuji, which is about 10 miles away. At this time, there is no moon in the sky, but the road is vaguely visible. Qin Wang put on his clothes, closed the door, and rushed towards the bamboo forest with the help of the faint light. Night. There was an old watchman at Qingnuji. Qin Wang walked around, avoiding the old watchman, and arrived at the bamboo forest in the back hill of Li Laosai's house half an hour later. Gusts of cold wind blew, and there was a rustling sound in the bamboo forest. Find a stone as big as a millstone first. Qin Wang tightened his tight clothes, plucked up his courage, and walked into the bamboo forest. The ground was covered with bamboo leaves, which made a slight rustling sound when he stepped on them. Intelligence display. Tezu Chengquan is next to a stone as big as a millstone. Qin Wang had a fire seal in his hand, but he didn't dare to use it. It would be bad if Li Laosai's family saw it. He could only encourage himself secretly and groped for the big millstone bit by bit. A quarter of an hour later, Qin Wang saw a stone as big as a millstone in the bamboo forest 30 feet away from the wall of Lijazhuang, and his eyes showed surprise. With the faint light, he saw that the stone as big as a millstone was 1 foot high, with a layer of dry bamboo leaves on it, and 2 thick bamboos next to it. There is a book sandwiched between the bamboo and the stone. It is difficult to find it without looking carefully. Found it. Very good. Qin Wang took out the book and looked closely at it. On the title page, there were 4 characters, Tezu Chengquan. He stuffed Tezu's Chengquan into his arms, turned around and left. Half an hour later, Qin Wang returned to his thatched house with earth walls. After closing the door, he put an iron hoe against the back of the door, lit a charcoal fire in the kitchen, and read the secret book of Tezu's Chengquan by the light of the fire. Tezu Chengquan was passed down to his subordinates when Tezu Kangyunshan, the founding father of Dakang, raised an army, and it became widely spread later. Over the course of hundreds of years, Tezu Chengquan has formed many branches. Among them, the Southern School and the Northern School are particularly famous. This secret book of Tezu Chengquan comes from the Northern branch. It only records 32 boxing moves. Other moves, such as springing legs and coiling dragon stick, are not recorded. Tezu's Chengquan has unique moves, flexible footwork, informality, long attack and short attack, strong explosive power, and is good at close combat. Rest first, recuperate your energy, and tomorrow morning, start with the first move, double copying to sealing the sky. Qin Wang watched it for more than an hour before he carefully stuffed the manuscript of the 32 Teizu Chengquan into the straw under the quilt and fell asleep. Double copy to seal the sky, step forward with both palms, look back and double attack, kuixing kick and fight, advance and punch. The next day, Qingnu gathers at the east end. In the thatched house with mottled earth walls, Qin Wang closed the door and made moves in the hall according to the moves on Teizu's Chengquan. After punching for a quarter of an hour, Qin Wang felt like he was sweating and getting hot. It's not shown on the panel yet, take a break and then continue. Qin Wang exhaled the panel in the sea of consciousness and saw that there was still only cooking on the right side of the page. Teizu Chengquan did not appear. He immediately sat for a while and drank a bowl of warm water. After practicing vigorously, he did not dare to drink cold well water. Being too thin makes it difficult to deal with illness. Qin Wang had just finished drinking the water when he heard a knock on the door. Yanpo. He wiped off the sweat on his body and opened the door, only to see a woman in her 50s, wearing brown linen clothes with gray hair and 2 orange-red cloth flowers, standing at the door, holding her hand. Holding an orange magpie handkerchief. He recognized this woman. It was Yanpo who introduced her sister Qin Shuimei to the Chen family. Xiao Qin, Aunt Yan has something good to tell you. Seeing Qin Wang, the woman immediately stepped forward to greet him. What good thing? Qin Wang asked lightly. He had already known from the intelligence that the old witch wanted to abduct him. When you get the chance, you must kill this old witch. The shopkeeper of Sus clothing shop, whom I met in the county town, asked me to help find a dozen tailors. The salary is good. The key is that food and accommodation are included. Are you willing to go? Yanpo looked at Qin Wang as if he were seeing white money. No, thank you Aunt Yan. Uncle Yunhai promised to teach me how to fish in a while. Qin Wang gave a reason to refuse. It's great to be a tailor while fishing. It includes food and accommodation. There's also salary. What a great opportunity. Your 600 money will be enough to last you a long time. Besides, you don't want to make money to redeem it later. Return to your sister. Auntie saw that you were alone, so she felt compassion and helped you. Seeing that Qin Wang was unwilling, Yanpo frowned slightly and persuaded. Although this Qin Wang is thin, he has regular and delicate features. He will definitely be a handsome boy if he gives it a little fat. She can sell it for a good price. She has already set her sights on it, so how can she give up so easily? Aunt Yan, thank you for your trouble. I can't do the manual work. I still want to learn to fish. Qin Wang shook his head. But in his heart, he was thinking about how to kill this vicious Yama. This Yama was really too vicious. There are still 3 places left. You should think about it. After you think about it, come to Auntie. Auntie will be at Qingnu Market these days. Seeing that Qin Wang was unwilling, Yanpo couldn't say anything more, asked Qin Wang to think about it, and then left. This fool, his head was kicked by a donkey, and he actually wants to learn fishing. Yanpo walked towards Qingnuji Street, scratching her head, very depressed. Originally, she and Li Laosai had already discussed that Qin Wang would be taken to the county town to be trained by the madam of the big official, Wenrushang, and 5 taels of silver would be in hand, but she didn't expect that this fool would not go, leaving her helpless for a while. Will this little thing be aware of my purpose? Yanpo showed a thoughtful look, and then shook her head. Impossible, this matter is only known to me and Li Laosai. Li Laosai can't tell anyone. Go ask Li Laosai, see if he has any way. Lijazhuang. Li Laosai was lying on the bed, covered with a thick quilt. He stared wide-eyed, looking at his son Li Tianyi, who was bowing his head in front of him, his mouth twitching. Why didn't you practice boxing today? It turns out that the manuscript was lost. You prodigal son. Go find it. Go find it. What are you still standing there for? Li Laosai scolded his son and yelled at the 3 maids around him. Dad, I'll go find it right away. Li Tianyi knew he was in the wrong, so he turned around and left the room. The 3 maids followed him out. At this time, the housekeeper Chen Pu walked in with a difficult look on his face. Master. Did you find the purse? Li Laosai looked ugly. He felt that he had just lost his temper and his body was weak and he couldn't muster any strength. It hasn't been found yet. That's another matter. Chen Pu walked up and whispered. Master, I heard rumors everywhere in the market this morning. Someone posted a notice in a conspicuous place, saying that the young Master Tianxin is actually the son of the guard Li Ligang. You are a big scapegoat. What? Which one spread the rumor? Li Laosai immediately got up from the bed, widened his eyes, and showed disbelief. Restaurants, teahouses, and merchants saw it posted on the door when they opened the door early in the morning. I don't know who posted it. Chen Pu shook his head. I'm so angry. Ah! Li Laosai's face flushed and he showed a weird smile when he heard it. His mouth twitched, his whole body twitched and trembled, he was sweating, white foam overflowed from the corners of his mouth, and his eyes were straight. Master, what's wrong with you? Chen Pu's expression changed when he saw this, and he hurried forward and shouted to the outside. It's not good. Someone, come quickly. The next morning, Qin Wang sat on the bed in the room. Today's intelligence. 1. Yesterday at 1 a.m., you posted in Qingnuji that Li Laosai's youngest son Li Tianxin was not his offspring. Relevant intelligence was obtained. Li Laosai was very emotional when he heard the news. He had suffered from tetanus yesterday morning and will die in 5 days. 2. Yesterday you practiced the martial arts Teizu Changquan. Relevant intelligence was obtained. Diligence can make up for shortcomings. You will enter the Teizu Changquan in 5 days. 3. Yesterday you went to Shiweidian restaurant. Relevant intelligence was obtained. Shiweidian will launch a new product, beggar chicken, in 3 days. 4. Yesterday you posted and spread the news about Li Tianxin's life experience. Relevant intelligence was obtained. After Li Laosai's condition improved a little, he asked for blood recognition. He and Li Tianxin were not compatible. He drove the Li Tianxin and the horse second madam out of Lijiazhuang. 2 hours later, Li Tianxin and his mother accidentally fell into the river and died. The adulterer Li Ligang disappeared. 5. You passed by the Qingnuji tea house yesterday and got relevant information. The talk of the tea house for the next 6 months will be about the big enemy Li Laosai. 6. You passed by the Qingnuji fish stall yesterday and got relevant information. The leader of the goldfish gang came back from meeting with the boss of Jiaxing Tower and announced that the fish stall price would increase by another 10%. 7. Insufficient information trigger. 8. Insufficient information trigger. 9. Insufficient information trigger. 10. Insufficient information trigger. Li Laosai got tetanus early because of the news I spread. Will he die in 5 days? He deserves it. Qin Wang looked at the first piece of information with satisfaction in his eyes. My Teizu Changquan, I will start in 5 days. Great. Qin Wang looked at the information with expectation in his eyes. He was worried that he could not start. Now that he can start, he is relieved. You know, yesterday morning, he went to Qingnuji to post the news about Li Laosai being cheated on. Since then, he has not gone out since returning. He has been hiding at home practicing Teizu Changquan, hoping to get the hang of it as soon as possible. He, Li Laosai, that old killer, is afraid he has collapsed now. Double blow. No, it should be 5 blows. First, my feet and buttocks were nailed, my wallet was lost, my beloved son was not his father, my wife had an affair with Li Ligang, the nursing home, and then I had a tetanus attack and had to wait for death. Let him know that he was cheated before he died, and let him die with his eyes open. At this moment, Qin Wang was in a good mood. According to the intelligence, some more operations finally made Li Laosai almost dead. Insufficient intelligence trigger. Qin Wang looked at the intelligence panel with thoughtful eyes and murmured. It seems that I still have to go out for a while, otherwise, there will be too little information and I will not be able to trigger information that is beneficial to me. After spreading the news yesterday morning, Qin Wang is hiding at home practicing Teizu Changquan. The function of the intelligence panel needs to be triggered. If he contacts people and things more, he will have 10 intelligence points. If he doesn't go out at home, the intelligence panel will not be triggered enough. Actually, if you want to make full use of the intelligence panel, you still have to go to the county seat in the future. Qin Wang thought to himself. Qingnuji is a small place, and relatively speaking, there are more opportunities to make money in the county town. But, Qin Wang also wanted to wait for the introduction of Teizu Chengquan to be displayed on the panel and wait for Li Laosai's family to be ruined before going to the county. It would be great if he could get the 850 taels of silver under Li Laosai's bed. That was the ill-gotten wealth accumulated by Mr. Li over the years. This morning, I have to go to Baikao Hall and ask. Qin Wang thought to himself. He has now begun to practice martial arts. It is necessary for a martial artist to be proficient in many acupuncture points. Being proficient in medical knowledge and being able to recognize acupuncture points on the human body is of great help in practicing martial arts. It's great to be favored by Mr. Bai. If you don't like it, you can even be a free medicine boy and take care of your food first. Then, it's not too much to borrow some medical books from Mr. Bai to read, right? The evil Li Laosai intends to sell me to be a pedophile. He still has 5 days to live. Let him watch the family fortune be ruined before he can relieve his hatred during this time. Qin Wang's eyes were filled with coldness. If he hadn't sold his sister Qin Shuimei into the Chen family in exchange for 600 yuan, he would have starved to death. Currently, my sister is still at Chen's house in Yanyan County. When Yan Po took her sister away, she said that it would take 30 taels of silver to redeem her. These 30 taels of silver must fall on Li Laosai. Qin Wang made up his mind and fell asleep. I have been practicing Teizu Chengquan during the day, and it is indeed very tiring. I can't practice all day long, my body is thin, and I have to combine work and rest. After practicing for a period of time, going out for a walk can trigger intelligence. The next day, early in the morning, the rising sun dyed the horizon red. After Qin Wang had finished his breakfast, he was going out to pour face wash when he happened to meet Li Yunhai going out, so he said hello. Uncle Yunhai, morning. Xiao Qin, I have good news for you. Seeing Qin Wang, Li Yunhai seemed to have thought of something and said. What good news? Qin Wang pretended not to know and looked curious. He had already guessed that it should be about Li Laosai. Did you know that Li Laosai, who bought your farm and tile-roofed house at a low price, was nailed by a nail the day before yesterday when he was patrolling the fields? I heard that he had a sore throat and was drooling and convulsing. Mr. Bai asked him to prepare for his funeral. Some people also say that the reason why Li Laosai fell ill was because someone posted a message at yesterday's gathering saying that his youngest son Li Tianxin was the son of Li Ligang in the nursing home, and that he was a great injustice. This Li Laosai has been doing bad things all his life. He deserves it. Li Yunhai said with joy in his eyes. Obviously, he also hated Li Laosai very much. Yeah, he really deserves it. Qin Wang nodded in agreement. Xiao Qin, don't tell me anymore, I have to leave. Li Yunhai told Qin Wang the news and walked towards the market with his fishing net and fish basket on his back. He fished every day and gave what he caught to the fish farm. Except for the boat rental, everything else was his own, so he had to take your time and catch more fish to feed your family. It's almost time, let's go to Baikao Hall. Qin Wang packed up everything, locked the door, and went to Qingnuji. The sky is falling, what can I do? Father, Lijazhuang. In a classical wing, there was a burst of crying and wailing. At the door of the room, 5 or 6 maids stood waiting with their heads bowed, not daring to show their dignity. Has Madam Hu notified your sister-in-law? Li Laosai's lips were twitching and he was drooling. His breath was weak. The maid beside him quickly stepped forward to wipe it off. Master, I informed you yesterday. You should arrive in the afternoon. The eldest lady was about 40 years old. She had a crying voice and kept wiping her tears with a yuanyang handkerchief. My sister-in-law is the master's sister, and she is married to Zheng Kecheng, the chief forester of Yanyan County. It is precisely because of this relationship that the master has acquired such a large family property in Qingnuji. Moreover, during the holidays, he manages everything and smooths the relationship. Even if something happens, it can be suppressed. If the sister-in-law comes, the uncle will definitely follow. With the uncle in charge, that wild man Li Ligang cannot escape. Li Laosai's lips moved again. That idiot's brother is now the protector of the Jinjinyu gang. I can't do anything to him. But, Li Ligang and the fool, I will never let him go. Dr. Bai Mingliang came yesterday and said that he was pierced by a dirty and rusty iron nail, and that he had suffered from a convulsive sore and was hopeless. He didn't have much time left. He had to make arrangements for his funeral. Master, don't worry, my sister-in-law and uncle will be in charge of everything. The eldest lady kept wiping her tears. Have you found the money bag? Li Laosai listened for a while and asked intermittently. Master, it's already so late, why are you still worried about this? The eldest lady started crying again. Qingnuji. In a private house. Li Laosai is so unlucky. He was pierced by a nail and lost his silver. He even got a wound. He is dying. It was revealed that the second wife and the guard had an affair. How could he bear it when the youngest son is not his own? I remember that he loved the youngest son the most and took him with him when he went out. With his death, I lost a way to make money. Yan Po, who was wearing brown clothes and 2 yellow cloth flowers on her head, looked in the direction of Li Jiazhuang, sighed and was very depressed. Originally, she and Li Laosai had a clear division of labor. Li Laosai was responsible for forcing people to sell their land and fields. When they were desperate, she would introduce them to find jobs in the county and earn the difference. If she met a good seedling like Qin Wang, she could make a fortune by selling him to officials and wealthy families with special preferences. Now, Li Laosai suffered from a wound spasm, and Dr. Bai asked him to prepare for his funeral. His plan to sell Qin Wang as a boy lover to make a fortune was in vain. Actually, she could also find someone else to force the little kid surnamed Qin to a desperate situation, but after selling him, if something happened, who would cover the bottom? Doing this kind of thing is like walking on a tightrope. Once something happened, without the relationship with Li Laosai, she would inevitably be imprisoned. She found Li Laosai because his brother-in-law Zhang Kecheng was the chief constable of the Yanyan County government. Go find Zhang Kecheng yourself. Yan Po knew in her heart that even if she was willing to give money, Zhang Kecheng would not accept it. People who are not related to you are worried that you will bite back and report him. Li Laosai is his eldest brother-in-law, so Zhang Kecheng naturally doesn't have this worry. Zhang Kecheng should be here soon. When he arrives, he will come and see Li Laosai. Yan Po made up her mind and said secretly. She still wants to get closer to Zhang Kecheng. Baekaotang. It is the only medicine hall in Qingnuji. The doctor there, Bai Mingliang, has superb medical skills and is well known throughout Qingnuji. And, Bai Lang has very good medical ethics. If he can cure it, he will try his best to treat it. If he can't cure it, he will make it clear to you and prevent you from wasting money. Because of his old age, Bai Mingliang always attends the clinic at 9 in the morning. There are 3 people in the medicine hall, Dr. Bai, his granddaughter Bai Fengwan, and a pharmacist. Because Dr. Bai is old and has inconvenient legs and feet, he cannot go up the mountain to collect medicine, so he decided to find another disciple to inherit the mantle. Grandpa, someone came outside and asked if we would hire a medicine boy for this trick. He seems to be from Mr. Qin's family in the east end of the town. Bai Mingliang has a slim figure, most of his hair is white, and he is wearing a pale white robe. He is eating in the back hall when his granddaughter Bai Fengwan comes in. Oh, Bai Mingliang thought carefully for a while, and he remembered. Qin Sanwai from the east end of the town suffered from chronic pain, dizziness, and heart palpitations. After he was given medicine to control it, he was asked to go back to rest. Unexpectedly, Qin Sanwai died of illness 6 months ago. He borrowed it from Li Laosai during his lifetime. After raising interest, the interest was accumulated and the debt was paid off. 3 large tile-roofed houses and 3 acres of thin farmland were paid off. A pair of children were left with no way of survival. He had heard that his daughter voluntarily sold herself to the city in order to save her younger brother. Tell him to wait and I'll come out. Bai Mingliang put down his job and said. Okay. Bai Fengwan nodded, turned around and went out. Morning. There are 3 or 4 patients waiting in the medicine hall. Qin Wang smelled the strong fragrance of medicine filling his nose and felt uneasy. At this moment, the 12 or 13-year-old girl who had just greeted him came out of the back hall and smiled at him. My grandpa will be out soon. Well, thank you. Qin Wang thanked the girl, who was quite enthusiastic. Baekaotang has 2 concierges, about 10 feet in diameter, with a row of shaped wooden counters in the middle, and rows of wooden cabinets and drawers against the wall behind them. The drawers are labeled with Shuwu, Cassia, and Potati, Wumei, Haijinsha, and other medicinal names. The pharmacist, who was in his 30s, was dispensing Chinese medicine for one of the patients. "Child, I remember you are from the Sanwai family. Your name is Qin Wang, right?" Not long after, Bai Mingliang came out and gave Qin Wang a kind smile. "Yes, Grandpa Bai." Qin Wang nodded. He remembered that his predecessor was called that before. "It's like this. Sometimes the medicine hall needs to go into the mountains to collect medicines. I'm old and can't do the job, so I'm going to hire a medicine boy. Food and accommodation are included, and the salary is separate. If you can bear the hardship, let's talk about it later." Bai Mingliang took a look at Qin Wang. The child was too thin and he was worried that he wouldn't be able to survive. His ultimate goal was to find a disciple of Yi Man. "Grandpa Bai, I can endure hardship." Qin Wang nodded. "Well, if it's convenient, let's get familiar with the medicinal materials starting from today." Bai Mingliang nodded and greeted Bai Fanghuan. "Fanghuan, please familiarize Qin Wang with the medicinal materials first." "Okay, Grandpa." Bai Fanghuan nodded and greeted Qin Wang. "Brother, come with me." Noon, Bai Fanghuan cooks and Qin Wang helps. Even though Bai Fanghuan is only 13 or 14 years old, her cooking skills are good. She made a plate of vinegared cabbage, a plate of dried 5-spice, a plate of fried meat with dried bamboo shoots, a fish soup. Bai Langzhong, Bai Fanghuan, Qin Wang, pharmacist Yu Hai and 4 others ate. Qin Wang ate 2 bowls of rice. "You're right, I finally got to see the meat. As long as you can eat enough every day, your bones will become plump." After dinner, Bai Fanghuan went to wash the dishes. While Qin Wang was sorting out the medicinal materials, he felt very emotional in his heart. He was too thin now, and the ribs could be seen on his chest. If he wanted to grow better, he had to supplement his nutrition. "Brother Wang, Grandpa asked you to follow me to Lijiazhuang and help carry the medicine box." At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Qin Wang was sorting out the medicinal materials. Bai Fanghuan came over and said to Qin Wang, "Ah, going to Lijiazhuang." After hearing Bai Fanghuan's words, Qin Wang was stunned for a while, then nodded and said, "Okay, no problem." He didn't expect that. On the first day of work, he was required to go to Li Laosai's house. He was worried that he would not have a chance to collect 850 taels of silver. Immediately, Qin Wang followed Bai Fanghuan to the front of the medicine hall, but saw a tall man in green clothes with a knife-cut face and a short beard, about 40 years old, with eyes like lightning, standing in the medicine hall with a long knife hanging on his waist. Inside, I was talking to Dr. Bai. There was a deep look of worry on the man's face. "I'm going to Lijiazhuang. You can go with me." When Bai Mingliang saw Qin Wang coming out of the back hall, he immediately motioned for him to carry the medicine box. He was old and could not carry things far, which was also the original intention of looking for the medicine boy. Qin Wang nodded and walked forward, carrying the medicine box on his back. Bai Fanghuan helped him sort it out to see if there was anything left. The man in green seemed to be in a hurry and walked out of Baikao Hall first. Qin Wang followed Bai Mingliang all the way to Lijiazhuang. Is it because Li Laosai is dying? After more than a quarter of an hour, Qin Wang followed Bai Mingliang and looked at Lijiazhuang not far away, his eyes flickering. If he could see Li Laosai die with his own eyes, it would be a happy thing. Not long after, Qin Wang and his group followed the man in green clothes with a knife into Lijiazhuang. Li Laosai, this old man, has done all kinds of bad things. The manor is so big and so luxurious. It's all ill-gotten gains. It was the first time that Qin Wang entered Li Laosai's home. He looked around and couldn't help but smack his lips. Landscape trees, rockery, lotus pond, koi, courtyards, everything. Too luxurious. How much silver does it cost? Compared with his leaky thatched house where it rains heavily outside and drizzles inside, this is a world of difference. The key is that he also controls hundreds of acres of fertile land in Qingnuji and has a share in the fish stall. Brother, it's only been more than a month since we last met, how come you? Brother. Qin Wang didn't look at it for long, and followed Bai Mingliang to the second entrance of the villa. He heard a woman's howling from the room. Outside the room, there were several guards and more than a dozen maids and servants, all with heavy faces and trembling. There were also 2 young men in luxurious clothes standing outside. Seeing Qin Wang and others coming, one of the young men went into the house. After a while, A woman in a yellow skirt who looked 3 points like Li Laosai walked out of the room, knelt down in front of Bai Mingliang, and cried. Dr. Bai, you are finally here. Please save my brother. I beg you. We will give you as much silver as you want. Chungxia, get up quickly. Let me take a look first. Bai Mingliang waved his hand to let Li Chungxia get up, and then asked Qin Wang to go into Li Laosai's room. Bai Mingliang stepped forward, felt Li Laosai's pulse, and diagnosed him. Qin Wang looked around Li Laosai's room. The doors and windows were open, and there was a brazier on the ground. Against the west wall was an exquisite reddish pinewood couch. Li Laosai was lying on the couch, with his head resting high on his head, his eyes slightly closed, his lips humming, and his saliva constantly overflowing. He clenched his fists, his body kept shaking, and he made, ah, and, ah, sounds from his mouth. Chungxia, your brother's wound is too deep, and he has contracted the golden wound spasm. You know this disease. Generally speaking, it is normal to have a few small wounds, and it's okay, but the iron nails your brother encountered were not only rusty, but also soaked in dirty things. This is the root cause of contracting the golden wound spasm. At present, it will only take a few days. I can only give acupuncture and prescribe a medicine to help your brother recover some spirit. Bai Mingliang felt Li Laosai's pulse and turned to Li Chungxia. Li Chungxia burst into tears, covered her mouth to prevent herself from crying, and nodded. Excuse me, Dr. Bai. Give me the silver needle. Dr. Bai gave Qin Wang an order, and Qin Wang immediately opened the medicine box and handed over the needle he needed. At the same time, Qin Wang looked under Li Laosai's bed. Qin Wang only took a glance and found that the bottom of Li Laosai's bed was relatively flat, but it was blocked by a few cloth shoes, and due to the light, it was not very clear. Li Laosai is dying, and he will definitely tell the secret of the 850 taels of silver to his son Li Tianyi. Will it be transferred out by his son? Qin Wang watched Dr. Bai giving Li Laosai acupuncture, and was worried. If it was transferred by Li Laosai's son, there would be twists and turns in his life. It is worthy of Dr. Bai. After a few injections, Li Laosai stopped shaking, and the whole person became much calmer. He opened his eyes, looked at the people in the room, and finally looked at Dr. Bai, and said weakly. Thank you, Dr. Bai. You're welcome, this can only make you conscious temporarily. I'll prescribe some medicine, and you can send someone to get it with me later. Bai Mingliang stood up, Qin Wang put away the medicine box and followed Dr. Bai away. Li Laosai's eyes stayed on Qin Wang for a while, obviously a little surprised. At this time, the man in blue came over and respectfully clasped his fists towards Bai Mingliang. Dr. Bai, from what you said just now, the nail that pierced my brother was placed on the ridge by someone on purpose. Bai Mingliang looked at the man in blue and pondered. Based on my experience, the nail was definitely soaked in the manure pond on purpose, but I'm not sure whether it was placed there on purpose. Thank you, Dr. Bai, for clearing up my doubts. Zheng Kecheng nodded and said respectfully. I'll go get the medicine with you. Accompanied by Zheng Kecheng, Qin Wang carried the medicine box and followed Bai Mingliang out of Lijiazhuang. As soon as he went out, he saw Yan Po standing at the door with some things. Seeing Zheng Kecheng, she humbly greeted him. Chief Constable, I'm here to see Brother Li. Well, I'll go get the medicine, you go in first. Zheng Kecheng nodded to Yan Po. Qin Wang and Bai Mingliang returned to Baekotang. It was almost 6 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, there were no patients. Bai Fengwan had already prepared the food and was waiting for Grandpa and Qin Wang to come back. Dr. Bai came back and prepared the Chinese medicine. Zheng Kecheng took the Chinese medicine and left. Pharmacist Yu Hai left work early. In the evening, only Bai Mingliang, Bai Fengwan and Qin Wang had dinner, and they still had 3 dishes and 1 soup. Child, you should eat more and strengthen your body. Bai Mingliang said kindly to Qin Wang. Yes, I know. Qin Wang nodded. The food in Baekotang was good. It would probably take no time for him to be strong. Grandpa, Li Laosai will only be here for a few days, right? At this time, Bai Fengwan looked at Grandpa Bai Mingliang and blinked her curious eyes. You are disrespectful. Can you call Li Laosai? You should call him Uncle Li in terms of seniority. Bai Mingliang frowned. I don't have such an uncle. He made so many people homeless. He took away the house and land of my elder brother's family at a low price. He has no conscience. He got his retribution. Bai Fengwan raised her little mouth, and her big grape-like eyes showed resentment. Fengwan, you have to remember. No matter what kind of person he is, the seniority cannot be changed. Maybe, this is the price he paid. Dr. Bai looked at Bai Fengwan and sighed. Night, Li Jiazhuang, Zhang Kecheng, Li Chengxia, the eldest lady, and Li Tianyi were all in the room, looking at Li Laosai. Brother, have you offended anyone recently? As the chief constable of the county government, Zhang Kecheng has solved countless cases. He immediately felt that his elder brother-in-law was being targeted. Who did you offend? After receiving acupuncture from Dr. Bai, although his whole body was still shaking slightly, he was much better and no longer drooling. He thought about it and said, I lent some debts, bought 12 acres of land, and more. Li Laosai told Zhang Kecheng what he had done in bits and pieces. They were all interest-bearing debts, buying land and houses at low prices. Needless to say, they were all offensive. Don't worry, brother. I will personally arrest Li Ligang and that fool and put them in jail. As for the second wife, although her brother I Lianyan is already the guardian of the goldfish gang, I will make her pay the price. Also, the person who spread the news of the second wife's affair is not well-intentioned. I will definitely catch him. Zhang Kecheng listened to his brother-in-law Li Chunli and said in a deep voice. Over the years, his brother-in-law has given back a lot, and with the relationship of relatives, he must take action. Another thing, if he catches the murderer, he can also have more achievements, so why not do it? Kecheng, brother, time is running out. Orphans and widows, please help me. Li Laosai looked at his brother-in-law Zhang Kecheng, his voice intermittent. After saying so much, he just felt groggy. Brother, I'm here, the Li family is fine. Zhang Kecheng patted his chest and promised. Yeah, Li Laosai fell asleep after hearing Zhang Kecheng's words. When Qin Wang returned home, he closed the door and began to practice Teizu Chengquan. According to the pictures on the manuscript, he annotated again and again. When he was tired, he took a break and continued. Time passed. In a blink of an eye. It was early morning. Ding. Daily information refresh. Today's information. 1. You went to Lijiazhuang yesterday and saw Li Laosai, and obtained relevant information. Li Laosai will have a last moment tonight and will die tomorrow night. 2. You practiced martial arts Teizu Chengquan yesterday, and obtained relevant information. Diligence can make up for shortcomings. You will enter Teizu Chengquan in 4 days. 3. You met Baikeotang Bai Fengwan yesterday and obtained relevant information. Bai Fengwan expressed dissatisfaction with your experience. He felt that you were too thin and wanted to cook an extra meat dish tomorrow. 4. You saw the county government chief arresting Zhang Kecheng yesterday and obtained relevant information. Zhang Kecheng is preparing to catch the murderer who planted the nails and the person who spread the news to gain credit for himself. At the same time, he is also somewhat interested in his uncle's family property. 5. You met Zhang Kecheng yesterday and obtained relevant information. He will break through to the second-rate state of perfection in 3 months. 6. You met Dr. Bai Mingliang yesterday and obtained relevant information. Bai Mingliang is worried that his time is running out and his granddaughter is too young and has no one to take care of him. 7. You met Baikeotang pharmacist Yu Hai yesterday and obtained relevant information. Yu Hai wants to become a disciple of Dr. Bai, and he has hidden hostility towards you as a newcomer. 8. You met Li Laosai's eldest wife Fei Feiyan yesterday and obtained relevant information. She is worried that if Li Laosai dies, his orphans and widowed mother will be bullied. 9. You met Li Laosai's maid Bai He yesterday and obtained relevant information. Li Laosai is about to die. The young master Li Tianyi is unlearned and has no skills to support the family. Bai He feels that the Li family is declining, and she is considering whether to wait for an opportunity to get rich. Make a fortune privately. 10. You listened to a patient talking about the Zhong Festival yesterday and got relevant information. The annual Zhong Festival in Yanyan County will start in half a year. This year it is the Chen family's turn to give birth to 4 virgins. Finally refreshed, Qin Wang looked at the information on the panel with anticipation in his eyes as he read. Li Laosai will die tomorrow night. It's a pity that he didn't see that his family was ruined. Qin Wang was very happy to see that Li Laosai was finally dying of tetanus. Next, he would find a way to bring down the Li family and get the 850 taels of silver or even more. After all, Sister Qin Shuimei's ransom money must be obtained from Li Laosai. This old guy Li Laosai still has 2 days left to live. We must add some fire to him and make him angry to death. Qin Wang looked thoughtful and had a plan in mind. He remembered that Li Laosai had dozens of shops in Qingnuji, and they all got them from others. There are only 4 days left to get started with Teizu Chengquan. Qin Wang looked at the second piece of information and nodded. Teizu Chengquan can see the progress, and there is hope for becoming stronger. This little girl Bai Fengwan is quite nice. Seeing the third piece of information, Qin Wang smiled slightly. This girl thought that she was too thin, so she actually planned to add food to herself today. It was commendable. Is Chief Catcher Zheng Kecheng interested in Li Laosai's family property? Qin Wang looked at the fourth and fifth pieces of information and frowned deeply. He didn't expect that. Zheng Kecheng also coveted the Li family's property. To know, Zheng Kecheng is the chief arrester of the county government. His martial arts skills are in the second-rate stage. He is in charge of nearly 100 arresters and controls the safety of Yanyan County. He cannot be Zheng Kecheng's opponent for the time being. Zheng Kecheng coveted Li Laosai's property, and it would be very difficult for him to get Li Laosai's money. Everything in the world is changing. I have an intelligence panel and I can always find a way. Qin Wang calmed down and continued to check the information. Yu Hai, is that middle-aged pharmacist hostile to me? When Qin Wang saw the seventh piece of information, he was a little speechless. He just wanted to eat and read medical books, but he was also noticed. Ignore him. If he wants to harm me, that would be embarrassing. Li Laosai is about to die, and all the servants have different thoughts and plans for themselves. Qin Wang looked at the ninth piece of information and sighed. This is also human nature, who wouldn't do it for himself? The Li family is about to collapse, and the people below are bound to take advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune. Sacrifice to the river god. Start in half a year. This time, it is the turn of the Chen family of the fourth family to give birth to a virgin. Qin Wang looked at the last message with twinkling eyes. Sacrifice to the river god is an annual event. Every year, 4 boys and 4 girls sink into the river to pray for good weather and good harvests. 12 large gatherings and the 4 major families in the county take turns giving birth to boys and girls. Give Li Laosai another boost. Qin Wang stood up, took out the charcoal, closed the door, avoided the watchman, and walked to Qingnuji in the middle of the night. The next day, Baekaotang, Qin Wang was handling medicinal materials in the back hall. Bai Fengwan walked in from the outside and said to Qin Wang, "Brother, I have some interesting news for you." What interesting news? Qin Wang's eyes flashed. I don't know who it was last night. I wrote in charcoal on the wall of Li Laosai's shop in Jisheng. When Li Laosai dies, dig his grave and whip his corpse 800 times. They also dug up his ancestral graves. Now everywhere in Jisheng passing on. Li Laosai knows, don't be so angry. Bai Fengwan has a great sense of justice, and she seems to like hearing about Li Laosai's failure. Is there still this matter? Qin Wang pretended not to know, but in fact, this was what he did in the early hours of last night. What he wanted was to give Li Laosai a boost. After all, Li Laosai is dying. It would be even better to make him mad. Yes, brother, tell me, could this person be the mysterious person who said that Li Laosai was a grudge last time? Bai Fengwan looked very happy. I don't know about that. Then Li Laosai has done all the bad things. Maybe this is retribution. Qin Wang smiled slightly and continued to sort out the medicinal materials. Noon, Lijazhuang. The second step is to enter the classic wing room. The eldest lady Fei Feiyan and her son Li Tianyi stayed in the room, talking to Li Laosai, who was weakly breathing and still conscious. Mrs. Husband's heavenly art. I have 2 places where I hide my money. Li Laosai saw that all the maids had gone out and his sister was not there, so he immediately handed over his will intermittently. At this moment, there was a rush of footsteps outside. Li Laosai paused and looked at the door. Not long after, butler Chen Pu stood at the door, out of breath, and said, "Sir, madam, the person who spread rumors at the market I just went to appears again." What rumors are being spread again? The eldest lady frowned when she heard this. That man, he wrote in charcoal on the wall of our Li family's concierge, saying wait for the master, wait for the master. Chen Pu looked at Mr. Li Laosai carefully and said nothing further. You said it. Li Laosai motioned intermittently for Chen Pu to continue speaking. The man said that after 100 years, he will dig his grave and whip his corpse 800 times. He will also dig up the graves of his 18 generations of ancestors. Chen Pu looked at the master and told the news he got at the meeting. Dig my grave and whip my corpse. Thief, thief bullies. Ah ha ah. Hearing that someone wanted to dig his own grave and whip the corpse, Li Laosai's eyes suddenly widened and he became excited. His whole body was shaking and he was foaming at the mouth. His body suddenly straightened up and he said, ah, aha, just lay down, tilted his head, and there was no sound again. Ah, master, 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 what's wrong with you? Father. Seeing that the master was still silent, the eldest lady, Li Tianyi, and Chen Pu all shouted loudly. When the maids and servants outside heard the sound, they also rushed in. Bai Keotang, Qin Wang, Bai Mingliang, and Bai Fengwan were eating when Li Laosai's butler Chen Pu appeared at the door and said anxiously. Dr. Bai, come on, help me, my master, he's passed out. Xiao Qin, carry the medicine box and go with me. Bai Mingliang sighed inwardly when he heard this. He knew, Master Li's time has come, and going to take a look is just doing his best. Okay. Qin Wang hurriedly carried the medicine box on his back and followed Dr. Bai to Lijiazhuang. More than a quarter of an hour later, in Lijiazhuang, in the second wing of Li Laosai, Dr. Bai checked Li Laosai's eyelids and pulse, shook his head, and said to the eldest lady and sister-in-law Li Chengxia. Madam, according to my estimation, it should be tomorrow night. How? The master, because he heard the rumor in the market that someone wanted to wait for him for 100 years and dig his grave, he was so angry that he didn't calm down for a while. Woo woo woo. The eldest lady said sadly. Sister-in-law Li Chengxia, Li Tianyi and others were crying on the side. Hey, condolences, Bai Mingliang said to the eldest lady and Li Chengxia, and then called Qin Wang back. Li Laosai was already dead. Qin Wang took a deep look at Li Laosai's body, glanced under the bed, and followed Bai Mingliang out. It's what he deserves. He's finally dead. Qin Wang was very happy at the moment. It seems that his spreading of the news did contribute to Li Laosai's death. The news that Li Laosai died of anger on the spot when he heard that someone was going to dig up his grave spread all over Qingnuji and became the talk of restaurants and tea houses. Qin Wang still worked in Baikeotang during the day and went home to practice Teizu Chengquan at night. Time passed. In a blink of an eye, it was 4 days later. It was midnight. Qin Wang was practicing boxing in the main room. He had just played a Chongbu Shuangzong, and suddenly, he heard a ding sound. At the same time, in his mind, there were more strands of enlightenment about the 32 styles of Teizu Chengquan, and some more words appeared on the right page board. Qin Wang, lifespan, 1767. Skills, cooking, beginner. Progress, 788 800ths. Effects, cooking, steaming, boiling, deep frying, frying, roasting, braising, and mixing. Diligence can make up for lack of talent. You can become proficient in 2 or 3 months. Martial arts, Teizu Chengquan, beginner. Progress, 1/800th. Effects, flexible footwork, long-range attack and short-range defense, strong explosive power, good at close combat, and can achieve a small success in 2 years. Teizu Chengquan, I finally got started. Martial arts begins. Qin Wang looked at the panel on the right side of the page, with anticipation in his eyes. With the panel, as long as you keep improving your liver proficiency, you will always succeed one day. And, the above shows that Teizu Chengquan can be accomplished in 2 years. Ding. At the same time, time passed into the early morning. Information refreshed today. Today's information. 1. You paid attention to the news about the deceased Li Laosai yesterday and obtained relevant information. Li Laosai was about to tell his son about the 2 pieces of money he had hidden. When he learned that someone was going to dig up the grave and whip the corpse, he died on the spot. The money he hid would never be found. Every day. 2. You got started with Teizu Chengquan yesterday and obtained relevant information. If you work hard to make up for your shortcomings, you will enter the third-rate realm in 3 months. 3. You paid attention to the funeral of Li Laosai in Lijiazhuang yesterday and obtained relevant information. There will be a huge fire in the morning hall of Lijiazhuang late tonight. The eldest lady Fei Feiyan, Li Laosai's only son Li Tianyi, and 3 servants and maids died in the fire. 4. Yesterday you saw the county government chief arresting Zheng Kechong and obtained relevant information. Zheng Kechong was the one who made his wife Li Chengxia feel that she spared no effort to serve the Li family, and decided to release Li Laosai's debts and put him in jail on all charges. 5. You met the county government chief Zheng Kechong yesterday and obtained relevant information. Zheng Kechong will go to the Hejiang River tomorrow to meet with the messenger of Tianyin Alliance Sichin and receive a reward of a pill. This pill will be of great help to his breakthrough. 6. You met Dr. Bai Mingliang yesterday and obtained relevant information. Bai Mingliang was very satisfied with your performance and decided to continue observation. 7. You passed by Xie Tianxing, killer number 54 of the blood-killing palace yesterday, and obtained relevant information. The target Xie Tianxing is looking for is the daughter of Saint Feng Yao who lived in Dakang country 13 years ago. 8. You met Li Laosai's housekeeper Chen Pu yesterday and obtained relevant information. Chen Pu decided to resign as the housekeeper of the Li family and go back to open a small shop. 9. You met Yan Po yesterday and obtained relevant information. Li Laosai died. Yan Po was reluctant to part with this way of making money and decided to stay with Zheng Kechong even if he took less. 10. You met fisherman Li Yunhai yesterday and obtained relevant information. Li Yunhai will catch a strange red carp in Hejiang tomorrow. This fish is actually a gold-winged red carp, which is a great tonic for warriors. It can speed up martial arts training. The information has been updated. Qin Wang looked at the updated information with anticipation in his eyes. What a coincidence. Li Laosai was about to hand over his will, but he was so angry at my news about digging up graves and whipping corpses that he died on the spot. It was too late to hand over his will. Qin Wang was surprised when he looked at the first piece of information. I obviously just wanted to piss off Li Laosai, but I didn't expect that he would have no time to hand over his will. Then I can get the 850 taels of silver when I have time, that's it. Am I going to enter the third-rate realm in 3 months? Qin Wang looked at the second piece of information, and his heart moved with great anticipation. Although it is only a third-rate realm, it is still a huge improvement. There will be a fire in Lijiazhuang's morning hall tomorrow night. Will the eldest lady, Li Tianyi, and several maids and servants be burned to death? Li Laosai, this is too miserable. If he knew hell, would he be so angry that he would die again? Qin Wang's eyes lit up when he looked at the third piece of information. Zheng Kechong wants to arrest the person Li Laosai let go of debt. Including me. Qin Wang looked at the fourth message and his expression suddenly darkened. If Zheng Kechong is shameless, with his second-rate late-level cultivation, he really can't escape, and he must find a way to resolve it. Zheng Kechong met with the messenger of Tianyin Alliance Sichin. Was he rewarded with elixirs? The reason why he was able to break through to second-rate perfection was because of this elixir. The messenger of the Heavenly Fate Alliance. Qin Wang looked at the fifth piece of information. There was no news about the Tianyin Alliance in his memory. You must know that Zheng Kechong is probably one of the top masters in Yanyan County with his second-rate late-stage strength. Otherwise, you won't be able to take the position of chief arrester of Yanyan County. Did not expect. A Sichin messenger from the Tianyin Alliance came. Such a powerful Zheng Kechong had to go to see him, which shows that this Tianyin Alliance is not a trivial force. Dr. Bai are satisfied with me. Well, maybe I can borrow some medical books today and come back and read them tonight. Qin Wang looked at the sixth piece of information and thought to himself. In the past few days, he has been familiar with various medicinal materials. Looking at a human body meridian diagram, he feels that he has learned a lot. If he practices martial arts in the future, he will be able to understand it if he gets the method of internal strength cultivation. The Little Green Bull collection actually attracted killer number 54 of the blood-killing hall. Are there other killers with the human and sky characters? Qin Wang looked at the seventh piece of information with a thoughtful look on his face. And Yan Po, Li Laosai is dead, it's time to find an opportunity to kill her. Qin Wang ignored the eighth piece of information, looked at the ninth piece of information, and secretly made up his mind. Ha, Uncle Yunhai will catch a gold-winged red carp in Hejiang today. Will it help in martial arts training? This is exactly what I need. If I eat this fish, my Teizu Chengquan progress will be accelerated. Seeing the 10th piece of information, Qin Wang's eyes showed anticipation. This is an attempt. If it can really improve the proficiency of Teizu Chengquan, that would be great. Then you will become stronger faster. Sleep, and say hello to Uncle Yunhai early tomorrow morning. Just say that Dr. Bai is old and asked me to help him buy a better fish to replenish his body. If he catches a strange fish, he can keep it for me. Qin Wang thought to himself. I have 21 taels of silver, but I can't reveal my wealth, so I have to use my doctor's name. Qin Wang thought about this and fell asleep. The next day, Qin Wang got up at 6 o'clock, washed up, and started playing Teizu Chengquan. From time to time, he looked through the window to see if Uncle Yunhai next door was up. He doesn't need to cook now. Baekaotang is in charge of the food. He can go directly in the morning and Bai Fengwan's rice will be ready. About a quarter of an hour later, the door to Uncle Yunhai's house next door opened. Qin Wang immediately put away his fists and walked out to say hello. Uncle Yunhai, you are leaving so early. Yeah, I can't afford to go early. Li Yunhai said with a simple smile. Xiao Qin, how do you feel in Baekaotang? Mrs. Bai is very good, work hard, she is much better than me at fishing. Uncle Yunhai, Dr. Bai is very good to me. I have 3 meals a day. I don't have to worry about being hungry. As Qin Wang spoke, he changed the subject and said, oh, by the way, Uncle Yunhai, Dr. Bai is getting older. Let me see where you can find some fish to replenish your body. The price is easy to find. If you encounter one, can you help me keep it? Dr. Bai wants it, okay. If you have it, I'll keep it for you. Li Yunhai nodded after hearing this. After chatting with Qin Wang for a while, he left with the fishing net on his back. Baekaotang. Qin Wang and Bai Fengwan worked together to sort out the medicinal materials, while Dr. Bai treated the patients who came in from time to time. Yu Hai is responsible for dispensing medicine. Qin Wang could feel the slightest hint of hostility in Yu Hai's eyes, but he ignored it. 5 p.m. Since there were not many patients coming to the hospital, Bai Fengwan prepared meals early. Grandpa Bai, I would like to borrow a medical book to read at night. Do you think that's okay? After eating, Qin Wang looked at Bai Mingliang, with a thirst for knowledge in his eyes. There are medical books on the bookshelf in the back hall. They are all unique. Let Feng Huan take you to choose them. Just don't lose them. When Bai Mingliang heard this, he looked at Qin Wang with approval. Xiao Qin is still very easy to learn. Thank you Grandpa Bai. Qin Wang cupped his fists and thanked Bai Mingliang, and Bai Fengwan said. Brother Qin, come with me. Bai Mingliang watched Qin Wang and his granddaughter go to the back hall, stroking his beard and nodding. Qin Wang followed Bai Fengwan to the back hall. The bookshelf was against the wall of the back hall. Bai Fengwan took out the medicine key and opened the fine lock. Qin Wang counted the books carefully, and I'm afraid there were no less than a few hundred books. He glanced at it roughly, including Medical Classic, Acupuncture Classic, Pulse Diagnosis Method, Tianwei Medical Slips, Pulse Book Shang Jing, Pulse Book Sha Jing, Hechi Tang Method. Wait. This is a basic medical book. This is the one I read first. You should read this first. Bai Fengwan took out the Medical Classic and handed it to Qin Wang. Qin Wang nodded. This medical classic was about an inch thick, with a yellowish cover and slightly rolled pages at the corners. It had obviously been read frequently. Qin Wang returned home from Baekaotang. Before he entered the house, he passed by the door of Li Yunhai's house and saw Li Yunhai walking out with a fish basket. Xiao Qin, Uncle was lucky today and caught a red carp treasure fish. Do you know what Dr. Hebai wants? Red carp treasure fish. Okay, what's the price? I'll send it to Dr. Bai right away. When Qin Wang heard this, he walked towards Li Yunhai and looked at the fish basket. He saw a carp about a foot long with red scales all over its body and light golden dorsal fins. There was a waterproof bag in the fish basket, which contained some water to prevent the fish from dying. The fish's mouth opened and closed slightly, swimming inside. This is called koi red carp. It is a treasure fish. A fisherman I knew once was lucky enough to catch one. It was bought by a martial arts practitioner in the county. It cost more than 2 taels of silver at the time. If Dr. Bai wanted it, he would give him 2 taels. Quote. Li Yunhai handed the fish basket to Qin Wang and scratched the back of his head, feeling very good. This kind of fish is very rare, and many fishermen have never caught this precious fish in their lives. He caught the treasure fish this time, which was considered good luck. All the other catches were given to the fish pen, so I kept this one. He remembered that Qin Wang said that Dr. Bai wanted this fish. People who eat whole grains would suffer from 3 diseases and 2. Naturally, he did not dare to neglect it when Dr. Bai said that he wanted it. Koi red carp, 2 taels of silver, okay, I'll take it to Baikao Hall now and come back with money for you. Qin Wang took the fish and nodded. He remembered that the intelligence showed that this fish should be called golden-winged red carp, not brocade red carp. Qin Wang didn't point it out. He was taking advantage of Uncle Yunhai. He would look for opportunities to repay him in the future. Qin Wang went back to put the fish in a cloth bag, returned the fish basket, and went to Baikaotang. He actually bought the fish himself, but just borrowed it from Dr. Bai. So, he walked around Qingnuji and came back. He put the fish at home, took 2 taels of silver, and knocked on the door of Li Yunhai's house. Xiao Qin, are you satisfied with Dr. Bai? Li Yunhai opened the door and looked at Qin Wang, with anticipation and anxiety in his eyes. Uncle Yunhai, Dr. Bai is very satisfied. This is 2 taels of silver. He said it would be based on the market price and he couldn't take advantage of you. Qin Wang nodded, took out the 2 taels and 6 pieces of broken silver that he had prepared early, and handed them to Li Yunhai. This is still 20 taels. My eldest child had a cough and fever last time. Dr. Bai saw that I didn't have enough money, so he only charged half of the medicine. Li Yunhai only took 2 taels of silver from Qin Wang, and confiscated the other 6 taels of silver. He remembered Dr. Bai's kindness. Otherwise, he would never have heard that Dr. Bai asked for a special fish and brought it back so thoughtfully. If this fish was brought to the fish pen, someone would definitely be rushing to collect it. Okay, Qin Wang had no choice but to accept the 6 pieces of silver. He accepted this sentiment from Dr. Bai and would repay Uncle Yunhai in the future. The 2 of them were polite again and went back to their houses. My baby's hair is ready. Li Yunchuan came to the door, looked at his mother-in-law Xiao Yan who was standing in the hall, and handed 2 taels of silver into her hand. The mother-in-law is right, you have to be literate, otherwise, what future will you have in fishing like yourself? Look at Xiao Qin, he recognized some words from his father and was accepted as a medicine boy by Dr. Bai. Today is a good day. We have to celebrate. Instead of eating porridge tonight, we will cook brown rice. 1 bowl for each person. Xiao Yan was also very excited. She looked at the money left and right, went into the room, took out the money bag, carefully put it away, and went to the kitchen. Li Yunhai took the 2 children and also went to the kitchen. Laughter came from the kitchen. Qin Wang returned home. Close the door and use iron bars to secure the bolt. Then he took out the golden-winged red carp, cut off the scales, removed the gills, and discarded the fish gall. He was reluctant to throw away the other internal organs, so he had to keep them for cooking soup. This was a great tonic, and the internal organs were also rich in nutrients, can replenish qi and blood. My body is so thin now and I need to take some supplements. Qin Wang lit a hot pot to heat up, threw the golden-winged red carp into the pot, added coarse salt and a piece of ginger to remove the fishy smell, fried both sides to a slightly yellow color, then poured in some well water and started to cook. For such a treasure fish, making soup is the best way to nourish it. Not long after, the kitchen is filled with a rich aroma. The fish soup is milky white and has a sticky consistency. This fish tastes so delicious. Qin Wang picked up the spoon, took a sip of the soup, blew on it and drank it. He felt that his taste buds were instantly opened. The taste was excellent, and it actually had a smooth and creamy feeling. He picked up another piece of fish with chopsticks. The fish meat was light red in color, with only 1 thorn, and was very tender and smooth. Although it only had coarse salt, it had a natural fragrance that made Qin Wang unable to resist picking up another piece, a second piece, and a third piece. Not a moment, Qin Wang ate half of the fish and drank half of the soup. However, he felt a feeling of fullness and could not eat any more. This fish is indeed a treasure. I'm actually full after half a fish. Qin Wang looked at the remaining half of the fish and touched his belly. You must know that he had eaten 3 bowls of rice for every meal in Baekyeotang these days. He was full after eating half of this precious fish. Huh, it's so hot. Qin Wang suddenly felt hot all over his body, full of energy and excitement, and murmured. Is this the effect of Baoyu? Hit Teizu Changquan to dissipate the heat. Thinking of this, Qin Wang started with the 32 moves such as double copies to sealing heaven, and pushing steps with double palms. After getting started, Qin Wang no longer needed to read the secret book, as the 32 movements were already engraved in his mind. While Qin Wang was punching Teizu Changquan, he was paying attention to the book pages in his mind. Qin Wang. Lifespan. 1767. Skill. Cooking Basic. Progress. 799 800ths. Effectiveness. Cooking, steaming, deep frying, roasting, marinating, and mixing. Diligence can make up for your weakness. You can become proficient in it in 2 to 3 months. Martial Arts. Teizu Changquan Introduction. Progress. 9 800ths. Effectiveness. Flexible footwork, long-term attack and short-term attack, strong explosive power, good at melee combat, can be accomplished in 2 years. As expected of Baoyu, I feel my strength has increased a lot after hitting Teizu Changquan once. Come again. Qin Wang suddenly discovered that after eating the golden-winged red carp, he felt that his strength had increased a lot after playing the Teizu Changquan. Chapter 11. When Qin Wang saw that he had eaten the treasure fish, his whole body felt hot. After playing the Teizu Changquan once, he felt that his strength had increased, and he suddenly felt motivated and started fighting hard. After fighting for more than an hour, Qin Wang was sweating profusely. But he still felt very hot all over his body, full of energy and blood, and full of energy. As expected of the golden-winged red carp, increasing qi and blood is really immediate. Qin Wang continued to use Teizu Changquan to digest Baoyu's energy and blood, feeling very satisfied. Intelligence tips: this is not a koi red carp, but a golden-winged red carp, definitely worth more than 2 taels of silver. But Qin Wang didn't dare to eat the remaining half of the fish. He covered the half of the fish and continued to fight Teizu Changquan, waiting for the information to be updated in the early morning. It's gone. It's gone. Qin Wang was playing Teizu Changquan. Suddenly, he heard a faint cry of exclamation from outside. He immediately looked out of the window and saw to his surprise that in the direction of Lijazhuang, fire was soaring into the sky, lighting up the night sky. The howls and screams were shocking. The Li Laosai family is really in trouble. Retribution. Qin Wang looked in the direction of Lijazhuang in the distance and murmured. Li Laosai spent his life calculating and plundering, and in the end, the huge villa was burned down after his death. Qin Wang felt very comfortable when he thought that all of Li Laosai's actions were caused by himself. Revenge at last. But when you get the 850 taels of silver, you will be considered complete. As for Li Laosai's property, there is nothing that can be done. According to intelligence, Li Laosai's eldest wife and eldest son were burned to death, and the younger son Li Tianxin was not his son. Li Laosai's remaining property and hundreds of acres of land and property, according to the inheritance laws of Dakang, the property of extinct households. If there is a stepson, the stepson will inherit; if there is no stepson, the brothers and sisters will inherit. Li Chunli has only one younger sister, Li Chunxia. According to the law, Li Chunxia can inherit part of Li Laosai's land and property. Of course, with Zheng Kecheng here, it is not impossible to inherit them all. Why is there such a big fire all of a sudden? Yeah, with this fire, most of the villa was burned down. Master Li just passed away, and this happened. It's really. I heard that the fire started in the morning hall. There are still people inside. I wonder if they have been rescued. There is someone in the morning hall, and they are probably the ones keeping watch. The Li family is finished. At this time, outside Lijazhuang, people were gathered around, everyone was talking about it, and most of them were gloating about the misfortune. However, more than 100 Qingnu carrying buckets gathered the people and carried water to put out the fire. Among them, most of them are tenants and tenants of Li Laosai. There is a fire in the owner's house, and they have to put out the fire. Although, the host may not remember that you put out the fire. But If you didn't put out the fire, your landlord would definitely remember it, and it would be a big loss if he gives you a rent increase next year. Qingnu gathers at the east end. In a thatched house with earthen walls. Qin Wang no longer paid attention to the burning of Li Laosai's homestead, and continued to use Teizu Chengquan. Ding. Information refreshed daily. Today's information. 1. You ate half a golden-winged red carp yesterday and obtained relevant information. Your energy and blood have been greatly increased, and your physical fitness has doubled. 2. Your energy and blood surged yesterday, you obtained relevant information, and you can make up for your shortcomings through diligence. You will enter the third-rate realm in 70 days. 3. You watched the fire in Lijiazhuang yesterday and obtained relevant information. Most of the village in Lijiazhuang was burned, and the Li family was completely wiped out. Only the sister-in-law Li Chengxia can inherit the land. 4. You watched the Li family fire yesterday and obtained relevant information. Zheng Kecheng will thoroughly investigate the arsonist, and you will become one of his suspected targets. 5. You met Li Yunhai yesterday and obtained relevant information. Li Yunhai received 2 taels of silver and will take his son to the school to learn literacy tomorrow. 6. You read the medical scriptures yesterday and obtained relevant information. Your medical skills will start in 5 days. 7. You ate golden-winged red carp yesterday and received relevant information. There was a half-pound golden-winged red carp in the reed swamps in the tributaries of the Hejiang River. 8. You met Bai Fengwan yesterday and obtained relevant information. Bai Fengwan especially wanted to eat candied haws and roasted chestnuts. 9. You met Yan Po at Qingnuji yesterday and obtained relevant information. Yan Po hid 220 taels of broken silver in the closet of a wing room in a courtyard in the east of the county. 10. You paid attention to the fire in Lijiazhuang yesterday and obtained relevant information. 6 people died in Lijiazhuang, including Li Laosai. It will be completely ruined and become a ghost place where no one dares to go. Power almost doubled. Qin Wang looked at the first piece of information and nodded secretly. After eating half a golden-winged red carp and practicing Teizu Chengquan for more than an hour to digest the energy of the treasure fish, he felt that his strength had greatly increased. He clenched his hands into fists and felt a much stronger sense of power than before. It was very different from the way it was blown down by a gust of wind before. Am I going to enter the third-rate realm in 70 days? Eating half a fish, 20 days early. Qin Wang remembered that before eating the golden-winged red carp, the intelligence showed that it would take 3 months to enter the third-rate realm. Now it is 20 days earlier. Does this mean that as long as there are enough treasure fish, his strength can be improved faster? Upgrade. It seems that while studying medicine, you also have to use the information to make more money, buy precious fish and precious medicines, and take them. This way we can become stronger faster. Qin Wang thought to himself. If you want to become stronger, you have to earn more money. His reliance is the daily intelligence panel. The Li family is extinct. Li Laosai's sister Li Chengxia inherits all his properties. Am I one of the targets of Zheng Kecheng's suspicion of arson? Qin Wang looked at the third and fourth pieces of information and frowned. How should he dispel Zheng Kecheng's suspicion? You still have to make a careful calculation. Will my medical skills be introduced in 5 days? Qin Wang looked at the sixth piece of information and his eyes lit up. This is good. This introduction to medical skills will be of great use in the future. In the reed swamps of the Hejiang tributaries, is there a golden-winged red carp weighing half a catty? Qin Wang looked at the information in the seventh piece of information and sighed. He didn't know how to swim. He couldn't catch the golden-winged red carp in the tributary, so he could only hope that the fish would be happy. Bai Fengwan wants to eat candied haws and roasted chestnuts. I'll give it to her when I have time. Qin Wang looked at the eighth piece of information, his heart moved, and he thought to himself. Recent. Bai Fengwan often adds food to herself. She is indeed a good little girl. Improving the relationship with her will help him grow stronger. Po Yan has 220 taels of silver in the county town. Qin Wang looked at the ninth piece of information and his eyes lit up. This is great. Let's see when we have the opportunity to go to the county seat, get this money, and then kill this old witch. This old guy, after so many years of harm to so many people, actually saved so much. There is also another courtyard. So many people have died in Lijiazhuang and it has become a ghost town. No one dares to go there. I will go under Li Laosai's bed to get the money. Qin Wang's eyes lit up when he looked at the 10th piece of information. But the Li family was burned, which was equivalent to annihilation. Naturally, Li Chengxia could no longer live in Lijiazhuang. By then, there would be no one in Lijiazhuang, and there must be many people watching to fight against the autumn wind. She must seize the time, otherwise, the 850 taels of silver will be advanced by others. It's a big loss if you find out. After reading the updated information, Qin Wang continued to practice Teizu Chengquan for half an hour, and suddenly felt that the hot feeling had subsided. He dried himself with a dry towel and fell asleep. It is already winter, and if you take a shower after sweating profusely, you will definitely get cold. The next day, 5 o'clock in the morning, Qin Wang woke up, washed himself with willow branches and plant ashes, and then closed the door. Boil the half-golden winged red carp that you didn't finish yesterday and continue eating. Fight Teizu Chengquan for more than an hour, and after all the energy of Baoyu has been consumed, I will go to Baikao Hall. Half of the golden-winged red carp was eaten by Qin Wang after a while, and his body became hot again. Qin Wang opened his stance and started hitting Teizu Chengquan. As time flows, Qin Wang looked above his head, and heat came out of his body, forming white smoke and drifting into the room. 9 a.m. In Lijiazhuang, upon entering the morning hall, there was a woman in a yellow dress sitting paralyzed on the ground. She had a withered face, a runny nose, her hair was messy, her tears had dried, and she sat there motionless. At this time, most of the houses in the entire villa were burned into ruins, and the dark beams were reduced to charcoal. Niang, this is the end of the matter, you have to take care of yourself. Several maids were waiting beside Li Chengxia. Brother, if you leave, my nephew will go with you. My Li family will be cut off from now on, brother. Li Chengxia couldn't help but feel sad when she thought that she would no longer have her mother's family. Madam, what happened to Zhuangzi? At this moment, a middle-aged man with a long knife hanging on his waist, wearing green clothes and a strong aura swept in like a gust of wind and helped Li Chengxia up. Last night, Tianyi and my sister-in-law stayed at the funeral with 3 maids and servants. My sister-in-law asked me to go back to the room first. Unexpectedly, the fire started in the morning hall shortly after I returned to the room. My nephew and sister-in-law went with my brother. My natal family is now there's no one left. When Li Chengxia saw her husband Zhang Kecheng coming back, she was immediately filled with sadness and cried into his arms. Oops, I went back to the county office yesterday, why did something like this happen? If I were here, I would rescue Tianyi no matter what. When Zhang Kecheng heard this, he immediately beat his chest and blamed himself. His eye circles gradually turned red and he kept wiping tears. Uncle, Niang, I took a closer look and found that there were actually 3 fire points in the fire last night. At this moment, Steward Chen Pu came forward, clasped his fists at Zhang Kecheng and Li Chengxia, and said respectfully, 3 points of fire. When Zhang Kecheng heard this, a trace of undetectable gloom flashed in his eyes, and he said immediately, let me see. Madam, what Butler Chen said is true. The fire was set in 3 places, the morning hall, the side room, and the main hall. Zhang Kecheng walked to the ruins of the morning hall and inspected it carefully. His face gradually became gloomy and he said, according to my years of experience, if a candle falls over and catches fire in the middle of the night, there will only be one ignition point. This is obviously someone who killed my brother and his family. What? Someone set fire to kill my brother and his family? Li Chengxia stepped forward, checked the 3 fire points Zhang Kecheng said, and gritted her teeth. Kecheng, I treated you well when I was alive. You are my dearest person. Now, my family has been murdered. You must find out the murderer and avenge me. Madam, my business is my business. Zhang Kecheng smashed a granite roller in front of the morning hall into pieces with one palm, and said sternly, I will definitely find out the murderer who set fire to my brother, skin him and cramp him, and cut his body into thousands of pieces to comfort my brother's spirit in heaven. Yanyan County, Chen family. In a side hall, sitting there was a woman who was about 60 years old, with a graceful temperament, wearing a green thumb ring on her right index finger, wearing a brocade fur coat, and exuding an imposing nobility. Behind her stood 2 pretty maids aged 17 or 18. In front of the woman, stood 4 thinly dressed girls, about 15 or 16 years old. These 4 girls lowered their heads and did not dare to look at the lady in front of them. They were all very reserved. Xiao Zi, Xiao Lan, Xiao Qing, Xiao Mei, you all were sold to my Chen family's laundry room because your family had no way to make a living. Do you want to make a lot of money to support your family? The old woman looked at Qin Shuimei and the other 4 people in front of her with a warm expression. Qin Shuimei, Xiaozi and other 4 girls raised their heads, twirled their clothes one by one, and nodded. I believe you have heard that in half a year's Junction Festival, it will be my Chen family's turn to give birth to a virgin. As long as the virgins are willing to serve as sacrifices, each of them will receive a subsidy of 20 taels of silver for your family. No need to go to the laundry room anymore, you will be satisfied with delicious food and drinks for the past 6 months. The old lady glanced at Qin Shuimei and others and narrowed her eyes slightly. These 4 little girls are young and yellow-flowered girls. They are the best candidates to offer sacrifices to Zhang Shen. She is telling them that if they are disobedient and unwilling, the laundry room will take special care of them in the future. It will only take half a month to torture them to death. It's over. Hearing what the old lady said, the 3 girls, Xiao Zi, Xiao Lan, and Xiao Qing, all watched in silence. They knew in their hearts that to offer sacrifices to the river god was to be thrown into the river on the day of the sacrifice to the river god and become sacrifices to the river god. Good food, in exchange for good weather and a bumper harvest in the coming year. To say it nicely is to serve Zhang Shen, but to say it badly is equivalent to death. Madam, I do. Before I offer sacrifices to Zhang, I want to see my family. Qin Shuimei slowly raised her head and looked at the old lady. She knew in her heart that the old lady was giving you a notice, not a discussion with you. She had no choice. Once you disobey, the Chen family has plenty of ways to torture you to death. Anyway, everyone is dead. It is better to die worthily. I voluntarily sold myself to the Chen family in exchange for 600 coins, just so that my brother could survive for a while. If I get another 20 taels of silver, my brother can build a house, at least, he can live without worries. Who doesn't want to live? But if the outcome cannot be reversed in the end, it is better to exchange for 20 taels of silver, which is considered to be the last time to help my brother. In the future, he can only rely on himself. Very good, what is your name? The old lady looked at Qin Shuimei and was very pleased. Every year, the sacrifice to the river god requires 12 episodes of Yanyan County. The 4 major families take turns to send boys and girls. Naturally, the members of these big families will not be sacrifices. They are all boys and girls bought with silver to replace the sacrifices. It has become a routine. This is also the original intention of the Chen family to buy laundry slaves in advance this time. Madam, my name is Qin Shuimei. Qin Shuimei lowered her head and twisted the corner of her clothes. Well, very good. The old lady nodded to Qin Shuimei and looked at the other 3 people with displeasure. You don't want to. Xiao Zi, Xiao Lan, and Xiao Qing were silent. No one would think about dying. I am informing you. Anyway, you can think about it for 3 days and then reply to me. The old lady's face darkened. If she was not worried that the sacrifice would disturb the river god by crying during the sacrifice, she would have directly tied up the laundry slaves. Why would she spend money to talk to them? They were all sold to the Chen family. Even if the master beat them to death, it would not be a big deal. Old lady Chen left. Sister Shuimei, being a sacrifice means death, are you serious? Xiao Zi, Xiao Qing, and Xiao Lan looked at Qin Shuimei. Although they were sold to the Chen family, their parents said before they left that they would redeem them under certain conditions in the future, so they naturally did not want to die. Do you and I have a choice? Qin Shuimei lowered her head and looked at her toes, muttering to herself. If I hadn't come to the Chen family, I would have starved to death. Madam, this is a notice. If you don't agree, you won't live for half a year. Xiao Zi, Xiao Qing, and Xiao Lan were all silent. The old lady has already spoken. If you don't agree, you will be ungrateful. In the future, you will definitely be beaten to death and disappear silently like your other sisters. Afternoon. There are no patients in Baikao Hall, and Dr. Bai is resting in the back hall. Qin Wang and Bai Fengwan were collecting medicinal materials in the back hall. He saw a vendor diagonally opposite carrying a straw target with some candied haws on it, and immediately went out to buy 2 bunches of candied haws. Have you heard? Li Laosai originally said he would be buried today, but there was a fire last night and something happened to his wife and son, so they will be buried together tomorrow. Mr. Zheng announced that anyone who is in the market can go to the banquet. Just put some incense on it. You can go as long as you're on the market. Yes, Mr. Li's brother-in-law has spoken. Then I have to go there tomorrow. Who wouldn't go if I have something to eat? Qin Wang walked towards the hawker, and suddenly heard a conversation between the hawker and several vendors next to him, and his heart suddenly moved. Have a meal. Qin Wang felt that this was a good place to eat. You can step on the 850 taels of silver, and another one. There are more people eating at the table, which can trigger more useful intelligence. Also, if you kill Li Laosai, you can still eat his table, why not? Li Laosai, you didn't expect it, did you? I killed you, but I can still eat at your table. Qin Wang looked in the direction of Lijiazhuang and felt very satisfied. Qin Wang took out a few coins, bought 2 bunches of candied haws, brought them back, and stuffed them into Bai Fengwan's hand. Wow, big brother, sugar-coated haws of sugar haws. For me. Seeing the candied haws, Bai Fengwan's beautiful eyes showed surprise and she jumped for joy. Well, today's candied haws of sugar is very good, so I'll buy one for you. Qin Wang nodded. Recently, Bai Fengwan saw that he was too thin, so he cooked an extra dish every day to let him eat more. It was appropriate to give him a candied haws in return. Thank you, brother. One for each. Bai Fengwan's beautiful eyes flashed, and she handed 1 bunch to Qin Wang, and then tasted it in small sips. I was ordered by Mr. Zheng to take away the suspect of the arson case in Lijiazhuang. Is Qin Wang here? At this moment, a man's cold and stern voice sounded in the Baikeotang Medicine Hall. Brother, is the county government arresting officer looking for you? Bai Fengwan looked at Qin Wang with a confused expression. She also heard that the man's tone was not very good. Go and have a look. Various thoughts flashed through Qin Wang's mind. Early morning intelligence showed that Zheng Kecheng would thoroughly investigate the arsonist, and he would become one of his suspected targets. It seemed that Zheng Kecheng had already begun the investigation. Qin Wang knew in his heart that these days, there is no need to blame anyone. Too much surrender. It's impossible not to go. You still have to deal with it carefully. Sir, I am Qin Wang, what do you do with me? When Qin Wang came to the front hall, he saw a middle-aged man in soaked clothes with a medium build, a strong aura, and a long knife hanging on his waist. He stood in the middle of the medicine hall with his feet in an uneven position, and his eyes were scanning like electricity. Are you Qin Wang? The middle-aged head catcher looked at Qin Wang and said calmly. I am Lin Bao, the county police chief. According to the investigation, there is evidence that you are related to the arson incident in Lijiazhuang last night. Come with me. Sir, I am Qin Wang, but I didn't go anywhere yesterday. This. Qin Wang frowned deeply. Master, what evidence do you have? Are you sure that my brother is related to the Lijiazhuang arson case? Behind Qin Wang, Bai Fengwan held the candied haws and asked. There were 3 fires in Lijiazhuang last night, indicating that it was arson. Mr. Zheng issued an order to take away all those who had disputes with Mr. Li for investigation. Your 3 tile-roofed houses and 3 acres of land were once destroyed by Mr. Li. There is a strong suspicion of arson for taking away the debt, so you should follow me to Lijiazhuang for investigation. Quote. Save me any physical pain. The head catcher Lin Bao held his hand on the handle of the knife, his tone unquestionable, as if he was following orders. Just because my farmland and tile-roofed house have been foreclosed on, do you suspect me of arson? Qin Wang suddenly laughed angrily. Zheng Kecheng, this fool, is really not a son of a man. Too domineering. Mr. Lin, let's do this. I'm still a bit thin-faced. Let's make a guarantee together. I guarantee that Xiao Qin will not do such a thing. At this moment, an old voice came from behind Qin Wang. Qin Wang turned around and looked. But they found Dr. Bai wearing a cotton-padded jacket standing at the door of the back hall. Grandpa Bai. Qin Wang looked at Bai Mingliang. He didn't expect that Bai Mingliang would actually stand up for him. I'll go to Lijiazhuang with you. It'll be fine. Bai Mingliang waved his hand and said. Lijiazhuang. In a lobby, Zheng Kecheng looked gloomy. He was sitting in the hall wearing a golden sword, and there were 5 detectives in soap clothes standing beside him. In the hall, there were still more than 10 well-dressed men standing in patched clothes. The chief arrester, bring the suspect Qin Wang. At this moment, Lin Bao, the head catcher with a knife and soap clothes, walked in and cupped his fists at Zhang Kecheng. Bring it in. Zhang Kecheng looked gloomy and spoke in a deep voice. Qin Wang, come in. Lin Bao shouted outside. Not long after, a thin young man wearing Xingyi walked in, and behind him, there was an old man with gray hair. Ha, Dr. Bai, why are you here? Zhang Kecheng was stunned when he saw Qin Wang and Dr. Bai following behind him. He remembered that when his uncle was critically ill, he went to Baekotang to ask Dr. Bai to come, and the young man followed behind and carried the medicine box. Is the young man carrying the medicine box Qin Wang one of the suspects? Mr. Zhang arrested the boss. Xiao Qin is a disciple of the old man. His family's fields and tile-roofed houses were indeed given to Mr. Li to pay off the debt, but it is natural to pay back the debt. This is nothing. On the night of the fire in Lijiazhuang, Xiao Qin gave him to Mr. Li in Baekotang. The old man cleaned up the medicinal materials and slept in Baekotang at night. It is impossible for him to go to Lijiazhuang to set fire. Quote, this old man can be your guarantee. Bai Mingliang cupped his fists at Zhang Kecheng and said, Dr. Bai is highly respected, and with you as your guarantee, there will be no problem. After hearing what Dr. Bai said, Zhang Kecheng thought for a while and said to Bai Mingliang, someone set fire to the villa last night. My brother's family has been wiped out. I am anxious to catch the murderer. I ask for your understanding, Dr. Bai, for causing any uproar. It's okay, this old man can understand. Bai Mingliang nodded and cupped his fists again. Lin Bao, send Dr. Bai off for me. Zhang Kecheng said to Lin Bao beside him. Yes, the chief catcher. Lin Bao made a, please, gesture to Bai Mingliang and Qin Wang. Bai Mingliang gave Zhang Kecheng a fist and asked Qin Wang to come out of Zhuangzi. Grandpa Bai, thank you. Qin Wang followed Bai Mingliang out of inner gratitude. He didn't sleep in Baekotang last night. Unexpectedly, Dr. Bai actually helped him cover up. He was indeed a good person. You're welcome, you're a good boy. Since you are from my medicine hall, even if I show my face, I can't let you be wronged. Bai Mingliang glanced at Qin Wang with a look of approval. You still have to improve your strength. Without strength, you will always be at the bottom of the pile being bullied by others. Qin Wang said nothing more, but secretly vowed in his heart that he must work hard to practice and become strong, so strong that others would not dare to provoke him. If only he had strong strength. How dared Zhang Kecheng be so domineering? How dare he arrest someone based on just a suspicion? Zhang Kecheng, when I am strong enough, I will definitely kill you. The fists in Qin Wang's sleeves gradually tightened. Lijiazhuang, front lobby. Zhang Kecheng sat at the table in the hall with His Majesty and looked at the case file in his hand. Chief Inspector, there are currently 14 suspects in the arson case. Except for Qin Wang, who is guaranteed by Dr. Bai, the others are farmers with interests involved in Mr. Li. How do you think they should be dealt with? At this time, Lin Bao, the head catcher with a long knife on his waist, walked in, clasped his fists respectfully at Zhang Kecheng, and said, are there any other clues? Zhang Kecheng was silent for a while and then asked. There is no general arrester at the moment. Lin Bao said in a deep voice. Bring all 13 suspects to the county seat for interrogation and continue the thorough investigation. I won't stop until the arsonist is caught. Zhang Kecheng said with a gloomy expression. As for Qin Wang, just give Bai Mingliang some face. Yes, the chief catcher. Lin Bao handed over his hands and turned to leave. Zhang Kecheng looked at Lin Bao's back with twinkling eyes. Night. Qin Wang continued to fight Tezu Chengquan until early morning. After activating the intelligence panel, he became accustomed to waiting for the intelligence to be refreshed in the early morning before going to bed. Ding. Information refreshed daily. Today's information. 1. You met Zhang Kecheng yesterday and obtained relevant information. Zhang Kecheng successfully inherited Li Laosai's land and pavement property. He killed Li Tianyi and the eldest lady late at night and set fire to their corpses. Today, 13 people besides you will be killed. The arson suspect was taken to the county seat for interrogation, and 3 of the farmers became scapegoats for the arson case. 2. You felt resentful towards Jung Kechung for arresting you, and made a murderous plan. After obtaining relevant information, Jung Kechung kept a secret book of internal strength in the closet of a courtyard where Zhang Zhao lived in a golden house in the north of Yanyan County. 3. You were going to eat at Li Laosai's table yesterday and got relevant information. Li Laosai's sister Li Chengxia is suffering from chronic poison and will die in 566 days. 4. You met the county government arrest chief Lin Bao yesterday and obtained relevant information. Lin Bao knew that his wife was having an affair with the chief arrestor Jung Kechung. He pretended not to know and waited for an opportunity to kill Jung Kechung. However, he knew that he was not Jung Kechung's opponent, and didn't find a good opportunity. 5. You met the county government's arrest leader Wang Zhong yesterday and obtained relevant information. Wang Zhong is actually the killer number 99 of the blood killing hall of Da Kang's third killer organization. His purpose is to find Da Kang, who lived in exile 13 years ago. The daughter of the country's Saint Feng Yao. 6. You got Dr. Bai as your guarantee yesterday. You are very grateful to Dr. Bai for getting the relevant information. Dr. Bai misses his son very much and hopes to see his son in his lifetime. He knows that this may be a luxury wish. 7. You met Yu Yunchang, a candied Haas hawker, yesterday and obtained relevant information. When Yu Yunchang was collecting hawthorns in Qingnu Mountain half a month ago, he picked up a copper bowl full of patina in the ravine. He thought he could sell it. In exchange for some money, he did not expect that his family suffered a lot of bad luck and suffered heavy losses. Yu Yunchang thought it was an ominous thing and sent it to the Qingnu Mountain Valley to throw it away again. 8. You went to Lijiazhuang yesterday and obtained relevant information. Li Laosai has 500 taels of silver ingots hidden underground about a foot away from the east side of the toilet. 9. You met Jung Kechung yesterday and obtained relevant information. Jung Kechung is not willing to be the chief arrestor of a county. He wants to go one step further. After preparing to take over the property of Lijiazhuang, he will go to Yuzhou County to make contacts. 10. You went to Lijiazhuang yesterday and obtained relevant information. After the death of Li Laosai's family, their souls were trapped in a soul-gathering bowl under the villa and could not enter reincarnation. Finally refreshed, Qin Wang looked at the intelligence panel with anticipation in his eyes. The murderer of the arson case is indeed Jung Kechung. It's really a beast with a human face. Qin Wang looked at the first piece of information with shock in his eyes. Previous intelligence showed that Jung Kechung was a little interested in Li Laosai's family property. Unexpectedly, he was the one who actually burned Li Laosai's son and eldest wife to death. The only thing Qin Wang sighed was that among the 13 farmers who had interests involved with Li Laosai, 3 of them were beaten into scapegoats. He is currently not Jung Kechung's opponent. There is nothing I can do to help. Jung Kechung also hides his beauty in the golden house. There is a secret book of internal strength in that other courtyard. It seems like I need to take some time to go to the county seat. Qin Wang's eyes lit up when he looked at the second piece of information. This is really good news. Currently, I only have the Teizu Chengquan. It would be great if I could have the secret book of internal strength. Qin Wang has always yearned for internal strength. He also wants to have unparalleled light skills, fly over eaves and walk over walls, split boulders with one palm, have unparalleled cultivation, and scold Fang Zun. Li Laosai's sister Li Chengxia was infected with chronic poison. Died in 566 days. Is this not caused by Jung Kechung? Qin Wang looked at the third piece of information and thought to himself. To know. The intelligence showed that Jung Kechung was being hidden by a golden house in the city, so it was very possible to get rid of his first wife. The head catcher Lin Bao who came to arrest me yesterday actually wore a hat. How miserable. Qin Wang skipped the fourth piece of information and looked at the fifth piece. He couldn't help but look thoughtful and murmured. The daughter of Saint Feng Yao. This is the second time he has obtained information about Saint Feng Yao. Dr. Bai misses his son. Or is it still a luxury to see him? Qin Wang looked at the sixth piece of information with a thoughtful look on his face. In his memory, Dr. Bai has been staying with his granddaughter at Baikeotang, and his son seems to have been away for more than 10 years. Yu Yunchang, the candied Haas vendor, picked up a copper bowl covered with rust in the ravine of Qingnu Mountain. It brought bad luck to his family. What kind of bowl is this? Qin Wang looked at the seventh piece of information and his heart moved. The bowl that brought bad luck to people, perhaps, could be brought and buried in Zheng Kecheng's house to make him unlucky. Did Li Laosai hide silver underground 1 zhang away from the east side of the toilet? That adds up to 1,350 taels of silver. We must find a chance to get it. Qin Wang looked at the eighth piece of information and his eyes lit up. Zheng Kecheng still wants to make progress. This fool, he has been a disaster for thousands of years. After he inherits the property of Lijiazhuang, he will go to Yuzhou County. When he leaves, I can go to his house to get the internal skills secret book. Qin Wang's eyes flickered, and he planned secretly. Li Laosai's family died, and their souls were trapped in a soul-gathering bowl under the villa. Unable to enter reincarnation. Is there such a ghost thing under the ground of Lijiazhuang? Qin Wang looked at the 10th piece of information, and his eyes were deeply shocked. No wonder, the previous intelligence showed that Lijiazhuang became a haunted place after 6 people died. It turned out that there was a soul-gathering bowl in the villa. Li Laosai deserves it. You have done so many bad things that you can't even be reincarnated. Qin Wang's eyes showed satisfaction. It was a great pleasure in life to see the enemy die miserably and to be able to eat his feast today. After reading the information, Qin Wang fell asleep. The next day, Baekaotang. When Qin Wang arrived, he saw that the door was not open, so he went through the back door immediately. Big brother, Grandpa said that today is the day that Li Laosai and his family are buried. Many people from the entire Qingnuji will go to the feast. So, Baekaotang is closed today. Grandpa asked us to go to the feast. Will you go? Yes, there is delicious food, why not go? Qin Wang nodded. It would be a great sense of accomplishment to kill Li Laosai and then go to his feast. By the way, check out the place. Very good, we can go play again. Bai Fengwan jumped for joy. Qin Wang looked at Bai Fengwan and smiled. Bai Fengwan was a child, only 13 or 14 years old, and it was his nature to love to play. 1 p.m. There are more than 300 tables in Lijiazhuang. The leader, deputy gang leader, fish stall, and tenants of Qingnuji Jinyu Gang all went to express their condolences. Qin Wang and Bai Fengwan also followed Dr. Bai into Lijiazhuang. Qin Wang had checked out Li Laosai's burned bedroom and the 2 places behind the toilet where the money was hidden, and only waited for the time to come to get the money out. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it was 5 days later. Early morning. Martial arts. Teizu Chengquan Introduction. Progress. 201 800ths. Effectiveness. Flexible footwork, long-term attack and short-term attack, strong explosive power, good at melee combat, can be achieved in 2 months. Skill. Medical skills basic. Progress. 2 800ths. Effectiveness. The skill of Qiwang is the first to understand the pulse and medical theory. Diligence can make up for the weakness, and a small success can be achieved in 1 year. I finally got started with medical skills. Qin Wang looked at his panel with satisfaction in his eyes. Recently, as a result of eating that golden-winged red carp, his physical fitness actually improved several times, and he no longer looked sloppy in his steps. Although he still looked thin, his fascia was tight and his bones gradually became stronger. His strength increased greatly, several times that before. Qin Wang felt that his strength now exceeded that of a strong man. It's time to dig out Li Laosai's 1,350 taels of silver. Then, head to the county seat. Qin Wang looked at today's information on the panel and thought to himself. Intelligence showed that after Zheng Kecheng finished Li Laosai's funeral 3 days ago, he took Li Chengxia back to the county town. Lijiazhuang completely became a deserted place. Because of the death, no one dared to go there during the day. Not to mention the night. In the past 3 days, Qin Wang had done all the research. No one goes to Lijiazhuang at all. Qin Wang took a small hoe and a bag on his back, avoided the old watchman, and headed towards Lijiazhuang. Not long after entering the ruins of Lijiazhuang, there was no sound everywhere. Qin Wang tightened his collar, put on his hat, and looked around. There was no sound at all. Qin Wang came to the toilet of Lijiazhuang. The intelligence showed that there were 500 taels of silver on the east side of the toilet, 1 foot away. Qin Wang estimated that for 500 taels of silver, it weighed about 40 kilograms. It would be better for him to dig this, as it was too heavy to take away. Qin Wang started digging with a hoe. As he dug, he stopped and listened to what was going on around him. When Qin Wang dug 3 feet deep, he felt that his hoe had dug into a hard object. He immediately removed the soil along the edge of the hard object slowly. Not long after, a 3-foot-sized earthen jar appeared in the pit. Inside, there was a mud seal on this earthen jar. Qin Wang used a hoe to break the mud seal. In the faint light from outside, he could see the silver light shining inside. It's indeed silver. The information is sincere and you will not deceive me. Qin Wang looked at the silver inside, immediately opened the linen bag he carried with him, packed all the silver inside, buried it in soil, restored it to its original shape, sprinkled bamboo leaves on top, and left in the dark with the silver. An hour later, Qin Wang returned home in a twists and turns. He fastened the door upside down, supported the back of the door with an iron pestle, went to the kitchen, and counted the silver by the light of the fire. A full 500 taels. Get rich. Qin Wang found that there were 40 silver ingots weighing 10 taels each, and 100 silver ingots weighing 1 tael each, which looked like steamed buns. Qin Wang immediately dug a pit under the kitchen of the house and hid the 400 taels of silver ingots. 100 taels of small silver ingots were packed in packages. There are still 850 taels under the bed. I'll get them back tomorrow night. Qin Wang looked at the sky and found that it was almost 3 o'clock in the morning. The 850 taels totaled about 68 kilograms. It took a lot of time to come and go. Most hawkers in Qingnuji got up early, so if they were discovered, they would know. Noon the next day, a thin girl in green clothes, carrying a small package on her back, stood at the door of the thatched house with mottled earth walls, looking at the locked door, her beautiful eyebrows furrowed. Shui Mei, it's really you. At this moment, the door of Li Yunhai's house opened not far away, and an aunt in her 40s came out holding a little boy. She looked at the girl with a look of surprise. Auntie, do you know where Wangzi has gone? Qin Shuimei looked at Xiao Yan, with a hint of deep worry in her eyes. Shuimei, after going to the Chen family in the county seat, your brother entered the Baikao Hall and became a medicine boy. He is currently in the medicine hall. Xiao Yan said. Thank you, Auntie, I'll go to Baikao Hall to have a look. Qin Shuimei said, took out a piece of candy from her arms, handed it to the little boy next to Xiao Yan, and went to the market. Baikaotang. Qin Wang was sorting out the medicinal materials. Suddenly, Bai Fengwan walked in and said, Brother, there is a big sister outside who says she is looking for you. Find me. Qin Wang was a little confused, put down the medicinal materials in his hand, and walked out. Walking out of the medicine hall, Qin Wang saw a pretty girl standing at the door. She was very thin, with a slutty look on her face. She was carrying a small package and looked at Qin Wang, her big eyes full of surprise. Wangzi. Qin Shuimei rushed over, grabbed Qin Wang's hands, and looked him up and down. Sister, you are back, and I am planning to visit you later. Qin Wang also looked at Qin Shuimei. His sister was still as thin as ever. It seemed that she had not had a good time in Chen's house for more than 2 months. I asked for leave from the manager to come back to see you, and then I'll go back. A trace of imperceptible sadness flashed across Qin Shuimei's eyes, and she smiled. Xiao Qin, it's not busy today, you can go back with your sister and take a day off. Just then, the voice of Dr. Bai came from the side. Thank you, Grandpa Bai. Qin Wang thanked Bai Mingliang after hearing this, and then walked home with Qin Shuimei. On the way, Qin Wang bought some more vegetables. Wangzi, I haven't seen you for 2 months. I feel that you look much better. After returning home, Qin Shuimei pinched Qin Wang's arms and chest, with a gleam in her eyes. Seeing that her brother had improved, she was happy from the bottom of her heart. Well, I'm at Dr. Bai's place, eating 3 bowls of rice every day. You are at Chen's house. Are you okay for the time being? Qin Wang looked at Qin Shuimei and asked. I'm fine. Look, I brought you some silver this time. With this, you can build a house in the future and save money. Qin Shuimei opened the package in her hand and handed it to Qin Wang. So much. Where did you get so much silver? Qin Wang looked at the package and found that there were 20 silver ingots inside, all of which were 1 tael each. He knew it in his heart. My sister sold herself to the Chen family as a laundry slave. She had no money except that she was not starving to death. Where did she get the silver? When I was washing clothes at the Chen family, I saved the young master of the Lin family. Then the old lady of the Lin family gave me 20 taels of silver to thank me. I took a leave to send it back to you. I will stay at home for 2 days and then go back. Qin Shuimei said as she started to cook at home. This was the words she had thought of before she came back. Apart from this, she couldn't think of any other better way to say it. You must not tell your brother about the sacrifice of virgins. If only he knew. Definitely disagree. Qin Shuimei knew in her heart that there was no turning back. From the moment she sold herself to the Chen family, her fate was doomed. She was willing to pave the way for her younger brother. Come back this time. The old lady has promised that after she offers sacrifices to the river god, the Chen family will take good care of her younger brother. The meaning is obvious: if he escapes, his brother will definitely be miserable. Ah, give me so much. Qin Wang didn't believe it. To know, these days, 5 taels of silver is enough for a family of 3 to live for a year. How can there be such a generous rich man if he saves a person for 20 taels of silver? But Qin Shuimei actually brought back 20 taels of silver. Well, the Chen family is a big family and they are rich. Qin Shuimei said while working in the room. Oh. Qin Wang nodded and did not ask any more questions. That night, Qin Shuimei asked Qin Wang endlessly about what happened in the past 2 months. She briefly mentioned her own affairs, saying that she was mostly doing laundry, and Qin Wang saw that her hands were frozen. Cracked. There was only one bed in the house, and the brother and sister slept on the same bed, one sleeping on the other side and talking. At 11 o'clock, Qin Wang found that his sister Qin Shuimei was asleep and breathing slightly. She really doesn't have anything to say about her feelings for me. Where did she get these 20 taels of silver? Qin Wang reached out and grabbed 20 silver coins in the bag beside his pillow, which felt very heavy. For her own sake, this cheap sister voluntarily sold her body in exchange for money to support herself. If it weren't for Qin Shuimei's $600, she would have starved to death before she could wait for the intelligence panel. It can be said that his sister Qin Shuimei saved his life. Qin Wang couldn't guarantee that he would be able to travel again if he really starved to death. This is a great favor. Ding. Information refreshed daily. Daily information. 1. You met Qin Shuimei yesterday and obtained relevant information. Qin Shuimei was selected by the Chen family to become a virgin to worship the river god. In order to prevent the virgin from colliding with the river god, the Chen family paid 20 taels of silver. Qin Shuimei volunteered to become a virgin for you. 2. You met Qin Shuimei yesterday and obtained relevant information. Qin Shuimei is preparing to return to the Chen family in the county town in 2 days. She decided to take good care of you during these 2 days. After all, after this meeting, the sister and brother will never have a chance to meet again. 3. You went to Lijiazhuang yesterday and obtained relevant information. There were 850 taels of silver ingots hidden under Li Laosai's bed. 4. You met Li Xinan, the herb collector, yesterday and received relevant information. Li Xinan stepped on a rusty bowl in the Qingyu mountain ravine and sprained his foot. He was so angry that he threw a handful of broken bowls into the puddles in the ravine. This bowl has a strange ability to help you practice. 5. You met Li Yunhai yesterday and obtained relevant information. Li Yunhai will pick up 50 copper coins today. 6. You met Dr. Bai yesterday and obtained relevant information. Dr. Bai feels that you have a good character and is going to let you follow you high into the mountains to collect herbs. 7. You met the merchant Ding Mei yesterday and obtained relevant information. Ding Mei is worried. The rent for the concierge of the goldfish gang has increased, and her pressure has increased. 8. You went to Baekotang yesterday and obtained relevant information on how to prepare the secret recipe of zhuangshe tang. The secret recipe of zhuangshe tang is a secret recipe for warriors to increase their qi and blood. For details, click filled circle. 9. You met Li Yunhai's mother-in-law Xiao Yan yesterday and obtained relevant information. Xiao Yan saw that her child could write and felt that she had hope in life. 10. You passed the tavern yesterday and obtained relevant information. The tavern owner received guidance from an expert and will launch a new wine, Chrysanthemum Niang, in half a month. The information has been updated. Qin Wang looked at the information on the intelligence panel with anticipation in his eyes. Sister, it's for me. She volunteered to become a virgin to sacrifice to the river god in exchange for 20 taels of silver. Qin Huang looked at the first and second pieces of information and was stunned. She didn't expect that Qin Shuimei was actually willing to become a virgin to sacrifice to the god of Zhong for herself, in exchange for 20 taels of silver. Although he is not her real brother, but he is willing to sacrifice himself for her. This love is priceless. Now that I have awakened the intelligence panel, I cannot let her really become a virgin and go to pay homage to the god of river. Qin Huang secretly made up his mind. The human heart is made of flesh. If Qin Shuimei hadn't exchanged 600 money, she wouldn't have been able to activate the panel. Herb collector Li Xinan stepped on a broken bowl. This bowl has a strange ability. Can it help me practice? Qin Wang's eyes lit up when he saw the fourth piece of information. This was really good news. I am worried that my cultivation is too slow. This bowl couldn't have come at a better time. It seems that we have to find that bowl early tomorrow morning. Qin Huang thought to himself. Qin Huang skipped 3 pieces of information, 5, 6, and 7. Secret recipe for zhuangshatang. Qin Huang looked at the 8th piece of information and his eyes lit up. This was really good news. To know, he is currently worried about buying precious fish like the golden-winged red carp at the market. First of all, the origin of a large amount of money is difficult to explain. Another thing, that kind of treasure fish doesn't happen every day. Sometimes, there may not be one in half a year or even a year. Now that we have this zhuangshe soup, it's really great. The 9th and 10th intelligence are not very useful, so Qin Huang skipped them. 3 qian of astragalus, 5 qian of ginseng, 1 qian of longan meat, 7 red dates, atractalodes, Chinese yam, licorice. Qin Huang clicked on the secret recipe of zhuangshe soup, and his eyes gradually brightened. Although these herbs are available in Baekotang, if you go to buy them, the recipe will not fool Dr. Bai. You can only think of another way to prepare some first. No matter what, strengthening your own strength is the kingly way. The next day, early morning, Qin Huang woke up, but saw a weak figure beside him, holding a bowl of noodles, and said, "Brother, get up, wash up, and eat noodles." "Ah, sister, what time did you get up?" Qin Huang looked at his sister, smelling the fragrance of noodles. He was indeed hungry. After practicing Teizu Chengquan, he felt that he was hungry much faster than before, and his appetite was also bigger. "I got up half an hour earlier than you." Qin Shuimei smiled at Qin Huang and went to get water for Qin Huang to wash his face. After washing, the two sat at the wooden table with a missing leg to eat noodles. After eating, Qin Huang looked at Qin Shuimei with a thoughtful look. "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Qin Shuimei didn't dare to look into Qin Wang's eyes and lowered her head. "As long as I'm alive, I won't watch you become a virgin." Qin Huang spoke in a deep voice. "Ah, brother, what kind of virgin am I?" Qin Shuimei trembled when she heard this and quickly denied it. "Where did you hear that? It's not true. There is still half a year before the River God Festival begins. When the time comes, I will definitely rescue you." Qin Huang did not answer Qin Shuimei, but spoke with a firm look in his eyes. Qin Shuimei stared at Qin Huang blankly, her mouth wide open, and did not speak for a long time. She really couldn't figure out how her brother knew the news. After a long time, Qin Shuimei looked at Qin Huang, took a deep breath, and said, "Ah Huang, the Chen family is powerful, we can't disobey. The old lady has spoken, and if you don't agree, the end is the same. It's worth it to exchange your sister's life for your future. Quote. Besides, if I don't agree, you and I will not survive, be obedient." Qin Shuimei shook her head. She knew it in her heart. Take the silver from the Chen family back. The Chen family is not worried about her escaping. Because, in the Great Kang Kingdom, the people need a pass to leave the county under the Baojia system, and her pass is in the hands of the Chen family. Another one. If I run away, the Chen family will come to catch my brother first, and then the siblings will have no way out. I really can't disobey the Chen family for the time being. But, I will rescue you in half a year, maybe I have a way. Qin Huang said with a thoughtful look in his eyes. "Ah Huang, there is no hope, do you know? Chen Kun, the head of the Chen family, has a high level of cultivation and is known as one of the 5 martial arts masters in Yanyan County. He is as famous as the chief constable Zheng Kecheng. There is no good end to confront him. That's what I want. Qin Shuimei shook her head and sighed. I will rescue you in half a year. Qin Wang looked at Qin Shuimei with a firm look. Qin Shuimei didn't say anything else. She knew that for the siblings, the head of the Chen family was like a mountain that was difficult to climb. There was no other way to go except to accept their fate. Qin Wang explained to his sister and went to Baekotang and asked for 2 days of leave. In the puddle in the ravine, Qin Wang left Qingnuji and came to Qingnu Mountain, 10 miles away. He looked around and looked for the puddle in the ravine mentioned in the intelligence. Qingnu Mountain is very large and deep. The ravine is at the foot of the mountain. As for the puddles, there are also 4 or 5 of varying sizes, each of which is about 10 feet in radius. Qin Wang took a wooden stick as thick as a copper plate and searched for the broken bowl mentioned in the intelligence along the ravine. Qin Wang found 3 puddles in succession and poked them with a wooden stick, but he didn't see the broken bowl mentioned in the intelligence. Just when he checked the 4th puddle, he saw a gray object floating on the water, which looked like half a bowl. He immediately stepped forward and pried the bowl with a stick. The muddy water turned up, and the water became turbid. It was a shabby bowl-shaped object covered with gray dirt. Is this the broken bowl that Li Xinan and Yu Yuncheng encountered and dropped? Qin Wang walked forward, picked up the bowl in his hand, and looked at it carefully. This bowl, with an inner diameter of about 4 inches, is relatively intact, but there is a lot of black dirt on it, covering the entire bowl. He can't knock it off no matter how hard he tries, as if it is part of the bowl. However, between the dark dirt, it can be vaguely seen that the material of this bowl is a dark material. Holding it in his hand, it is very heavy, about 1 pound. Can this thing help me practice? Qin Wang looked at the bowl, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Qin Wang first washed the bowl, and it still looked black and dirty, no wonder it was discarded. Take it back and see it first. Qin Wang's eyes flashed, and he thought to himself. The next step is to prepare a portion of zhuangshi soup and take it first. Qin Wang secretly planned in his heart. Baekotang. Brother, are you going to quit your job and go to the county town? Bai Fengwan looked at Qin Wang, her big eyes flickered, revealing disbelief. Yes, Qin Wang nodded, and looked at Dr. Bai who was pondering on the side. He knew that he had money. If he bought medicine at Baekotang, he would not be able to hide it from Dr. Bai. How could he solve the problem of the money? How could he solve the problem of Zhuangshitang? The only correct solution was to go to the county town. Going to the county town would give him more opportunities, make it more convenient to buy medicine, and get more information about the Chen family, which would help rescue his sister. Xiao Qin, I actually think highly of you. Since you insist on leaving, I can't keep you. Come back if you figure it out in the future. Dr. Bai looked at Qin Wang and sighed. He felt Qin Wang's determination. Thank you, Grandpa Bai. If I return to Qingnuji in the future, I will definitely come to visit you and Fengwan. Qin Wang said to Dr. Bai, then said goodbye and left. Night. In a thatched house with mottled earth walls. Brother, I feel that after 2 months, your body still looks thin, but it is much stronger than before. Seeing you get better, I am relieved. Qin Shuimei sat aside, watching Qin Wang practicing Teizu Changquan, with a look of relief in her beautiful eyes, and then admonished. Brother, promise me not to go to the county town. The Chen family is not something we can fight against. These 2 days, Qin Shuimei persuaded Qin Wang countless times to let him give up the idea of going to the Chen family. Okay, I won't go to the Chen family. Qin Wang was silent. He had made up his mind. When his sister went to the county town, he would also go to the county town. There are more opportunities in the county town. The information is better. As long as you are well, I will be at ease. Seeing Qin Wang nod, Qin Shuimei felt relieved. But Qin Wang had already made up his mind to go to the county town to look for opportunities. Qin Shuimei left. She left 20 taels of silver. The next day, Qin Wang also went to the village head to get a pass, and took 100 taels of silver and set off for the county town. Yanyan County, north of the city. 5 miles behind the street, in an old house with 2 houses, Qin Wang was cleaning. This was the house he rented for a year. Due to its remote location and low rent, it also met Qin Wang's expectations. He now has 100 taels of silver, which is enough for now. If it is not enough, he will go back to get it. Taking too much silver at one time is too conspicuous. Another 850 taels of silver from Li Laosai, he has not taken it yet, and he is going to wait until he gets the secret book in Zheng Kechung's villa before going. Lijiazhuang has become a ghost place, and almost no one goes there. Ding. Daily information refresh. Today's intelligence. 1. You went to the county government office yesterday and obtained relevant intelligence. County Magistrate Chen Hao is preparing for the Zhongshan Festival in half a year. 2. You met the landlord Lin Ruai yesterday and obtained relevant intelligence. Lin Ruai will go to Yuzhou County to visit relatives in 3 days and will be killed by the Black Wind Village robbers. 3. You went to the county government office yesterday to spy on Zheng Kechung but failed. You obtained relevant intelligence. Li Chengxia has taken over the land deed of Li Laosai. Zheng Kechung is going to Yuzhou County tomorrow to make arrangements. 4. You went to the east of the city to find Yan Po but failed. You obtained relevant intelligence. Yan Po accidentally discovered that the county magistrate had been to the gentle place of the big official. When she learned that county magistrate Chen Hao liked to molest boys, she thought of Qin Wang, a handsome young man from Qingnuji. 5. You went to the east of the city to find Yan Po but failed. You obtained relevant intelligence. Yan Po's villa is located in the third building of the back street alley in the east of the city. 6. You met Ding Wen, a waiter at Xingsheng Inn, yesterday and got relevant information. Ding Wen wanted to find a wife, but the betrothal gift was not enough, and he was very distressed. 7. You went to the county government yesterday to observe Zheng Kechung and got relevant information. Zheng Kechung's wife Li Chengxia will go to Yuma Bridge to relax tomorrow. 8. You went to Tonggrantang to buy medicinal materials yesterday and got relevant information. Tonggrantang has Xishuidan and Zhuangshewan for sale. 9. You went to Xinglinshan to buy medicinal materials yesterday and got relevant information. Xinglinshan will be robbed tonight and suffer heavy losses. 10. You passed by Dingzi Tea House yesterday and got relevant information. King Jin was unstoppable and conquered 36 cities in a row. His momentum soared and grain prices soared everywhere. Refreshed, Qin Wang looked at the intelligence panel with anticipation in his eyes. Every time I look at the intelligence panel, I feel a sense of great anticipation. County Magistrate Chen Hao, are you planning to worship the river god in half a year? I must speed up to improve my strength. Qin Wang looked at the first piece of information and felt a sense of urgency in his heart. In the past 6 months, he needed to become stronger quickly in order to rescue his sister Qin Shuimei from the sea of suffering. As far as he knows, the head of the Chen family, Chen Kun, has excellent martial arts skills and is one of the top 5 masters in Yanyan County. If you want to rescue your sister from the Chen family, you need to be as powerful as Chen Kun. The landlord Lin Ruai will go to Yuzhou to visit relatives in 3 days. Will he be killed by the robbers from Haifeng village? Qin Wang looked at the second piece of information, his eyes flickering. Lin Ruai has many houses to his name, and she is just one of his many tenants. Now if you tell him that he will encounter robbers, he probably won't believe it and will think that you have something up his sleeve. Besides, Qin Wang is pressed for time now and has no time to care about others. Zheng Kechung is planning to go to Yuzhou County tomorrow to take care of things. Qin Wang's eyes lit up when he looked at the third piece of information. This is really good news. Previous intelligence showed that Zheng Kechung had a secret book of internal strength hidden in a golden house in a courtyard in the north of the city. Perhaps, he could wait until Zheng Kechung left to get this secret book. Zheng Kechung burned Li Tianyi and Mrs. Li Laosai to death, and put the blame on 14 farmers including himself. He really had a way to kill himself. There is no psychological burden when you take his internal strength secrets. Yan Po, this old witch, is about to kill you. You actually want to sacrifice me to the county magistrate Chen Hao. Then kill you in advance. You just need money to buy medicinal materials. Qin Wang looked at the fourth and fifth pieces of information with a sharp look in his eyes. He was preparing to come to the county town and kill the Yan Po. But I didn't expect that Yan Po was so vicious and wanted to sell her. It was difficult to get rid of the hatred in her heart without killing her. Just right. The fifth piece of information showed Yan Po's address, Building 3, Hutong, Backstreet, Chengdong. Zheng Kecheng went to Yuzhou County, and Li Chengxia went to Yumachao to relax. Qin Wang looked at the sixth piece of information and ignored it. Instead, he looked at the eighth piece of information, with a look of shock in his eyes, and murmured. Does Tong Ren Tang sell qi and blood pills? Does it sell blood-strengthening pills? I ate a treasure fish, and the intelligence showed that the date for promotion to the third rate has been advanced. If I buy qi and blood pills and blood-strengthening pills. Qin Wang thought about this. His eyes gradually became hot. Treasure fish are rare, but this qi and blood pill can be bought. Although it can be foreseen that it will be expensive, I have an intelligence panel. I will go and get Yan Po's 220 taels of silver. If it is not enough, I will go back to Qingnu Market, take the 850 taels of silver and buy them all for qi and blood pills. Another one, there are 400 taels of silver buried underground in his thatched house with mud walls. Qin Wang directly skipped the 9th and 10th pieces of information. Tomorrow morning, I will go to Tongrantang to have a look. Qin Wang's eyes showed expectation. With the qi and blood pill, his strength will improve faster. The next day, early morning, as the sun rose, Qin Wang got up early. Instead of cooking for himself, he bought 4 meat buns and a bowl of tofu puffs on the street. After eating, he went to the Qingfang Road branch of Tongrantang in the north of the city. This branch of Tongrantang is much larger than Baikao Hall in Qingnuji. This branch alone has 4 levels of concierges. Hello, what do you need? Qin Wang walked into Tongrantang, and a medicine boy about 20 years old came over with a respectful and polite expression. Do you have any pills to increase qi and blood? Qin Wang looked around and felt the aroma of medicine coming to his nose. At this time, because it was early, there were only 3 customers in the medicine hall, and there were 7 or 8 pharmacists dispensing medicinal materials behind the counter. For elixirs that increase qi and blood, our medicine hall has blood-strengthening soup, blood-strengthening pills, and qi blood pills. The prices vary. It depends on which one you want. The medicine boy had a bit of a buck tooth, and there was an hollow circle embroidered on the shoulder of his shirt. There was a 2-leaf spiritual grass symbol inside, and he continued to introduce. The blood-strengthening soup costs 200 yuan a portion, the blood-strengthening pill costs 1 tael of silver each, and the blood-strengthening pill costs 3 taels of silver each. Is it so expensive? Upon hearing the medicine boy's introduction, Qin Wang immediately clicked his tongue. This was too expensive. A qi and blood pill costs 3 taels of silver. To know. In this world, 3 taels of silver can be enough to feed and drink a family of 3 for more than half a year. Although it is a bit expensive, the more expensive it is, the better the effect. The effect of this medicine is immediate. The buck-toothed medicine boy introduced eloquently. Then help me get 3 blood-strengthening pills and 1 qi blood pill. Qin Wang said with a look of pain in his eyes. Okay, 3 blood-strengthening pills and 1 qi blood pill are worth 6 taels of silver together. If you buy 10 pills, you can get a 0.5% discount. The buck-toothed medicine boy suggested. I think so too, but I don't have any extra money. Qin Wang took out 6 silver coins from his pocket and handed them to the buck-toothed medicine boy with a pained expression. Here are 1 qi blood pill and 3 blood-strengthening pills. The buck-toothed medicine boy took a white porcelain bottle from behind the counter, with a cork on top, handed it to Qin Wang, and said. You can check it first. Qin Wang opened the cork and saw 3 brown pills the size of broad beans lying in the bottle. A faint medicinal fragrance overflowed. Thank you. Qin Wang put the white porcelain bottle into his arms and left. Next, he went to a branch of Xinglinshan to buy some medicinal materials for Zhuangshitang. Together with the medicinal materials from yesterday, the medicinal materials for Zhuangshitang were all gathered. It's not that Qin Wang didn't want to buy Shishui pills. But if you buy too much of this thing, it will attract people's covetousness. It's better to take it slowly and be cautious. Qin Wang returned to the rented house in the north of the city, 5 miles behind the street. He closed the door and plugged the bolt as usual. Sitting on the bed, he took out Zhuangshi pills and Shishui pills and looked at them carefully. Tongrantang is the largest pharmacy in Yanyan County. The pills in it should be safe, otherwise they would not have the current reputation. Qin Wang pinched a Zhuangshi pill with his index finger and thumb, and after thinking for a while, he threw it into his mouth. It's worthy of being a Zhuangshi pill. This effect. Qin Wang felt a warm current spreading from his stomach to his whole body, and he was hot all over and full of energy. Double chop to seal the heaven. Rush with double palms. Qin Wang immediately took up his stance in the room and began to practice Teizu Chengquan to digest the medicinal power. The wind from his fists was whirring. It took Qin Wang half an hour to use up the medicinal power of this Zhuangxie pill. Martial Arts. Teizu Chengquan, Beginner. Progress. 278 800ths. Effect. Flexible footwork, long range and short range, strong explosive power, good at close combat, can be achieved in 2 years. The medicinal effect of this Zhuangxie pill is equivalent to 1/5 of the effect of the golden-winged red carp. Qin Wang felt that his body seemed to have increased some strength, and thought to himself. He looked at the panel data. After digesting the Zhuangxie pill, the progress of Teizu Chengquan increased by 35. At this moment, his body was covered with sweat beads and his skin was smooth. Although he still looked thin, he already had the outline of muscles, a tight abdomen, and bulging muscles on his arms. Take a break and continue. Qin Wang looked at the remaining 2 Zhuangxie pills, boiled some hot water, wiped off the sweat on his body, drank the hot water, and took a break. Evening. The morning glow fell on the window of the rented house, and Qin Wang stood in the room. His hair and clothes were all wet, and his whole body was steaming, which spread in the air and became mist. It's worthy of being a qi and blood pill. Increased 250 points of Teizu Chengquan progress. Qin Wang looked at his panel with satisfaction in his eyes. Now, his Teizu Chengquan progress has reached 528 points. He also felt that his strength had doubled. With my current strength and the proficient Teizu Chengquan, 3 or 4 strong men are not my opponents. Qin Wang looked at his hands with expectation in his eyes. Yanpo, tonight is your death. Qin Wang thought of Yanpo, and a fierce murderous intent flashed in his eyes. This Yanpo had calculated several times, and it would be difficult to eliminate the hatred in his heart if he didn't kill her. When Qin Wang came to the county, he had already bought a dagger and black clothes. Yanpo's home is in the 3rd building of the back street alley in the east of the city. Qin Wang carried a small package and went out to buy 5 buns to eat, and then rushed to the back street in the east of the city. East of the city, the 3rd building of the back street alley. There are 3 independent small courtyards here, each with 3 houses, and a lot of vegetables are planted in the front and back yards. In the 3rd courtyard, in the left wing, a woman in a brown dress with 2 orange flowers on her head was sitting cross-legged on the bed in the light of the oil lamp, counting the white silver ingots and silver bills in front of her. Oh, not bad, I sold another fat sheep today. I made 5 taels of silver. Yanpo smiled and put the 5 taels of silver ingot on her teeth and bit it to feel the charm of silver. Then, she frowned and murmured, "Akong, this fool, is gambling again. Oh, if it weren't for this fool, how could we have saved so little money over the years? At least we can buy a bigger yard." When Yanpo thought of her useless son, she was furious. Her husband died early, and she raised her son alone. She had no skills and was miserable. By chance, she sold her cousin and earned 5 taels of silver, which immediately opened up her financial path. Gradually, she became a dental dealer in Yanyan County, specializing in trading with people in need. She made a lot of money, bought this yard, and saved hundreds of taels of silver. The only bad thing is that her son loves gambling. Over the years, she has wiped his ass a lot. After dinner tonight, he ran away again. It is estimated that he will not be back until tomorrow morning. Put it away and go to the county government tomorrow. Yanpo put the silver away, wrapped it in a package, walked to the closet, opened the door, and stuffed the package in. "Give it to me. No need to hide it." At this moment, a deep voice sounded behind her, and then Yanpo felt a strong arm around her throat. She subconsciously wanted to open her mouth and shout, but a dishcloth was stuffed into her mouth. Yanpo looked at the thin figure in front of her, wearing a black dress and fierce eyes, and struggled desperately, but the figure tied her hands and feet with a rope. "Yanpo, I just came here to borrow some silver to spend. Be honest, if you shout, I will stab you with a knife, do you hear me?" Qin Wang lifted Yanpo to the bed, put a dagger against her throat, and spoke in a cold tone. Information shows Yanpo has 220 taels of silver. However, Qin Wang estimated that Yanpo was more than that. Yan Po's eyes showed fear and she nodded quickly. Besides this package, where else do you have money? Qin Wang looked at Yan Po, put the dagger close to her throat, and pulled the rag from her mouth. The great heroes are not gone yet, they are all here. Yan Po's eyes were frightened and she didn't dare to speak loudly. Her voice was very low and her body was like sieving chaff. Gone. You and Li Laosai have sold so many young girls and that's all. Qin Wang opened the package and found that there were only more than 260 taels of silver inside, most of which were banknotes. You know, Yan Po has been doing evil for many years, it can't be just this. This is definitely dishonest. When Yan Po heard this, she immediately looked at Qin Wang with wide eyes. The evil man in front of her actually knew that she and Li Laosai had collaborated to buy and sell boys and girls. Who was he? Where? My patience is limited. Qin Wang said with a cold light in his eyes. Take money. There are still 200 taels in the cellar in the back room. Yan Po was shaking all over, and the smell of urine filled the whole room. She was incontinent. Take me to get it. Qin Wang dragged Yan Po towards the back with one hand. His strength has soared now, and he can drag Yan Po, who weighs more than 100 kilograms, without any problem. Yes, Yan Po was paralyzed and was dragged to the back room by Qin Wang. She pointed to a urine bucket in the corner and said tremblingly. Get out of the way of that piss bucket. Piss bucket. Qin Wang looked at the urine bucket, stepped forward to lift it, and immediately saw that the soil below was a little looser than the surroundings. He saw an iron hoe in the corner of the room, and immediately used it to dig it out, digging it half a foot deep. There is a jar with a stone on top. Qin Wang moved the stone away and saw that the jar was full of white silver. At a glance, it is no less than 200 taels. Old man, you have repeatedly tried to sell me to Wenru village to be a prostitute. You and Li Laosai are so vicious. Qin Wang stuffed a rag into Yan Po's mouth, put more than 460 taels of silver in a package, squatted in front of Yan Po, and said bitterly. 1,000 cuts cannot erase the hatred in my heart. Go to hell. After Qin Wang finished speaking, he stabbed Yan Po in the thigh. Next moment, Qin Wang stabbed Yan Po in the belly again. Yan Po looked at the man in black in front of her, trembling with pain, her eyes frightened, and struggling desperately. Qingqingnu gathers in Qin Wang. When the man in black mentioned the prostitute and Li Laosai, Yan Po's eyes suddenly widened. She remembered who the person in front of her was. No wonder, although the voice can be made hoarse, it is still a bit familiar. Then how come Qin Wang has so much strength? Qin Wang's hand just made her unable to move. At this moment, Yan Po finally understood that she had walked too much at night and met a cruel person. She regretted it and wanted to beg for mercy, but it was too late. In the eyes of her and Li Laosai, Qin Wang, who was thin and could be bullied, kept brandishing daggers. It turned out that Li Laosai was nailed because he was the one who plotted against it. Yan Po suddenly widened her eyes, remembering Li Laosai's death, and her consciousness gradually blurred. 1 knife, 2 knives, 3 knives. A total of 18 knives. Yan Po's mouth was bleeding, her eyes were wide open, and she was extremely miserable. Qin Wang was worried that there was his own shadow in her pupils, so he simply dug out her eyeballs, lit a fire, picked up the package, and left at night. Yan Po's home. Qin Wang sneaked along the street. When he came 3 miles away, he saw the flames of Yan Po's house in the distance, which woke up the surrounding residents and got up one by one to put out the fire. More than an hour later, Qin Wang carried a gray package and sneaked back to the rented house in the north of the city. It is true that a horse cannot grow fat without night grass. A man cannot become rich without unexpected wealth. This Yan Po has done bad things all her life, and she has received the punishment she deserves. After closing the doors and windows and plugging the bolts, Qin Wang sat on the bed with a satisfied look in his eyes and murmured. He opened the package and counted the silver in it. There were 466 taels in total. Half of them were silver bills. This trip, I really made a lot of money. Qin Wang looked at the silver in his package, plus the 100 taels he brought with him, and the 20 taels given by his sister Qin Shuimei. There were more than 580 taels of silver. There were 400 taels under the earthen house in Qingnuji, and there were 850 taels waiting to be taken at Li Laosai's villa. All in all, there were more than 1,800 taels of silver. With the silver, I can buy qi and blood pills to increase my strength, and I have to go to the martial arts hall to learn martial arts. But before that, I have to go to Zheng Kechung's place and get his inner strength secret book. Qin Wang secretly planned in his heart. He currently only has Teizu Changquan. He must learn more martial arts, he has a liver skill panel, and one day he will be able to achieve perfection. It will take at least a month for Zheng Kechung to go to Yuzhou to take care of things. This period of time is enough for Qin Wang to get his things. Let's go to bed first today. After Qin Wang played Teizu Changquan several times, he fell asleep. After awakening the intelligence panel, he went to bed in the early morning. Today, he killed Yan Po, which was his first time to kill someone. He felt very tired. The next day, Qin Wang opened his eyes and felt refreshed. He checked the intelligence panel as soon as possible. Today's intelligence. 1. You went to Yan Po's house yesterday and obtained relevant information. Yan Po's son lost 50 taels of silver in Hongyun Casino and waited for Yan Po to redeem him. 2. You killed the tooth dealer Yan Po in the east of the city yesterday and burned his house. You got relevant information. The county government sent 10 police officers to investigate. Yan Po's son was detained in Hongyun Casino and was taken away by Deputy Chief Police Officer Ji Shun for investigation. 3. You paid close attention to Zheng Kechung yesterday and got relevant information. Zheng Kechung has gone to Yuzhou and is currently resting in Yihong Building in Fengyan County. 4. You went to Tongrantang yesterday and got relevant information. Li Hongfei, the alchemist of Tongrantang, is preparing to recruit a medicine boy. 5. You went to Xinglanchun Medicine Hall yesterday and got relevant information. Xinglanchun Medicine Hall was robbed last night and 1,300 taels of silver, pills, and ginseng were stolen. 6. You took Shishui pill and Zhuangshe pill yesterday. You got relevant information. You will be promoted to the third-rate realm in 50 days. 7. You decided to go to Zheng Kechung's golden house yesterday and obtained relevant information. Zheng Kechung's golden house is located at number 12, Linjiang Villa, Yanyan County. 8. You went to the county government yesterday and obtained relevant information. County Magistrate Chen Hao suffers from constipation and has been unable to go to the toilet for 2 days. He is in great pain. 9. You went to the county government yesterday and obtained relevant information. Master Li Sihai gave the county magistrate a suggestion yesterday, asking the 12 chapters and the 4 major families to pay an extra 1,000 taels of silver in the name of offering sacrifices to the god of the river. 10. You went to Yang's breakfast stall yesterday and obtained relevant information. The owner of the breakfast stall, Yang Yulin, is worried about the 20% increase in the monthly salary of the Black River Gang in the north of the city. Did Yan Po's son lose money in gambling? Waiting for his mother to redeem him. Don't know that his mother is dead because of all the evil deeds. Ha ha. Qin Wang looked at the first and second pieces of information with a flickering eye. If a death case occurs, the government will definitely send someone to investigate as soon as possible. Zheng Kechung went to Yihonglo to rest on his way to Yuzhou. He really knows how to enjoy himself. Qin Wang looked at the third piece of information and narrowed his eyes. Tongrantang's alchemist Li Hongfei is going to recruit a medicine boy. Qin Wang looked at the fourth piece of information and his eyes flickered. If he wants to advance faster, he must master this alchemy. After all, it is not a big deal to keep buying pills made by others. He has a liver skill panel and can learn it. He can still save a lot of money by producing and selling it himself. However, this will take some time to get Zheng Kechung's internal skills secret book first. Skip the fifth one. I took the qi and blood pill and Zhuangshe pill. Will I be promoted to the third-rate realm in 50 days? Swallowing the qi and blood pill can greatly increase the speed of my advancement. Qin Wang looked at the sixth piece of information and immediately showed expectation in his eyes. You know, before, he needed 70 days. These days, he practiced Teizu Changquan, took qi and blood pills, Zhuangshe pills, and Zhuangshe soup, and successfully shortened this time to 50 days. If he could continue to take qi and blood pills, he would definitely be able to reach the third-rate realm as soon as possible. At present, he has more than 580 taels of silver in his hand, so he will buy qi and blood pills first. Zheng Kechung's golden house where his mistress is hidden. No. 12. Linjiang Villa. Great. Save me a hard time looking for it. Qin Wang looked at the seventh piece of information and his eyes lit up. This piece of information really came at the right time. County Magistrate Chen Hao suffers from constipation. Ha ha ha, it seems that he has done too many bad things. Qin Wang looked at the eighth piece of information and his eyes flashed. This master is really not a good thing. He actually asked the 12 major markets and the 4 major families to pay an extra 1,000 taels of silver. Qin Wang knew in his heart that these silvers would eventually be distributed to the poor people. Does the Black River Gang collect monthly fees? Qin Wang looked at the 10th piece of information with twinkling eyes. There was the Goldfish Gang in Qingnuji, the Hejiang Gang in the north of the county, and the Tianhe Gang in the east. They were evenly matched. Let's go have a nice meal first. Qin Wang finished washing up and was about to go out when he saw 3 men in Xingyi at the door, with the logo embroidered on the left chest of their clothes. The first man had a mole at the corner of his mouth and 3 black whiskers on the mole. Just not a good person. Are you Qin Wang, the tenant who just moved in? I am Tuan from the Hejiang Gang who is in charge of this area. Please hand over this month's monthly report, 5 copper coins. The man with the black mole in the lead raised his chin to Qin Wang and looked at Qin Wang. Oh well, Qin Wang nodded when he heard this, took out 5 copper coins from his arms and handed them to Tai Wen. Well, it will be around this time next month, 5 copper coins. Tuan put the 5 copper coins into his arms, said nothing, and left with his 2 younger brothers. Grandma, Qingnuji Jinyu Gang earns 3 yuan a month, but Yanyan County charges 5 yuan. Qin Wang looked at the back of Hejiang Gang leader Tai Wen disappearing around the corner and narrowed his eyes. The world is like this. When you are not strong enough, just pay. In Qingnuji, the Goldfish Gang also collects monthly bills. If you don't pay, they have 100 ways to deal with you. Qin Wang knew that the fishermen at the fish stall injured the Goldfish Gang members and were found dead in the smelly ditch a few days later. We must speed up our strength improvement. Today, let's go visit Zheng Kechung's family first, and see which martial arts gym is suitable. Find a martial arts gym to join. Qin Wang thought to himself. It is suitable to visit during the day and take action at night. Qin Wang went to Yangji breakfast stall, ate a bowl of rice noodles and a bowl of noodles, and then walked forward along the long street. At 11 o'clock in the afternoon, he stood 100 feet away from the Flying Eagle Martial Arts Hall in the north of the city with 12 taels of silver in his pocket. Through his morning inquiries, there are 3 major martial arts halls in Yanyan County, namely the Flying Eagle Martial Arts Hall, which is good at body skills, named Flying Eagle Body Skills, flying over eaves and walls, as light as a flying eagle. The Iron Clothes Martial Arts Hall is a martial arts that practices the Iron Shirt horizontal training. All martial arts halls practice iron shirts, and each of them has strong blood, strong flesh, and muscular muscles. The Electric Sword Martial Arts Hall teaches a lightning sword method, and the sword is as fast as lightning. In the moment when the enemy has not reacted, it has cut the enemy's throat. These 3 martial arts halls all accept disciples from outside. The apprenticeship fee is 10 taels of silver, and it takes 3 months to enter. After 3 months, if you have not learned it, you need to pay another 10 taels of silver to continue learning. Qin Wang felt that he had the Teizu Chengquan now, and he had to learn this body movement. No matter whether you can beat others or not, you must be good at Qinggong and be able to run. He thought about it. Even if he was not a match for Chen Kun, the head of the Chen family, he could take his sister Qin Shuimei out of the Chen family after practicing Qinggong. Young man, do you want to learn Qinggong? Seeing Qin Wang standing at the door of the martial arts hall, looking at the 4 golden plaques of Flying Eagle Martial Arts Hall, on the door, a thin old man in his 50s, not tall, with leggings on both feet, came out and asked Qin Wang warmly. Old man, yes, I want to learn Qinggong. I heard that the entrance fee is 10 taels of silver. Qin Wang immediately clasped his fists to the old man and asked. Yes, the apprenticeship fee is 10 taels, did you bring the apprenticeship fee? Please come in. The thin old man was extremely enthusiastic. I brought it. Qin Wang nodded. I am Du Fu, the old man who is responsible for welcoming new disciples. I will take you to register. After paying the apprenticeship fee, you will receive your disciple uniform and badge, and you can come to the martial arts hall every day to practice the flying eagle body movement. The thin old man introduced Qin Wang enthusiastically. The Flying Eagle Martial Arts Hall has 2 stone lions at the entrance. Entering the martial arts hall gate, there is a corridor 3 feet wide. After walking 30 feet, you can see the training ground inside. The ground is very large, about 100 feet wide and 100 feet long. Many young men and women, wearing clothes with the logo of the Flying Eagle Martial Arts Hall, or running with sandbags tied to their feet. There are also people practicing plum blossom piles, stone pillars, dodging, etc. Du Fu took Qin Wang to a big-bellied steward to pay 10 taels of silver, and received a black wooden badge with the number 348 and a set of green clothes embroidered with a flying eagle. He handed him over to a slightly fat young man about 24 or 25 years old and gave him instructions. Zhang, this is the new disciple Qin Wang. You can help him practice the flying eagle body movement. Don't worry, Uncle Du. The slightly plump young man nodded to Du Fu and said to Qin Wang. Brother Qin, my name is Zhang Hao. You can call me Brother Zhang from now on. You follow me first. Okay, Qin Wang nodded and followed Zhang Hao. To practice the body movement, you must first practice being as light as a swallow and light footsteps. To achieve this step, you must first tie sandbags on your feet and run, from light to heavy, gradually increasing. At the same time, come here every morning, Brother Lin will teach the new disciples how to start and move. Come, try running with sandbags first. Zhang Hao pointed to the boys and girls who were running and introduced them to Qin Wang. Okay, Qin Wang nodded, walked forward, tied 2 sandbags on his legs, and tried running. 5 p.m. Qin Wang walked on the street. He felt very heavy when running with a sandbag tied to his body. However, when he took off the sandbag and ran again, he felt as light as a swallow and his speed doubled. He just tried it in the afternoon to get familiar with it and planned to go again tomorrow morning. Now, go to No. 12 Linjiang Villa of Zhengkecheng. Qin Wang found a place to eat something and rested for a while. After eating, he went to Linjiang Villa. Not long after, Qin Wang came to Linjiang Villa. This is the rich area of Yanyan County. Some wealthy businessmen and nobles in the county will come here to buy villas. There are more than 100 villas. The villas are separated by 10 feet, and the ground is covered with blue bricks and landscape trees. The villas are all surrounded by more than 1-foot-high walls. They are similar to the courtyards of the 4-sided courtyards, with rockery, small pools, courtyards, etc., which look very valuable. This Zhengkecheng really knows how to enjoy himself. A chief constable bought such a luxurious villa here and kept a woman. How much money has he embezzled over the years? Qin Wang cursed in his heart as he passed by villa number 12 10 feet away. At this time, a lot of carriages slowly drove over, and these were the wealthy businessmen in the city going home at night. Qin Wang didn't stay for long, and he found that there seemed to be no one living in villa number 12. I wonder if the woman Zhang Kecheng kept is inside. Qin Wang looked at villa number 12, and he observed carefully. The wall was more than 10 feet high. If you want to get in addition to hooking the wall with a rope hook, there is another way. There is a big maple tree behind the yard, and the branches extend to the edge of the wall. You can climb up the tree and then land on the wall to get down. As for Zhang Kecheng's canary, if it is discovered, it can only be killed. Qin Wang walked away and waited 5 miles away. On a winter night, there is a moon, but the light is weak. Time passed. It was 12 o'clock in a blink of an eye. After Qin Wang observed that no one had entered the number 12 villa, he changed into black clothes, covered his face, came to the back wall of the number 12 villa, climbed a tree and climbed over the wall. Qin Wang held a dagger in his hand, followed the wall, listened all the way, and slowly approached. It seems that the woman is not inside. Qin Wang carefully checked one room after another. He found that it seemed that no one was in the villa. He was immediately happy. No one was doing better. Moreover, the windows of these rooms were all closed. Bedroom, closet. Qin Wang pushed open the window of a room. He saw that it was a bedroom, a dressing mirror, a big bed opposite, and a big brown closet against the wall. The quilt on the bed was neatly folded. There was no one at all. But there was the scent of powder. Qin Wang listened for a while, then pushed the window open a little, holding the dagger and jumped in. After landing, Qin Wang looked around carefully, walked to the closet, and gently opened it. The closet was filled with folded women's clothes. The closet was four-part. Qin Wang opened them one by one and found that they were all clothes, but there was no inner skills secret book in the intelligence. He frowned and murmured, "It's impossible. The intelligence can't be wrong. Did Jiang Keqiang take it?" Qin Wang continued to look through it without giving up. He saw a drawer at the bottom of the closet with a small copper lock on it. He immediately took out a dagger and pried the lock. Suddenly, the small copper lock was pulled off the wooden drawer. Qin Wang opened the drawer and his eyes lit up. He saw a yellowed book inside, and the pages of the book were all rolled up. There were more than a dozen 5 liang silver ingots, a dozen silver bills, and a yellowed jade stone that was 3 inches long and 1 inch wide. Chapter 21. Little Kai Yang Kung. Qin Wang's eyes lit up when he looked at the 3 big characters on the title page of the book. I immediately opened it, flipped through it, and saw many figures of human figures meditating inside, as well as red lines drawing running routes. I immediately stuffed it into my arms, put away the silver ingots, silver notes, and jade stones, and turned around to leave. Not long after, Qin Wang wanted to go back the same way, but found that the wall was more than 1 foot high and had no legs. He immediately went to the front door, climbed over the wall from a flower bed, and walked away. More than an hour later, Qin Wang returned to his rented house in a zigzag manner. You still have to practice Qigong quickly. You can't even climb a wall that's more than a foot high. How will we rescue Qin Shuimei when the time comes? Qin Wang thought of the scene in Jiang Keqiang's hiding place, and secretly decided to practice light kung fu at the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School. Internal strength and mental method. Qin Wang closed the door, inserted the downbolt, and then used a stick to hold it back. This has become his habit. Although holding the door back may not be able to block the palm of a master, this is the only thing he can do as a weak man at the moment. Do your best to the best of your ability. Qin Wang didn't count the money, but took out the little Kai Yang Kung secret book from his pocket and started to read it. There are a total of 4 pictures of human figures sitting cross-legged inside. There are also comments in small letters beside the graphics. The matters that need attention are very detailed. This little red Yang Kung Fu is aimed at cultivating a body with pure Yang inner strength. It is a technique practiced by men, and is easier to practice on a boy's body. After cultivating to a certain level, one can imbue swords and other weapons with internal energy, and can even send out the power of volleying red sun palms to shock the enemy to death. Qin Wang read the secret book and then looked at the banknotes and silver coins he got from Jiang Keqiang's house. There are 65 taels of silver, and the silver notes are all 50 taels each. There are 11 in total, which is 550 taels of silver. After all, it is 615 taels of silver. Jiang Keqiang is the chief arrestor of Yanyan County. It's impossible for him to only have such a small amount of money. Could it be that he went to Yuzhou County to do some business and took away most of the money? Qin Wang had a thoughtful look in his eyes. This was the only possibility. Since he wants to make progress, it is essential to collect bribes and silver. He must take most of his property with him. After all, as long as he climbs higher, the money he paid can be returned quickly. This topaz stone is ice cold, but it's a pity that it has no holes, otherwise it could be worn. Qin Wang picked up the yellow jade stone next to him and thought to himself. This piece of jade must be valuable if Jiang Keqiang can put it in the closet. Let's take a look at today's information first. Qin Wang put away the silver coins and yellow jade stones, and with a sudden awareness, a book page appeared in front of him. Information refreshed daily. Today's information. 1. Yesterday you paid attention to the murder case of the tooth merchant Yan Po and obtained relevant information. Ji Shun, the deputy chief arrest officer, found Yan Po's account books of buying and selling young girls over the years in another house of Yan Po's son, and determined that Yan Po was killed. To a vendetta, the murderer is being tracked down. 2. Yesterday, you handed over 5 copper coins monthly to Heizhong Gang Tuan and obtained relevant information. Ji Zhong, the leader of Heizhong Gang, practices magic skills and must absorb the blood of one person every half-month. Rabbits do not eat grass beside their nests. Ji Zhong's magic skills. In case of an attack, it is possible to arrest someone nearby and suck their blood. 3. You got Zhang Kecheng's inner strength secret book Xiao Gong yesterday and obtained relevant information. You will start learning Xiao Gong in 6 days. 4. You obtained a yellowish jade piece yesterday and obtained relevant information. This jade piece is a soul-locking jade, with a mysterious woman's soul inside. 5. You went to Feiying Martial Arts School yesterday and obtained relevant information. Du Shang, the master of Feiying Martial Arts School, will fight Lu Ming, the master of Tae Martial Arts School, on the edge of the Hejiang River today, regardless of the outcome. 6. You went to Zhang Kecheng's hiding place yesterday and obtained relevant information. Zhang Kecheng's concubine Ku Wan returned from her natal home and found that her home was stolen, so she returned to her natal home again. 7. You met Tai Wen, the leader of the Hejiang gang, yesterday and obtained relevant information. Tai Wen is not willing to be just a small leader. He wants to make progress too much. He plans to find a fat sheep to kill and use it to bribe his boss. 8. You paid attention to the county magistrate Chen Hao yesterday and obtained relevant information. The county magistrate Chen Hao has been unable to go to the toilet for 3 days and is in pain. All the doctors are restrained, and 2 old doctors have been beaten for this. 9. You went to the entrance of the Electric Sword Martial Arts Hall yesterday to get relevant information. Zhang Haishan, the owner of the Electric Sword Martial Arts Hall, Lightning Sword, will secretly watch the battle between Dushang and Lu Ming tomorrow, hoping that the fishermen will benefit. 10. Yesterday, you passed the industrial restaurant of the Chen family, one of the 4 major families, on the street, and obtained relevant information. Chen Yi, the young master of the Chen family, had been spotted by the passing elder of the Tai Sword sect, and was taken away as a disciple. Have the account books of this vicious old woman Yan Po been found? Qin Wang looked at the first piece of information, and his eyes flashed. Yan Po had done many evil things, and he could be regarded as getting rid of harm for the people. Ji Zhang, the leader of the Hejiang gang, practices magic skills and must absorb the blood of one person every half-month. His magic skills have recently occurred. Is it possible to arrest someone nearby to suck blood? Qin Wang frowned deeply when he saw the second piece of information. This county has a lot of opportunities, but it also has a lot of dangers. Ji Zhang might be kidnapped at some point to do blood-sucking exercises, so he has to stay away. As far as Qin Wang knows, the Hejiang gang is a gang in the north of the city. Qin Wang looked at the third piece of information again and his eyes lit up. I will be starting the Little Red Yang Kung Fu in 6 days. This is great. The jade piece obtained from Zhang Kecheng's family is a soul-locking jade. There is a mysterious woman's soul locked inside. Qin Wang looked at the fourth piece of information, his eyes showing a thoughtful look. He was still thinking that the jade piece was cold, but it was a pity that there was no hole, otherwise it could be worn, but he didn't expect that there was a ghost inside. If a ghost is really worn on the chest, it's terrifying to think about it. Du Shang, the owner of the Flying Eagle Martial Arts Hall, and Lu Ming, the owner of the Iron Clothes Martial Arts Hall, fought to a draw. Qin Wang looked at the fifth piece of information, his eyes flashed. He is now learning Qinggong at the Flying Eagle Martial Arts Hall, and he has to pay more attention to Du Zhang's information. Tai Wen wants to kill a fat sheep and make some money to bribe his boss. He wants to climb up. Qin Wang looked at the seventh piece of information, frowned slightly, and Tai Wen was not a good guy at first glance. County Magistrate Chen Hao has done too many bad things and bullied the people. He deserves it. Qin Wang skipped the eighth piece of information. The young master of the Chen family, one of the 4 great families, has been spotted by the elders of the Tai Sword sect. Accepted as a disciple. Qin Wang looked at the 10th piece of information with a look of shock in his eyes. This young master of the Chen family has really encountered a great opportunity. Qin Wang frowned immediately. In the future, if he wants to rescue his sister Qin Shuimei, he must make enemies with the Chen family. It is a bit difficult for Chen Yi of the Chen family to become a disciple of the Tai Sword sect of the Immortal sect. Qin Wang also thought about exchanging silver. But, at the beginning, Yan Po took a lot of it. If he exchanges it for his sister, he will have to pay dozens of taels of silver. At present, the silver is available. But with his identity, taking out so much silver will not withstand scrutiny. I am afraid that by then, if my sister is not rescued, I will be eaten up by the Chen family. There are many masters in the Chen family, so he can only take it slowly. In order to rescue my sister, I will not hesitate to make enemies. Qin Wang took a deep breath and said secretly, my sister must be saved. Only if my own strength improves. Then use the intelligence to find a way. Sleep first, get up early tomorrow morning to practice Shao Qianggong, and then go to Feiying Martial Arts Hall to learn Qinggong. Qin Wang took a deep breath and said to himself. He went to Zheng Kecheng's house tonight, sneaking carefully all the way. His mind was tense, and he was indeed a little tired. One night passed. 5 o'clock in the morning. Qin Wang woke up and felt refreshed. He found that because of his good diet and taking qi and blood pills, zhuangxie pills, and zhuangxie soup recently, his physical fitness has greatly improved. Although he is still thin, his bones and muscles are stronger and stronger. In addition to practicing Teizu Chengquan, it is not a problem to defeat 3 or 4 strong men. Practice Shao Qianggong first. After Qin Wang finished washing up, he closed the door, took out the secret book of Shao Qianggong, and began to practice. Shao Qianggong. There are 4 pictures. According to the notes, practicing the meridians in the first picture and feeling the qi in the lower abdomen dantian qi si is considered to be the entry. Intelligence shows that I will enter Shao Qianggong in 6 days, and I have to practice with all my strength. Qin Wang looked at the secret book of Shao Qianggong in his hand and made up his mind. Shao Qianggong, Teizu Chengquan, both must work hard. The first picture. Rising from the qi si in the abdomen, the consciousness silently feels the qi. Once the qi is felt, the mind can control the qi to go up, run the first meridian map, and start practicing this small Qianggong. Qin Wang practiced until almost 7 o'clock, but he still didn't feel the qi. He was not disappointed. There is an intelligence panel showing that there is hope. Pack up everything and go to Yangji breakfast stall on the street to have breakfast. Order 5 big meat buns and a bowl of soup noodles to eat. Have you heard? Yesterday at the Black River, the river god was angry, raised huge waves, and ate more than a dozen fishermen in Qingnuji. The deputy chief constable of the county government rushed over with the constables, and the county magistrate Chen also rushed over. I heard that according to the witch, the river god was not satisfied with the sacrifice, and said that this year, the sacrifice must be increased to appease the anger of the river god. More sacrifices. Then this year's boys and girls must roll a few times. Quote. Just then, Qin Wang heard the discussion of the 4 diners at the next table. Is the god of the river angry? Do you want to add more boys and girls? Qin Wang thought of the Zhongshen festival and immediately thought of Qin Shuimei. He felt a sense of urgency in his heart. He quickly ate the soup noodles and took the buns to the Flying Eagle Martial Arts Hall. Not long after, Qin Wang came to the Flying Eagle Martial Arts Hall, took out the wooden sign and entered the martial arts training ground. Junior brother Qin, you are here just in time. Senior brother Lin is about to start teaching the method of starting and moving. As soon as Qin Wang arrived at the training ground, senior brother Zhang Hao ran over and said to Qin Wang. Thank you, senior brother Zhang. Qin Wang smiled at Zhang Hao and followed him to the left side of the training ground. He saw a sturdy young man with leggings on his feet, about 27 or 28 years old. He was talking with a warm look while doing the movements of moving and turning. Our Flying Eagle body skills are inspired by the flight trajectory of the Flying Eagle, and are divided into 9 styles. I will now teach you the first 3 styles, namely, the young eagle spreads its wings, the rabbit jumps and the falcon falls, and the eagle looks at the wolf step. If you learn the first 3 styles within 3 months, you can be taught the 4th to 6th styles. Everyone follow me to practice from slow to fast. Lin Yunfeng glanced at the 5 boys and girls around him, practicing 1 step at a time. Brother Lin, there is a newcomer, this is brother Qin Wang. Brother Qin, this is brother Lin Yunfeng, who is responsible for teaching the newcomers body skills. Zhang Hao introduced Qin Wang and Lin Yunfeng. Hello, brother Lin. Qin Wang stepped forward, clasped his fists and bowed to Lin Yunfeng. Well, you stand with them. There are 6 newcomers today. I will show you the body movements of our Flying Eagle Martial Arts School. Lin Yunfeng nodded to Qin Wang and the 5 boys and girls around him, lifted the hem of his clothes, spread his arms, and took off from the ground like an eagle, landing steadily on the wall more than 10 feet high. I just performed the first move, the young eagle spreads its wings. Lin Yunfeng jumped off the ground. His face was not red and he was not out of breath, he was calm and relaxed. What a powerful light skill. Hiss. Too strong, such a high wall, he went straight up. It's really amazing. Seeing Lin Yunfeng perform light skills and jump so high, many junior brothers and sisters present cheered. This light skill is really good. Come to the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School, you've come to the right place. Qin Wang looked at Lin Yunfeng and his eyes lit up. This light skill is really too strong. This is his dream of flying over the eaves and walls, and being a swordsman in the rivers and lakes. Next, Qin Wang, along with 5 new disciples, followed Lin Yunfeng and began to practice the 3 styles of Flying Eagle body skills, first familiarizing themselves with the 3 styles moves. Qin Wang practiced at the Flying Eagle Martial Arts Hall until 5 p.m. before returning home. On the way, he bought 2 qi and blood pills at a branch of Xinglin Chunyaotang. It was early morning. Qin Wang looked at his intelligence panel. Today's intelligence. 1. You practiced the Flying Eagle body skills yesterday, and obtained relevant information. Your Flying Eagle body skills will be mastered in 1 day. 4. You heard about the river god swallowing fishermen yesterday, and obtained relevant information. The river god, demon dragon, was seriously injured by a passing cultivator, and was about to lay eggs, so it was extremely weak, so it would take risks and swallow humans to replenish its vitality. 7. You practiced the Little Red Yang Gong yesterday, and obtained relevant information. Your Little Red Yang Gong will be mastered in 4 days. 8. You saw Lin Yunfeng yesterday and obtained relevant information. Lin Yunfeng failed to reveal his true feelings to the owner's daughter Du Yunyang tonight. 9. You went to the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School yesterday and obtained relevant information. Zhang Haitian, the owner of the Electric Sword Martial Arts School, Lightning Sword, is planning to contact Lu Ming of the Iron Clothes Martial Arts School to launch an attack on the disciples of the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School, so that Feiying the Martial Arts Gym cannot be opened in order to share the territory of the Flying Eagle Martial Arts Gym. Martial Arts. Teizu Chengquan. Introduction. Progress. 528 800ths. Effectiveness. Flexible footwork, long-term attack and short-term attack, strong explosive power, good at melee combat, can be accomplished in 2 years. I still have 1 day of practice, can I get started with the Flying Eagle body technique? Qin Wang looked at the first piece of information with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Relatively speaking, it was much easier to learn than the Little Qiang Kung Fu. Senior brother Lin used it to jump up to a high wall of more than 10 feet, which made him very jealous. What river god? It turns out to be a monster dragon. Severely injured by a cultivator, are you ready to devour humans to recover? Qin Wang looked at the 4th piece of information and his eyes flashed. He didn't believe in God. Wind and rain are God's will. Another possibility is that the monster dragon is a bit wise and can control the wind and rain, which makes the people think that the river god has appeared. Every year, boys and girls throw themselves into the river and are eaten by the monster dragon. It seems that the qi and blood pill can increase the speed of my practice of Little Qiang Kung Fu. Qin Wang looked at the 7th piece of information with a thoughtful look on his face. Article 8 information is ignored. Zhang Haitian, the owner of the Electric Sword Martial Arts School, and Lu Ming of the Iron Clothes Martial Arts School, are preparing to attack the disciples of the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School. His grandmas. I still have 1 day to learn the Flying Eagle body technique. Seeing the 9th piece of information, Qin Wang frowned. He had just joined the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School, and something like this had happened. Isn't it too bad? It's not easy. It's not okay to risk your life just to learn Qinggong. Anyway, I remember the first 3 moves. I've been practicing at home these past few days to avoid joint attacks from the 2 major martial arts schools. I'll wait and see for a while. Qin Wang secretly made up his mind. The other pieces of information were of little relevance and Qin Wang ignored them. As for Tell Dushang, the owner of the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School, about the news that the Iron Clothes Martial Arts School and the Electric Sword Martial Arts School were going to attack and kill the disciples of the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School. Qin Wang did not consider it. First, Dushang might ask, how do you, a new disciple, know? Another thing is that it would not be good for me to get involved. If I lose my life because of it, it would be a big loss. The next day, in the morning, Qin Wang went to buy 6 qi and blood pills in batches. When he came back, he took the pills and practiced the little red Yongdong for a while, which was to practice the Flying Eagle body skill. Martial Arts. Flying Eagle body skill. Incomplete entry. Progress. 1/800th. Effect. Flexible body skills, agile movements, light footsteps, can be achieved in 1 year. Flying Eagle body skill, finally got started. The next step is to wait for the little red Yongdong to get started. In the early morning of the next day, Qin Wang looked at his panel with satisfaction in his eyes. Chen's house. The backyard was extremely quiet. In the yard, 4 thin girls were sitting on stools, all wearing green clothes, and all of them were silent. Sister Shuimei, there is less than half a year left, do you have any wishes? One of the girls in green clothes suddenly looked at the girl on the left who looked more mature and asked. Wish, I hope that my brother can become a doctor in the future, marry and have children, what about you? Qin Shuimei looked at Xiaozi, Xiaolan, and Xiaoqing beside her and said. As Qin Shuimei spoke, the figure of her younger brother Qin Wang emerged in her mind, and she showed relief on her thin face. With the 20 taels of silver, Wangzi should have no problem with his future life. He is now a medicine boy in Baekotang. In the future, he may become a doctor. Being a doctor has a future. In the future, he may be able to marry a wife and have children. It will not make the Qin family extinct. Her efforts have not been in vain. I want to live. I don't want to be a sacrifice. Me too, Xiaozi, Xiaolan, and Xiaoqing murmured. They still had the thought that their family would help them redeem themselves in the future, so they naturally didn't want to die. Qin Shuimei was silent after hearing this and looked at the night sky. East of the city, in the night, in a residential house with a blue brick exterior wall. There stood 2 men in black clothes and a young man in black clothes, about 27 or 28 years old. A young man in his 21 or 22 years old was lying on the ground, his eyes wide open, and he died with his eyes open. There was a pool of blood on the ground. Uncle, my nephew has no way out. From now on, I will follow you. Lin Yunfeng, dressed in black, clasped his fists to one of the men in black clothes and took a deep breath. He has joined the Flying Eagle martial arts school for 10 years and has only been taught the first 9 moves. He knows that there are 3 more powerful moves behind. Originally, he planned to confess to his junior sister Du Yunyang successfully and become the son-in-law of the owner Du Shang, so that he should be able to be taught the last 3 moves. But he didn't expect it. The flower has feelings but the water is ruthless, and the junior sister has no feelings for him. He was desperate. He knew that there was no hope of progress if he stayed in the Flying Eagle martial arts school. It happened that his distant cousin Lei Wu, who was a teacher at the Electric Sword Martial Arts School, came to him and asked him to provide the address of the disciples of the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School and kill a fellow disciple as a token of his loyalty. He did it one by one. Once he took this step, there was no turning back. Yunfeng, it should have been done long ago. With your talent, it's a waste of time in the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School. Look at you, you have been in the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School for 10 years, and Du Shang still doesn't teach you the last 3 moves of the Flying Eagle, and treats you as an outsider. Your choice today is wise. The black-clothed man Lei Wu looked at Lin Yunfeng in black, and spoke with indignation. Yes, Yunfeng, Lei Wu is your uncle. You joined the Dianjian Martial Arts School. With your uncle's relationship, I guarantee you will be valued. Your martial arts will improve by leaps and bounds. Don't worry. Another man in black patted Lin Yunfeng on the shoulder and said in a deep voice. Yes, Lin Yunfeng nodded and said to the 2. Uncle Quan, let's find the next target. The 3 disguised the wound of the young man on the ground and disappeared into the night. North of the city, in the old house rented by Qin Wang. In the early morning, he sat in the room and looked at the panel. Daily Intelligence Refresh. Daily Intelligence. 1. You met Zhang Fan, the owner of the steamed bun shop yesterday, and obtained relevant information. Zhang Fan had been sucked into a dry corpse by Ji Zhang, the leader of the Black River Gang, who had an attack of magic power a quarter of an hour ago. 2. You followed the Black River Gang yesterday and got relevant information. The Black River Gang leader Ji Zhang's magic power has taken effect and needs to suck blood every 12 hours. He is currently hiding in a yard 300 feet away from the Yaka Street Hutong. You will be sucked blood by Ji Zhong in 12 hours. 3. You followed the Flying Eagle Martial Arts Hall yesterday and got relevant information. 5 disciples of the Flying Eagle Martial Arts Hall have been assassinated by the disciples of the Electric Sword Martial Arts Hall and the Iron Clothes Martial Arts Hall. They disguised themselves as Blood Hand Rakshasa to seek revenge. 4. You followed the Flying Eagle Martial Arts Hall yesterday and got relevant information. The 3rd disciple of the martial arts hall owner, Lin Yunfang, failed to confess his love to his junior sister and had no hope of learning the last 3 moves of the Flying Eagle body movement. He defected to the Electric Sword Martial Arts Hall and brought the 2 martial arts masters of the Electric Sword and Iron Clothes to attack the disciples of the Flying Eagle Martial Arts Hall. Your address will be found in 7 days. 5. You followed Zheng Kecheng yesterday and got relevant information. Zheng Kecheng met a seriously injured swordsman on the road and learned the Yingyu sword technique from him. 6. You went to Yangji breakfast stall yesterday and got relevant information. The owner Yang Yulin was blackmailed by Tuan and decided to transfer the breakfast stall and move his family to Lingxian to live with relatives. 7. You met Tuan, the leader of the Black River Gang, yesterday and obtained relevant information. Tuan extorted 22 taels of silver from the breakfast stall owner Yang Yulin. 8. You followed the county magistrate Chen Hao yesterday and obtained relevant information. The county magistrate Chen Hao got the help of the witch and relieved the fever. He followed the witch's advice and increased the number of boys and girls to 12 each. 9. You went to the Xinglanchun Medicine Hall branch yesterday and obtained relevant information. The owner of Xinglanchun Medicine Hall was asked by the Tianhe Association to increase the commission and decided to increase the price of elixir and medicinal materials by half. 10. You followed Qin Shuimei yesterday and obtained relevant information. Qin Shuimei is currently eating and drinking well. Thinking that you will become a doctor of Baikeotang in the future, marry and have children, she has no regrets and is waiting for the Zhongshan festival in half a year. The Black River Gang leader Ji Zhong's magic power has taken effect. He needs to suck blood for 12 hours. Will he suck blood after 12 hours? Qin Wang looked at the first and second pieces of information, his face suddenly turned pale, and he stood up suddenly. He didn't expect. Death is so close. A sense of extreme fear enveloped his whole body. He couldn't help shaking all over. You know, the Black River Gang leader's cultivation is definitely not weaker than Zheng Kecheng. If he becomes his target, he will definitely die. The most terrifying thing is, Yaka Street is the street where Qin Wang is renting now, and the Black River Gang leader Ji Zhong is hiding nearby. This is too dangerous. I can't stay here. Move out first. Qin Wang took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. The information showed that Ji Zhong was active during the day and had just sucked the blood of Zhong Fan, the owner of the bun shop. He would come after 12 hours. Does that mean that he is safe within these 12 hours? Qin Wang doesn't want to sit back and wait for death. Wearing a thick cotton padded jacket and a black hat, he didn't have many things, just banknotes, broken silver, and a broken bowl. No, you must kill Ji Zhong while avoiding him. I can foresee the information. Perhaps, by exposing Ji Zhong's practice of magic skills to suck people's blood, the exposure will anger Li Laosai to death, and attract Yanyan County masters and the Yamen to deal with him. Qin Wang narrowed his eyes and felt that he wanted to use the strengths of the intelligence panel to cause trouble. After all, sucking human blood to practice magic skills makes everyone in the world change their minds after hearing about it. Once the news spreads that Ji Zhong, the leader of the Heizhong gang, sucks human blood to practice magic skills, everyone in Yanyan County will be in danger and cause an uproar. First of all, the Yamen will not tolerate him. Qin Wang gently closed the door, left the rented house with the shabby package and packed quilt, and headed in the opposite direction to Yaju Street. In the county town at night, there is no one on the streets, only the gambling houses shine with dim light. It's dry, so be careful with the candles. Qin Wang walked 6 miles and approached the East City. On the way, he met 2 old watchmen carrying lanterns and beating gongs. Seeing that Qin Wang had not checked into the inn, he kindly told Qin Wang to wait for dawn in a dry doorway in an alley. It should be safe here. Early tomorrow morning, go to Dongcheng and rent another house. Buy paper and pens and prepare to expose Ji Zhong for sucking human blood. It was pitch dark outside, Qin Wang was holding the parcel, sitting in the alley, thinking secretly. Lin Yunfang, this beast, betrayed the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School. Will he lead the masters of the Iron Clothes Martial Arts School and the Electric Sword Martial Arts School to find my address in 7 days? Qin Wang looked at the fourth piece of information, his expression gradually gloomy. That day, at the Flying Eagle Martial Arts Hall, he saw Lin Yunfang showing off his light skills and jumping up a wall that was more than a foot high. He also felt that this Lin Yunfang looked kind and gentle. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be a traitor and his address would be found by his leaders. This piece of shit Lin Yunfang is simply seeking death. I will expose you and Ji Zhang together. Qin Wang's eyes flashed coldly. He just wanted to practice hard and fight back if he got in trouble. By the way, the Chen family is powerful and I am not my opponent at the moment. Perhaps, I can go around the Chen family more and see if I can get any useful information. Drawing siege from the other 3 major families. Thinking of exposing Ji Zhang and Lin Yunfang, Qin Wang's heart suddenly moved. I can't deal with the Chen family. Just stir up the water in Yanyan County. Let them fight. It would be better if the Chen family were to fight with other families and perish, then it would be much easier to rescue the sister. Zheng Kecheng, this fool, is so lucky. Has he obtained the Yingyu sword technique? Qin Wang looked at the 5th piece of information and couldn't help but widen his eyes. He had just obtained the little red Yongkang from him, and he actually got another great opportunity on the way to Yuzhou County. If you don't have the strength, you will be bullied everywhere. Qin Wang looked at the 6th and 7th pieces of information and sighed. If Yang Yulin had the strength, would Tuan dare to blackmail him? Item 8 and 9 pieces of information were all ignored by Qin Wang. My sister hopes that I will become a doctor, marry a wife and have children. Is this her wish? We must speed up, improve our strength, and rescue her. After seeing the 10th piece of information, Qin Wang felt a lot heavier in his heart. Qin Shuimei is considered a doting brother, and she will not hesitate to sacrifice her life for herself. If she does not rescue her, she may not feel at ease in this life. It's getting light. Qin Wang tidied up, got up, put on his hat, and walked along the main street, looking for a suitable rental. At the same time, he went to buy exposure paper and brushes. Morning. Pedestrians and vendors were coming and going. Qin Wang walked past the entrance of the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School. From a distance, he saw the people wailing loudly at the entrance of the martial arts school, shouting to the heavens and the earth. 3 feet outside the martial arts hall, people were gathered around, talking and pointing. Qin Wang did not get too close, but through the gap between the people, he saw more than a dozen wooden boards spread out on the ground at the entrance of the martial arts hall, covered with white cloth. Judging from the outline, a person was lying on a wooden board. The conspiracy between the Iron Clothes Martial Arts School and the Electric Sword Martial Arts School succeeded. The Flying Eagle Martial Arts School can no longer be opened. Qin Wang looked at it for a while, shook his head and sighed. I have only learned 3 moves of the Flying Eagle body technique. I haven't had time to learn the rest yet, so I can only think of another way. At this time, a thin old man with a strange face and a gloomy face came quickly from outside. Behind him were more than a dozen men with strong auras. Qin Wang had seen it from a distance. It was the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School. Du Shang, the owner of the museum. Let's rent a house first. Qin Wang no longer paid attention to the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School, but continued to walk forward. He had breakfast at the junction of Baikang and Dongcheng and rented a small courtyard behind the street. The yard is much better than the previous house. There are 3 rooms with a kitchen. The small courtyard at the entrance is about 3 feet in diameter, the wall is half a foot high, and there is a jujube tree with slits in the courtyard. Now that we have settled down, we don't have to worry about Ji Zhang anymore. Qin Wang sat on the bed, looked out the window, and breathed a sigh of relief. First write down the information that will be exposed tonight. Qin Wang rested for a while and began to write information, 10 pieces for each information. Information 1. Ji Zhang, the leader of the Heizhong gang, secretly sucks human blood to practice magic skills. He stays day and night and needs to suck the blood of one person every 12 hours. Information 2. Lin Yunfang, the 3rd disciple of Du Shang in the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School, confessed that his junior sister failed and defected to the Electric Sword Martial Arts School, where he attacked and killed his former senior brother. Late at night, 11 o'clock. Kung Fu. Shaoqiang Kung Fu Introduction. Progress. 1/800th. Effect. Internal qi is absorbed into dantian, fascia is molded and bones are moistened, qi channels are long, and small success can be achieved in 2 years. After taking 6 qi and blood pills in a row, Shaoqiang Gong has actually been introduced in advance. Qin Wang looked at the prompt on the right side of the information panel page, and his eyes showed satisfaction. Today, after renting a house, he went to several branches of the medicine hall and bought qi and blood pills in batches. Finally, at 11 o'clock in the evening, he sensed the internal qi. At this moment, he felt, in dantian, there was a toothpick-sized airflow, which could be mobilized with his thoughts and run along the running route of the first diagram of Shaoqiang Gong. However, because his internal force was too weak, the airflow dissipated after passing through 2 acupuncture points. Qin Wang immediately started again. Do the same thing repeatedly. He has a liver skill panel. As long as he works hard, he will always grow stronger. Daily information refresh. Daily information. 1. You followed the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School yesterday and obtained relevant information. The owner of the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School, Du Shang, escaped the joint pursuit of Zhang Haitian and Lu Ming and has been hiding in your kitchen. He is seriously injured and dying. He will not live for more than 60 breaths. 2. You followed the leader of the Black River Gang, Ji Zhang, yesterday and obtained relevant information. Since you left the original rental house, a Black River Gang disciple was sucked blood by Ji Zhang and died a quarter of an hour ago. 3. You followed the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School yesterday and obtained relevant information. Dozens of disciples of the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School were killed by masters of the Electric Sword Martial Arts School and the Iron Clothes Martial Arts School disguised as Blood Hand Rakshasa to seek revenge. The people were scattered and the martial artists fled far away. This morning, the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School will be smashed and burned by the angry relatives of the deceased. The Flying Eagle Martial Arts School will be completely destroyed. 4. You paid attention to the Electric Sword Martial Arts Hall yesterday and obtained relevant information. The Electric Sword Martial Arts Hall will divide the territory of the Flying Eagle Martial Arts Hall with the TAE Martial Arts Hall. 5. You successfully started Shaoqiang Kung yesterday, sensed a trace of inner energy, and obtained relevant information. You will enter the third-rate realm in 3 days. 6. You paid attention to Ji Zhang, the leader of the Heizhong Gang yesterday, and obtained relevant information. Ji Zhang will meet the Snow Lotus Holy Envoy of the Snow Lotus sect today and be granted the subsequent 3 levels of bloodthirsty magical skills. A warrior with strong blood will become Ji Zhang blood-sucking target. 7. You paid attention to Feiying Martial Arts School yesterday and obtained relevant information. Du Zhang's son Du Feng escaped with his sister Du Yunyang and took refuge with the uncle of Haifeng village. 8. You paid attention to the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School yesterday and obtained relevant information. The traitor Lin Yunfeng got help from his cousin Lei Wu and was accepted as the 9th disciple by the owner of the Electric Sword Martial Arts School, Lightning Sword, Zhang Haitian. 9. You paid attention to the Chen family of the 4 major families yesterday and obtained relevant information. Because Chen Yi, the young master of the Chen family, was spotted by Zhao Zhanyi, the elder of the Tai sword sect who was passing by, he accepted him as the 10th disciple on the spot and took him to the Immortal sect to practice. The Chen family chose an auspicious day and set up hundreds of tables for a banquet, inviting relatives and friends from all walks of life to announce this great event that would honor their ancestors. 10. You paid attention to the Chen family of the 4 major families yesterday and obtained relevant information. Although the main skill of the Chen family, Ziyang Gong, is strong, it has obvious weaknesses. The skill is halved at midnight every day. In order to make up for the shortcomings, the head of the family, Chen Kun, has committed suicide. In the 3rd month of Gong's reign, he practiced Zikui swordsmanship and his temperament changed drastically. Du Shang, the owner of the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School, can't survive 60 breaths. He is currently hiding in my kitchen. Qin Wang looked at the first piece of information, his eyes widened suddenly, and he was frightened. Qin Wang did not doubt the authenticity of the intelligence panel. Since the intelligence showed that Dushang was hiding in his home, it must be so. As far as Qin Wang knows, Dushong is one of the 3 famous celebrities in Yanyan County, known as the Flying Iron Eagle. They were all seriously injured and on the verge of death. He didn't hear any sound just now. It can be seen that his Flying Eagle body technique is really powerful. Will Dushong take action against me? Qin Wang was wary. He knew that a skinny camel was bigger than a horse. Even Dushong, who was about to die, was not someone he could provoke. He reached out and took out the dagger from under the pillow, holding it tightly. At the same time, he raised his ears and listened to the movement in the direction of the kitchen. There was a faint sound of rustling firewood. At this time, Qin looked at the kitchen separated by a wall. An old man in green clothes with a thin body and pale face was lying on the firewood pile in the kitchen. He was pressing the wound, blood was pouring out from the corner of his mouth, his chest was collapsed, his body was covered with wounds, his breath was weak, and he could no longer move. Is there anyone? Dushong opened his mouth to shout, but found that the sound was like a mosquito, and he suddenly felt desperate. He was originally a famous bandit in Liangzhou. Because he offended the powerful forces in Liangzhou, he hid in Yanyan County, Yuzhou, changed his name to Dushong, and opened the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School. He didn't dare to use his martial arts back then. He only appears in front of people with his Flying Eagle body technique. But I didn't expect it. Shi Lan, the eldest disciple who wanted to be the successor, actually poisoned his own tea. Then, he was surrounded by Zhang Haitian and Lu Ming and was seriously injured. Although he escaped with the help of the Flying Eagle movement, he discovered that, I'm afraid, it won't last long. The only ones who were worried were his son Dufeng and his daughter Du Yunyang. Their children followed the second disciple and escaped from the martial arts hall tunnel. However, they did not have time to tell them the treasure secrets he left in Liangzhou and the property in Yanyan County. I wanted to call someone to help deliver a message, but I was too injured to call out. Unexpectedly, my majestic Liangzhou flying soul palm was actually plotted against by his eldest disciple. I was reduced to death in the kitchen of a residential house. I am unwilling to accept it. Dushong suddenly straightened up, twitched a few times, tilted his head, and refused to close his eyes. Qin Wang waited for a while. When he found that the rustling sound was gone, he couldn't help but thought to himself. Intelligence shows that he will die after 60 breaths. If there is no sound, he is probably dead. Qin Wang put on his clothes and got out of bed, held a sesame oil lamp, and walked to the main room vigilantly. By the dim light, from a distance, he saw an old man with a thin body and wounds all over the woodpile in the kitchen, lying on the woodpile, his eyes wide open, motionless, and his chest was covered with blood. It's indeed Dushong. Qin Wang looked at the profile of his face and secretly thought that indeed, he had seen Dushong from a distance at the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School. He is indeed dead. Qin Wang stood there and waited for nearly half an hour, confirming that Dushong was dead. Then he carefully approached and used a stick to poke open the clothes on Du Zhang's chest. A palm-sized gray bag rolled out. Qin Wang carefully opened the gray bag with a stick and found that there were 5 silver notes inside. Each piece is in denomination of 50 taels, totaling 250 taels of silver. There is also a 2-inch long black object that looks like a key. No secrets, only 250 taels of silver. Qin Wang looked at Dushong, who was still looking at him with a look of thoughtfulness in his eyes. He searched Du Zhang's whole body and found nothing except 5 banknotes. Who has no problem bringing the secret book with them? Forget it, 250 taels of silver is not bad. You can buy a lot of qi and blood pills. Qin Wang explained to himself. 250 taels of silver. If there is no awakening intelligence panel, it is probably difficult to earn it in a lifetime, right? It's hard to deal with Du Zhang's death here. Why not bury him in the back room? Qin Wang looked at the dead Dushong with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Report to the official tomorrow. It's hard to explain. It will also attract the attention of Zhang Haitian and Lu Ming. Burying on site is the best option. Thinking of this, Qin Wang put away the keys and banknotes, closed the door, took a hoe, and started digging in the back room. He dug 4 feet deep, put Dushong in, buried him, flattened him, and dumped the extra soil in the grass outside the yard to cover the traces. After this wave of work, more than half an hour had passed. Then he began to check the 9 pieces of information behind the panel. A disciple of the Black River Gang was sucked blood by Ji Zhang instead of me. Qin Wang looked at the second piece of information, his eyes flashed, and a fear rose in his heart. If it weren't for the prediction of the intelligence panel, he would still be staying in the original rented house, and now he would be a dried corpse. The Flying Eagle Martial Arts School will be smashed and burned by the relatives of the dead disciples. Qin Wang looked at the third and fourth pieces of information, and his heart was silent. This is inevitable. People sent their children to your martial arts school to learn martial arts, but because of your martial arts school, the children were killed. Who else can they find if not you? Will I enter the third-rate realm in 3 days? Great. Qin Wang looked at the fifth piece of information and his eyes lit up. As far as he knew, in this world, martial arts are divided into third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, and martial arts innate. Each realm is divided into initial, middle, late, and perfect. Third-rate martial artist. Internal strength is just formed, punches and kicks, swords and swordsmanship are standard, with 1 to 5 years of internal strength. Second-rate master. Has 6 to 20 years of internal strength, has a unique skill to practice to perfection, or piano, chess, calligraphy and painting, for my use, side door, sword. First-rate master. Has more than 20 years of internal strength, has practiced several martial arts to the pinnacle, round and smooth, integrated, knife, sword, fist can be restrained, can be released 1 foot, picking flowers and leaves can hurt people. Martial arts innate. Martial arts enlightenment, return to nature, condense innate true qi. Advance to the third rate, finally see the results. Ji Zhong has seen the Snow Lotus holy envoy of the Snow Lotus sect. The third level of cultivation method after being taught the bloodthirsty magical skill. Does it need to absorb the blood of a warrior with powerful qi blood? Qin Wang looked at the sixth piece of information and narrowed his eyes. When the information about Ji Zhong's blood-sucking comes to light, whether he can survive in Yanyan County will be a question. Articles 7 and 8 of information are omitted. Chen Yi, the young master of the Chen family, was taken away by the elders of the Tai Sword sect and held hundreds of banquets to celebrate. Qin Wang looked at the ninth piece of information and his heart sank. By doing this, the Chen family was taking advantage of the situation and would become stronger and stronger in the future. With his sister in the Chen family, it would not be good for him if the Chen family became stronger. The weakness of the Chen family's Ziyang Kong. Is the power halved at midnight every day? Chen Kun, the head of the family, has been practicing Zikui sword technique for 3 months. Has his temperament changed drastically? Qin Wang's eyes suddenly lit up when he looked at the 10th piece of information. This is great news. The weakness of the Chen family's martial arts has been exposed, and the other 3 major families, the Lin family, the Su family, and the Zhang family, will definitely seize this good opportunity. Quickly write 10 pieces of information about the Chen family's weaknesses and expose them. Thinking of this, Qin Wang immediately took a pen and paper and started writing information. Less than half an hour. Qin Wang just wrote 10 pieces of information and 30 pieces of information together, took the paste and walked to the street. Qin Wang avoided the watchman and stayed away from his rental place. Specially look for tea houses in the east and west of the city, and post information on the wall next to the door of the tavern. After all the busy work, it was almost the 4th day. On the street, vegetable vendors were passing by carrying vegetables one after another, and breakfast stalls were also open. Qin Wang returned to his rented house, opened the door and entered the house, checked it to make sure nothing was missing, and practiced for a while. Learn Xiao Qiang Kung Fu. When it got daylight, I pushed back 5 or 6 miles along the kitchen to wipe away the traces of blood dripping on Dushong Road, and then went to the street to have breakfast before returning. Let's sort out my recent gains first. Back home. Qin Wang bolted the door, closed the window, sat cross-legged on the bed, and poured out the contents of his package. He was going to clean up all his treasures to see how much money he had. Wow, there was a pile of things on the bed, a few silver ingots and mostly banknotes. There are also road guides, a broken bowl obtained from the Qingnu mountain ravine, and 3 white porcelain bottles containing 3 qi and blood pills. All the way, I dug 500 taels from Li Laosai's house and brought 100 taels. Yan Po's family has more than 460 taels. Zhang Kechung's Kangjiao courtyard 615 liang. Dushong 250 taels. In addition to buying qi and blood pills to practice during this period, Qin Wang currently has a total of 1,330 taels of silver left on hand, which does not include the 850 taels under the bed of Li Laosai's house and the 400 taels under the earth-walled thatched house. I can be considered a little rich man now, right? Qin Wang looked at his silver, his eyes flashed, he was very satisfied. Suddenly, Qin Wang looked at the old bowl from Qingnu Mountain and the white porcelain bottle containing qi and blood pills, and rubbed his eyes. He just saw it. When the package was turned upside down, one of the white porcelain bottles fell into the old bowl. A faint red light flashed from the mouth of the white porcelain bottle, as if something came out and flew into the bowl. He picked up the bowl, only to find that it's still that bowl. Where is the qi and blood pill? Where did it go? Qin Wang looked at the white porcelain bottle, but found that it was empty, and one of the qi and blood pills was missing. It is impossible for Tongrentang to give away empty bottles. When he bought it, he made sure again and again. Qin Wang looked into the other two white porcelain bottles. I found that the qi and blood pill inside was still there. Try again. Qin Wang's heart moved, and he immediately picked up a white porcelain bottle again and threw it into the bowl. Aha! Suddenly, the lip of the white porcelain bottle flashed with red light, and Qin Wang could clearly see that a streak of red flew out of it, entered the bowl, and disappeared. He looked at the white porcelain bottle again and found that the qi and blood pill inside was gone. This bowl. Qin Wang picked up the broken bowl with a thoughtful look in his eyes. He remembered that the intelligence showed that this bowl would help him practice. Qin Wang looked at the bowl again. I found that the bowl was intact, but it was dirty, the original color could not be seen, and it could not be washed away. After absorbing the elixir, it was still empty. It's a little weird. Qin Wang looked at the bowl in his hand carefully, hoping to find clues in it. At the same time, east of the city, High Roller Tavern. What? Ji Zhang, the leader of the Hejiang gang, practices magic skills and sucks human blood every 12 hours. Zhang Fan, the shop owner of the bun shop in the north of the city, died at his hands. Isn't this too scary? The Flying Eagle Martial Arts School was plotted by the Electric Sword Martial Arts School and the Iron Clothes Martial Arts School. Du Zhang's third disciple, Lin Yunfang, rebelled, leading enemies to massacre his fellow disciples. Chen Kun, the head of the Chen family, has his Ziyang Kung skill halved every night. In order to make up for his shortcomings, he cut off his descendants to practice the Zi Kui sword technique. Has his temperament changed drastically? Who posted this news? Isn't it awesome? Is it true? I don't know who posted it, but it was also posted on the door of Storyteller Tea House over there. I have to say, this person is very brave. Dozens of people gathered around the door of the tavern, looking at the 3 notices posted above, and talking about it. North of the city, Yachu Street, in a secluded residence. A tall middle-aged man in black clothes with a square face and sharp eyebrows sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes closed tightly, exuding a powerful blood-evil aura. At this moment, a respectful voice sounded outside. Gang leader, my subordinates have something urgent to report. The body of the man in black was shaken, and the bloody evil energy in his body suddenly shrank back into his body. With a wave of his hand, the door opened wide and he spoke lightly. What's the matter? Master, look at it. A middle-aged man with a thin build and wise eyes came forward respectfully and handed over a piece of paper. The man in black took the white paper and unfolded it. His face gradually darkened, his inner strength was shaken, and the paper in his hand became shattered. Where did this come from? Ji Zhang stood up and slowly held up his hands, his joints crackling. Gang leader, I don't know who posted it at the entrance of the tavern and tea house last night. It is probably spreading everywhere now. There are a lot of such information posted, but my subordinates only got 2 pieces. I don't know whose hands the others are. The thin and wise middle-aged man spoke respectfully. Ji Bo, an elite member of the shrinking gang, is on call at any time. And send someone to investigate the person who posted this message. Ji Zhang's face was extremely gloomy, he put his hands behind his back and said. Yes, gang leader. Ji Bo clasped his fists respectfully, turned and left. It seems that someone can't stand my Hejiang gang. Ji Zhang's expression was gloomy. He knew in his heart that practicing magic skills to suck people's blood was a taboo in the world. Once word got out, everyone would definitely beat him up like a rat crossing the street. The bloodthirsty magic skills he practiced were passed down by the Snow Lotus Holy Envoy. No one else knows. The Snow Lotus Holy Envoy should not say that. Who is this mysterious person? How did he know? At the same time, in Yanyan County, one of the 4 major families, the Chen family. Boom. Chen Kun, the head of the Chen family, who was of medium height and dressed in brocade clothes, smashed the jade coffee table in front of him with one palm, stood up suddenly, looked at the housekeeper in front of him, his face was extremely gloomy, and said, "Third brother, can you find out who posted this?" "Brother, I don't know yet. It was posted last night." Chen Feng cupped his fists and bowed, but he was secretly looking at his eldest brother. He felt that his eldest brother was indeed wearing more brocade robes recently. Moreover, his beard had fallen off sparsely, and his voice was not as strong as before. Could it be that this information is true? The eldest brother has already committed suicide. Zikui's sword technique caused a bloody storm in the world back then. Masters from all walks of life robbed it, but in the end it disappeared. Could it be that it fell into the hands of the eldest brother? Check. This person must be found out. He dares to expose the weakness of my Chen family's Ziyang Kong. He slanders me, Chen Kun. He must be someone from within my Chen family. I want him to regret coming into this world. Chen Kun's aura surged, and the powerful aura swept across all directions. The house he was in was torn apart by the aura. Yes, sir. When Chen Feng saw his eldest brother's power, his heart suddenly trembled, his expression became even more respectful, and he turned around and left. At the same time, pay attention to the Lin family, Su family, and Zhang family. Heizhong Gang, Tianhe Club. They must be interested when they learn about the weakness of our Chen family's Ziyang Kong. Chen Kun then warned, "Brother, I understand." Chen Feng clasped his fists again, turned and left. Yanyan County Government Office. County Magistrate Chen Hao was sitting in a study room, looking at a piece of white paper in front of him, his brows furrowed deeply. He glanced at the lean and monkey-like master standing next to him and asked, "Ji Wuyuan, do you think it's true that this mysterious person exposed gang leader Ji's practice of blood-sucking demonic skills?" As a county magistrate, Chen Hao naturally met Ji Zhang, the leader of the Heizhong Gang. The Heizhong Gang pays him a lot of tribute every year. However, in recent times, people have often been sucked dry and turned into mummies, which has had a huge impact. If it was really Ji Zhang who did it, then Ji Zhang must be arrested, and the people of Yanyan County must be given an explanation to stabilize the people's hearts. I also think it is impossible for gang leader Ji Wuyuan clasped his fists and said, "Sir, the Chen family's patriarch Chen Kun was also exposed. It is said that the weakness of Ziyang Gong is midnight, and he also castrated himself and practiced the Zikui's sword technique of the year. And the rebellion of Lin Yunfang, a disciple of Dushang of Feiying Martial Arts School. Let me investigate first and report to you later, how about it?" "Well, go ahead, ask gang leader Ji to come to the county government." Chen Hao waved his hand and said, "Yes." Ji Wuyuan nodded and turned to leave. East of the city, in the yard where Qin Wang rented. Can a broken bowl purify pills? In the morning, at about 11 o'clock, Qin Wang sat on the bed, looking at the broken bowl in front of him, with a look of surprise in his eyes. At this moment, in the broken bowl, there were 3 bean-sized qi and blood pills. No, it should not be called qi and blood pills now. These are the 3 pills that broken bowl spit out after absorbing the 3 pills in the white porcelain bottle for an hour. New pills. The surface is smooth and white, without the impurities of qi and blood pills, and it feels that the quality has been improved many times. Take a purified pill and try it. Qin Wang picked up a purified pill with his index finger and thumb and threw it into his mouth. The pill melted in his mouth and instantly turned into a warm current that flowed down his throat. Immediately, a powerful medicinal power swept through the 8 meridians. Qin Wang hurriedly operated the root of the little red yanggong and began to refine the medicinal power of this new qi and blood pill. As he continued to refine, Qin Wang felt that the toothpick-sized internal energy in the meridians gradually became as thick as chopsticks. It is indeed a purified qi and blood pill. Absorb it 4 to 5 times faster than before. Qin Wang felt the internal energy in his body becoming as thick as a chopstick, and his eyes were full of hope. The function of this broken bowl is really powerful. With this treasure bowl, the medicinal power can be absorbed and converted into internal power faster, and the speed of improving one's own cultivation can be accelerated 5 times. Qin Wang then took the other 2 purified qi and blood pills in sequence. Promoted to a third-rate warrior. Qin Wang finished absorbing the other 2 qi and blood pills, and suddenly, a prompt popped up on the intelligence panel. Promoted to a third-rate warrior. Qin Wang looked at the prompts on the panel and his eyes lit up. After taking the purified qi and blood pill, his promotion speed was accelerated by 2 days. You know, the intelligence panel showed that it took 3 days before. Qin Wang checked the panel. Qin Wang, lifespan, 1767. Realm, third rate 1/1000th. Kung Fu, Shaoqiang Kung Fu Introduction. Progress, 38/800ths. Effectiveness, internal qi is absorbed into dantian, fascia is reshaped and bones are moisturized, qi pulses long, and it can be completed in 2 years. Martial arts, Teizu Chengquan Introduction. Progress, 576/800ths. Effectiveness, flexible footwork, long-term attack and short-term attack, strong explosive power, good at melee combat, can be accomplished in 2 years. Martial arts, Flying Eagle Body Technique. Disabled Introductory. Progress, 45/800ths. Effectiveness, flexible movement, quick movement, light footsteps, can be achieved in 1 year. I have a panel. As long as I take the qi and blood pill and continue to gain experience, my cultivation will be improved quickly. Next, maybe consider finding a medicine shop to be a medicine boy. Qin Wang looked at the panel with a thoughtful look in his eyes. If you want to quickly improve your cultivation level, you cannot do without a large amount of qi and blood pills. But if you buy too many elixirs, you will inevitably be coveted by others. If you can refine the elixirs yourself, that would be even better and you can save a lot of money. Qin Wang remembered. The intelligence from the past few days showed that Li Hongfei, the alchemist of Tongrentang, intends to recruit a medicine boy, so he might go and give it a try. It's 1 p.m. now, it's time to go back to Qingnuji. Qin Wang looked thoughtful. Li Laosai had to take out the 850 taels of silver from under his bed, otherwise he would have long nights and many dreams. The county seat is about 50 miles away from Qingnuji. If you walk, it takes about 2.5 to 3 hours. Qin Wang buried the silver in the kitchen, took some broken silver, a treasure bowl and a road guide with him. He bought some meat and big cakes to take with him on the way, and headed to Qingnuji. Afternoon, 6 o'clock. Qin Wang carried the package and rushed to Qingnu Jaibaikeotang. Recently, as he was eating better and eating as much as he could every day, Qin Wang clearly felt that his body had become much stronger and more agile. In addition, he had advanced to the third-rate realm and was able to walk nearly 50 miles without feeling tired at all. Qin Wang also brought Bai Fengwan some delicious food from the county. Bai Fengwan was very happy to see Qin Wang and insisted on staying with Qin Wang for dinner at Baikeotang. Qin Wang couldn't refuse, so he stayed for dinner. During the meal, Bai Mingliang looked at Qin Wang with enthusiasm, but secretly sighed that it was a pity. In his opinion, Qin Wang is a smart kid, and studying medicine is a good way out. Moreover, he decided to keep him to pass on the mantle. In the past few days, his granddaughter has always been thinking about why his eldest brother hasn't come back yet. Qin Wang also understood what Dr. Bai was thinking. However, he needs to rescue his sister Qin Shuimei. With the panel, his goal is to reach the pinnacle of martial arts, or even become an immortal. Instead of becoming a doctor, Qingnuji is the starting point of his life. After dinner, Qin Wang thanked Bai Mingliang repeatedly and said that he would go back to Qingnu Assembly to visit Dr. Bai in the future. Dr. Bai is a good man. Without him, he would still be in prison. As far as he knows, the tenants who were wronged by Zheng Kecheng are still in prison. Night. The streets of Qingnuji were dark, with almost no people on the road. 11 o'clock. Qin Wang took the iron rod and the cloth bag and sneaked all the way to Lijiazhuang under the moonlight. Lijiazhuang is still the same as before, with ruins and silence everywhere. Qin Wang came to Li Laosai's bedroom. His bed had turned into ashes and the ground was pitch black. Qin Wang used an iron hoe to scoop up the ashes and dig out a foot of soil. Qin Wang discovered that he had dug a large tile jar with a still sealed with mud. Qin Wang smashed the jar with an iron hammer, and immediately saw the white silver ingot in the moonlight. Li Laosai has been stingy all his life, and all his property belongs to me. How cool. If that old guy dies, will he crawl out of his grave? Qin Wang looked at the white-flowered silver ingots in the tile jar with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. There is also a black bowl. Could it be that this is the soul-gathering bowl in the intelligence? Qin Wang put the silver ingots inside into the bag he carried with him. Suddenly, he saw a half-foot-sized bowl in the jar. Qin Wang held the bowl in his hand. It was cold and heavy. Looking at the bowl, Qin Wang couldn't help but shudder. Qin Wang remembered, after Li Laosai and his family died, their souls were trapped in a soul-gathering bowl under the villa, unable to enter reincarnation, and the villa became a ghost place. What does the intelligence mean? Li Laosai's soul is trapped in this soul-gathering bowl. Qin Wang looked at the soul-gathering bowl in his hand, his eyes flickering, and he murmured. In order to avoid accidents, Qin Wang did not waste any more time. Put all the silver in the jar together, 850 taels of silver ingots, roughly calculated, nearly 70 kilograms. Qin Wang has been eating qi and blood pills, practicing Teizu Changquan, and practicing Shao Qiang Gong for the past few days. After becoming a third-rate warrior, his strength has increased dramatically, and defeating 4 or 5 strong men is no problem. He first dealt with the earth pit, and directly put the silver on his back and went to the thatched house with earth walls. An hour later, Qin Wang returned to his home. Eat something first, then practice. Qin Wang sat on the bed, took out the pancakes and a roasted chicken bought from the county town, and started eating. After eating, he practiced Teizu Changquan a few times, followed by the flying eagle body movement, and then the Shao Qiang Gong, taking turns. Daily information refresh. Today's intelligence. 1. Yesterday, you exposed the shortcomings of Chen Kun, the head of the Chen family, one of the 4 major families, and obtained relevant intelligence. Chen Kun is tracking down the person who exposed him throughout the city. At the same time, the Chen family has strengthened its vigilance. The Lin family, the Su family, the Zhang family, and the Tianhe society have learned about the weaknesses of the Chen family's Xianggong, and each has its own thoughts. 2. Yesterday, you exposed that Ji Zhang, the leader of the Black River Gang, practiced magic to suck human blood, and obtained relevant intelligence. Ji Zhang was furious and hated you to the bone. He searched the whole city for the person who exposed him, and at the same time, he was alert to the investigation of the Divine Capture Division. In order to relieve the pain of magic, Ji Zhang sucked a Black River Gang disciple dry a quarter of an hour ago. 3. Yesterday, you exposed that Lin Yunfang rebelled and killed his fellow disciples, and obtained relevant intelligence. Lin Yunfang felt the alienation of his fellow disciples in the Electric Sword Martial Arts Hall, and hated you to the bone, and decided to catch you and torture you to death. 4. You dug up the Soul Gathering Bowl in Lijiazhuang yesterday and obtained relevant information. There is a soul gathering space in the Soul Gathering Bowl, which can actively absorb the souls of the dead. The souls of Li Laosai and his family are trapped in it, and the spiritual consciousness can be refined and driven. 5. You paid attention to the 4 major families yesterday and obtained relevant information. Zhang Aofang, the head of the Zhang family of the 4 major families, is going to take people to explore Chen Kun's true and false at midnight tonight. 6. Yesterday you paid attention to the tenants who were wronged by Zheng Kecheng, and obtained relevant information. 3 tenants were tortured into confessing in prison, and 4 of them were infected with diseases. Zheng Kecheng successfully obtained the opportunity to advance and will be promoted to the Divine Constable of Yuzhou County in half a year. 7. Yesterday you successfully advanced to the third-rate martial artist realm, and obtained relevant information. According to the current progress, if nothing unexpected happens, you will enter the second-rate realm in 2,557 days. 8. Yesterday you buried Du Shang, the owner of the Flying Eagle Martial Arts Hall, and obtained relevant information. Du Shang hid gold, silver, jewelry, and martial arts secrets in Liangzhou. In the tunnel under the Flying Eagle Martial Arts Hall, some silver and the complete secret manual of the Flying Eagle body movement were hidden. The key to the secret passage had not yet been handed over to his children before he died with regret. 9. Yesterday, you had the intention to weaken the Chen family in order to rescue your sister Qin Shuimei. You obtained relevant information. Chen Xiao, the second brother of Chen Kun, the head of the Chen family, learned that his elder brother Chen Kun might have practiced Zigui swordsmanship and became neither male nor female. He felt that a eunuch sitting on the position of the head of the family was a disgrace to the reputation of the Chen family. He went to question Chen Kun and was imprisoned by Chen Kun. 10. Yesterday, you paid attention to the Chen family, one of the 4 major families. You obtained relevant information. Chen Feng, the housekeeper of the Chen family's laundry room, wanted to get 80 taels of silver from Qin Shuimei and other 4 virgins to settle down. He was asking Qin Shuimei for information about you. The other 3 major families in Yanyan County, the Lin family, the Su family, and the Zhang family, have all set their sights on the Chen family. Is Chen Kun tracking down the person who exposed him? Qin Wang looked at the first piece of information with a flickering eye. Where there are people, there are disputes. It is right to expose. As long as the Chen family's weaknesses are exposed, as long as the explosion point is big enough, the Lin family, the Zhang family, the Su family, the Tianhe Association, and the Black River Gang will definitely step on it. If this continues, the Chen family will inevitably weaken. Perhaps the Chen family will fall apart without waiting for the sacrifice to the river god. At that time, it will be much easier to rescue my sister. Wander around the Chen family more often, expose him severely, and make the Chen family the target of public criticism. Qin Wang made up his mind and went to the county town to focus on the Chen family. Ji Zhang is also searching for me in the whole city. Is he worried about the investigation of the Gods Bureau? Qin Wang looked at the second piece of information, his eyes showing a thoughtful look. When Qin Wang posted the information, he deliberately wore a big hat and a thick cotton jacket, and avoided the night watchman. There was no trace, so he should not be able to find it on his head. Does the soul-gathering bowl require divine consciousness to be refined? Can it actively absorb the souls of the dead? Qin Wang looked at the fourth piece of information and blinked his eyes. Divine consciousness is something that only cultivators can have. It can be used at present. That is, after killing the opponent, use the soul-gathering bowl to collect the opponent's soul. This is considered to be extracting souls and refining spirits. Li Laosai's soul is inside. After refining the soul-gathering bowl, he must be satisfied and dig up the grave and whip the corpse in front of his soul. After exposing the weakness of the Chen family, Zhang Aofang, the head of the Zhang family of the 4 major families, will go to test Chen Kun's strength tonight. Qin Wang looked at the fifth piece of information and his eyes lit up. This is a good thing. It's best to fight. As far as he knows, Zhang Aofang, the head of the Zhang family, is one of the 5 masters in Yanyan County, and is as famous as Chen Kun of the Chen family. Zheng Kecheng, this beast, will actually be promoted to Yuzhou County and enter the Shenbu division in half a year. This dog day climbed up by stepping on the people, and several tenants were tortured into confessing. It seems that he needs to expose the fact that he set fire to his wife's brother-in-law and destroyed the family and seized the property, so that Yanyan County can see his ugly face. Qin Wang looked at the sixth piece of information and felt that Zheng Kecheng must be exposed. Zheng Kecheng is one of the 5 top masters in Yanyan County, and is as famous as Chen Kun and others. Although he cannot be killed by being exposed, it is good to make him sick. At the same time, it can also clear the suspicion of the 13 tenants. According to the current progress, if nothing unexpected happens, I will advance to the second-rate realm in 7 years. That's a bit long. Qin Wang looked at the 7th piece of information, his eyes showing a thoughtful look. 7 years is too long, he can't wait. However, he has a treasure bowl to purify the elixir, maybe this time can be shortened. Didn't the information show that he could only reach the third-rate realm in 90 days? Isn't he advanced to the third rate now? Dushang has hidden gold, silver, jewelry and martial arts secrets in Liangzhou. He also built a secret passage under the Flying Eagle Martial Arts Hall. There are some silver and complete secrets of the Flying Eagle body skills hidden in it. It's really a cunning rabbit with 3 burrows. Qin Wang looked at the 8th piece of information, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he said secretly. It seems that when we get to the county, we have to go to the Flying Eagle Martial Arts Hall to find the secret passage. Thinking of this, Qin Wang took out a key in the shape of a, from the package beside him. It was found in Du Zhang's arms. It should be the key to open the secret passage. He has only got the first 3 moves of the Flying Eagle body skill. According to the information, there should be 12 moves of the Flying Eagle body skill. As for Liangzhou, we will talk about it later. Chen Kun's second brother Chen Xiao was imprisoned by Chen Kun. Good news. It must continue to be exposed. Qin Wang looked at the 9th piece of information and was happy to hear it. Chen Feng, the manager of the Chen family laundry room. What a piece of shit, he didn't even let go of this little bit of silver. I'll kill this dog thing if I have a chance. Qin Wang looked at the 10th piece of information and his eyes turned cold. It would be better if these silvers were silver notes. Take 250 taels first, and bury the rest. After checking the information, Qin Wang frowned at the silver. 1250 taels of silver, calculated, is about 100 jin. With his current strength as a third-rate warrior, he can carry it, but when passing through the city gate, the city guards will check the large packages, so it is difficult to explain so much silver. Bury 1,000 taels in the kitchen wood room, come back to get more if it is not enough. The next day, Qin Wang just got up and washed, carrying 250 taels of silver, a treasure bowl, a soul-gathering bowl, and a pass, ready to go out. Big brother, this is for you, eat on the way. But he found Bai Fengwan jogging all the way, holding a package, her little face flushed, and stuffed the package into Qin Wang's arms. How can this be so embarrassing? Qin Wang looked at Bai Fengwan who came specially, and felt a little sorry. He might not go to Baekotang again in the future, and she came to see him off. What's there to be embarrassed about? You're the first one to buy me candied haws and chestnuts. Grandpa said that you and my father have the same personality, so let me see you off. Bai Fengwan looked at Qin Wang, and her expression suddenly dimmed when she mentioned her father. Qin Wang saw Bai Fengwan's expression, and said nothing more. He packed up the package and walked forward along the Qingnuji street, with Bai Fengwan following behind. Sister Xiaohuan, next time you come back, I'll bring you delicious food from the county. Qin Wang turned his head and looked at Bai Fengwan, who was jumping behind him. Really? Really? Okay, then I'll wait for you. It's a deal. It's a deal. 1 p.m. Qin Wang returned to the rented house in the east of the city. Put down the things and hide the silver. Qin Wang checked in the house that the ashes on the ground before leaving were still intact, and no one came. He immediately felt relieved, and then looked at the street outside and murmured. It seems that the exposure will be delayed. After he entered the city, I heard people talking about it. The Chen family, the detectives of the arrest department, and the disciples of the Black River Gang are all looking for the person who was exposed. Especially the Chen family and the Black River Gang, they are not going to stop until they catch the person who was exposed. Although the Chen family and the Black River Gang can't find out who exposed the person, they must come out to guard at night. Go to Tongrantang to ask if they accept medicine boys, and by the way, go to Feiying Martial Arts Hall, the 4 major families, Tianhe Club, and the Black River Gang. Qin Wang made up his mind and went out. Flying Eagle Martial Arts School. The original gold paint signboard is gone, the big stone lion is also shattered, the entire martial arts hall is in ruins, there are traces of smoke everywhere, and occasionally people come in to watch. Qin Wang also followed in and watched. He specially walked through the room where Dushong lived. The house was pushed down and there was no trace of the secret passage at all. We visited the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School, then went to Tongrantang, and then went to visit the 4 major families. Qin Wang made up his mind and left the Flying Eagle Martial Arts School. Tongrantang, Dongcheng Main Hall. In the afternoon, there were many patients buying medicine in the medicine hall, and there was an endless stream of them. The pharmacists inside were very busy. Qin Wang saw a notice at the door of the medicine hall. Recruit 3 smart drug boys. Little brother, drug boy, please come with me. Hearing that Qin Wang had requested to be a medicine boy, a genial-looking young medicine man in his 20s and 5s enthusiastically led Qin Wang to the back hall. From the back door of the medicine hall, you walked through a 10-foot-long wooden corridor and came to a square courtyard with a radius of 100 feet at the back. Inside, there were more than 50 young people of about 17 or 18 years old, picking medicinal materials. Waves of medicinal fragrance hit your nostrils. Master, this little brother is here to apply for a drug boy job. The genial pharmacist led Qin Wang to an old man in green, who was about 50 years old and was lying on a recliner. He clasped his fists respectfully and said to Qin Wang, "Qin Wang, this is Li Hongfei, the chief alchemist of our Tongrentang. Qin Wang has met Master Li. Qin Wang quickly saluted Li Hongfei respectfully. To be my medicine boy, you need to have a calm mind and not be impatient. You should read this book first. Li Hongfei looked at Qin Wang, asked his age, address and other questions, then nodded and pointed to a book on the coffee table for him to read. Okay, thank you Alchemist Li. Qin Wang took the medicine book on the coffee table with a respectful expression and started reading it. This is an introductory book about medicinal materials. Qin Wang had read it at Dr. Bai's place and just reviewed it again. Time flies. 5:30 p.m. Qin Wang finished reading the book in his hand, but found that Li Hongfei was not there. He went to the front hall to find the warm pharmacist Ding Dian. He learned that the alchemist Li Hongfei had gone to make elixirs and asked him to come early tomorrow to familiarize himself with the medicinal materials. Thank you, Brother Ding. Qin Wang clasped his fists at Ding Dian and left the medicine hall. Ding Dian watched Qin Wang leave, then turned around and went to a side room in the back hall, facing Li Hongfei who was practicing cross-legged, clasping his fists respectfully. Master, this Qin Wang lives alone in the county, so he meets the conditions to be a medicine man. No, this Qin Wang meets Chairman Li's requirements. Find the medicine man elsewhere. Li Hongfei waved his hand and said. Yes, he has gone back. In case he doesn't come tomorrow, the disciple specially sprinkled tracking powder on him. Even if he doesn't come, the disciple can catch him. Ding Dian held his fists respectfully and said, well, as a teacher, I appreciate your cleverness. Work hard, and when you have time, you can refine qi and blood pills for me. I'll let you watch from the sidelines. Go and do your business. Li Hongfei patted Ding Dian on the shoulder and showed his approval. Thank you, Master. Ding Dian was overjoyed when he heard this. He clasped his fists respectfully, stepped back a few steps before turning around and leaving. Qin Wang left Tongrentang. I bought some food on the street. While eating, I passed by the Chen family and Su family mansions, and went to 2 other branches of Tongrentang to buy 6 qi and blood pills in 2 batches. As for the Heizhong gang, the Lin family, the Zhang family, etc., he could only watch them from a distance. After finishing all this, it was almost 8 o'clock. There are not many pedestrians on the street at night, so walking at night is very conspicuous. It would be bad to be suspected of being an exposer. Qin Wang returned home and opened the package. Bai Fengwan brought a roast chicken, 2 pig's trotters, wrapped peanuts, and some rice candies. Qin Wang went to the kitchen to heat up the roast chicken and pig's trotters and started eating. After eating and drinking, they took turns playing Xiao Qiang Kung Fu, Flying Eagle Body Technique, and Teizu Chengquan. After the fight, they went to the back room to take a look at the place where Dushang was buried. Early morning. Information refreshed daily. Daily information. 1. Yesterday, you applied for Tongrentang Li Hongfei's medicine boy and received relevant information. Li Hongfei is developing a kind of elixir, and the medicine boy is the person who will test the medicine. However, his best friend Li Tianhe needs a boy to sacrifice to the river god. Li Hongfei is preparing to a month later, you will be made into an obedient boy and given to Li Tianhe as a favor. 2. You saw Ding Dian, a registered disciple of Tongrentang Li Hongfei yesterday, and obtained relevant information. In order to please his master Li Hongfei, Ding Dian sprinkled tracking powder on you. Once you stop being a medicine boy, the tracking powder can find you. 3. You stayed at the burial site of Dushang for half a quarter of an hour yesterday and obtained relevant information. Under the 3rd brick in the middle of Dushang's bedroom in the Flying Eagle Martial Arts Hall is the secret passage mechanism where Dushang hid his secret book. Turn left 3 times and turn right. It turns on in 1.5 turns. 4. You visited the Chen family of the 4 major families yesterday and obtained relevant information. Chen Kun, the head of the Chen family, had his power reduced by half when he was a child. He was tested by Zhang Aofeng and his masters. During the battle between the 2 sides, Chen Kun was injured. Mrs. Chen was furious and sent people to chase him. Zhang Aofeng successfully escaped. 5. You met Bai Fengwan yesterday and obtained relevant information. Although Bai Fengwan has never seen her father, she still misses her very much. 6. You swallowed the purified qi and blood pill yesterday and obtained relevant information, including the qi and blood pill recipe and the method of refining. Qi and blood pill is a necessary medicine for warriors to improve their cultivation. It is made of Atractylodes macrocephala, White Poria, Angelica sinensis, Chuanshang, Rhamania glutinosa, etc. For details, please click filled circle. 7. You followed the Black River Gang yesterday and obtained relevant information. The leader of the Black River Gang met with the county magistrate Chen Hao. He decided to leave Yanyan County for a while in the name of doing business and go to the neighboring Qingyan County to suck blood. 8. You followed the Zhang family of the four major families from a distance yesterday and obtained relevant information. Zhang Aofeng, the head of the Zhang family, had just injured Chen Kun and found that Chen Kun's power was indeed reduced by half at midnight. He was trying to pass this news to the Su family and the Lin family. 9. You went to Tongrentang yesterday to meet Li Hongfei and obtained relevant information. Li Hongfei, the pharmacist of Tongrentang, is a close friend of Li Tianhe of Tianhe Society. In order to develop elixirs over the years, 576 innocent medicine men have been killed. The blood and flesh of the dead medicine men were not wasted, but refined into blood-strengthening paste for sale. 10. You went to the burned Feiying Martial Arts Hall yesterday and obtained relevant information. The reason why the owner of Feiying Martial Arts Hall, Du Shang, fled from Liangzhou to Yanyan County was because he killed the young son of Yan Beifei, the first master of Liangzhou, when he was a bandit 20 years ago. This old dog Li Hongfei. Recruiting medicine boys to make medicine men. Prepare to make me an obedient boy to sacrifice to Li Tianhe as a sacrifice to the river god. His disciple Ding Dian sprinkled tracking powder on me. Qin Wang looked at the first and second intelligence, and his face was gloomy and extremely angry. It's so hard to live at the bottom. There are pits and calculations everywhere. Strength. You still need to have strength. If I didn't have the intelligence panel, wouldn't I be calculated by Li Hongfei and Ding Dian, and eventually I couldn't escape the same fate as my sister, becoming a boy offering sacrifices to the river god. Tong Ren Tang must be exposed. Li Hongfei must be exposed for making medicine. There are still 576 people. And that Ding Dian, he must be killed. Qin Wang's eyes flashed with anger. I wanted to go to Tong Ren Tang to learn alchemy and start as a medicine boy, but I didn't expect that there would be another pit. Qin Wang didn't have time to check the remaining information. He immediately stood up and examined himself. He quickly took off his clothes and threw them into the stove. At the same time, he boiled water and washed his hair and took a bath. Even the sheets he had just sat on were cut off and thrown into the stove to burn to ashes. It will take a few days to expose Li Hongfei. Qin Wang thought for a while and said secretly. These days, the Chen family, the Black River Gang, and the Arrest Bureau have been tracking down the person who exposed him. Once he surfaces, with his current third-rate strength, he will definitely die miserably. So, exposing Tongrentang Li Hongfei as a pharmacist, we need to wait for the storm to pass. No, we have to move again. Qin Wang thought for a while, but still felt that burning clothes and taking a shower was not safe. He just came back. What if the tracking powder fell on the ground? I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.